Hello, everyone, and welcome back to a fantastic, exciting GLIAC Esports Championship. We had a fantastic one last year at Davenport University, but this year we are at Ferris State University. I am extremely excited to be here. I'm Virgil. I'm joined by Too Many Things. I'm so excited to be here with y'all. We have a fantastic match coming up ahead of us, Nick.
We do. Looking forward to two teams. We've got
Wayne State facing off against Michigan Tech in the first match, and then after that, we'll be coming back for a different game. I believe it will be the winner of the Ferris and Saginaw Valley State game playing against Davenport, I think. But I'm not 100% certain. We'll get back to that. In the meantime, we've got a really good match coming up ahead of us. Michigan Tech, obviously a very talented varsity program. Wayne State, we're glad to have them join us at the tournament this year.
definitely.
Obviously, last year we only had a couple teams that were able to make it and figure out everything in terms of joining. But we are absolutely beyond excited to have everyone here today. I'm glad everybody made it here safely, especially with the snow on the ground.
Yes, definitely.
So make sure y'all stay warm and get comfortable because we should be getting headed in very shortly. I know they were getting the lobby sorted out. We had one PC that had a little bit of a crash problem going on, but we got it started. Would it really be an esports event if everything got started right on time?
Of course not. No, there's always delays. It's just happens when you're in the industry.
Absolutely. And so what do you I'm excited for a lot today. Obviously between League of Legends, Valorant, Rocket League, and the Smash games that will be going on in the arena, there's a lot to expect from today and this weekend as a whole. What is one thing you're really hoping to see this weekend?
Honestly, I'm just excited to see all these really talented teams come together. I want to see some clips. I want to see some amazing plays, and I just want to see what these teams have been practicing coming up for this event.
Absolutely. I'm hoping for a couple of different things. I'm hoping for at least one ace. I'm hoping for at least one pentakill. And I'm really hoping for a hat trick in Rocket League. That's my 3 goals.
All right.
So I think between 7 schools, somebody will get that done for me. If not, it'll still be a great weekend. This is going to be a fantastic event, and I really appreciate everybody who did make the travel here. I know Michigan Tech obviously made that 14-hour drive. Purdue Northwest, not a short trip either, so we're very glad to have you all here in our home arena.
But yeah.
I know we should be getting kicked off relatively shortly. Like I said, a little bit of an issue with one of the lobbies, but they were getting invites figured out, and we should be in fairly shortly. In the meantime, some things to talk about. This event, obviously, was hosted last year at Davenport, and we're very glad to have it here this year. It is being put on, it is mostly being run by our very own Casey, and then also Mans is doing a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff for the stream. So we're very thankful for them for getting this all working. I know last night we had some last-minute stuff break out that nearly made the stream very difficult, but we got it sorted. Mans was able to get some things figured out, and now we are running a stream ready to go. And for those of you that don't know how the schedule is really going to go, I know this morning is going to be Valorant. In the midday, it's going to be a little more of the Rocket League matches. And then in the evening, we're going to have more of the League of Legends. So keep your eyes out for the different matches. Remember, if you're not a big fan of Valorant, there's still going to be stuff for you.
We got plenty of games that we're going to be playing today.
Absolutely. Stay tuned. And if you guys are on campus, and if you're a Ferris State student, or maybe you're at Davenport and you're thinking, Ferris is only like an hour drive. I want to go support my friends. Feel free. The arena is here. We would love to have more spectators. There's plenty of space outside the arena and in the viewing area to go and watch your friends, support them. We would love to have people come and watch. And obviously that in-person feeling at a LAN event is really just unique.
It is. It definitely is. Seeing just everyone around you, there's just so many people, there's so much hype around the games, and you really just get to experience it firsthand rather than watching like a VOD of it later or watching it on stream.
Absolutely. And I'm really looking forward to seeing all the players and getting to talk to a lot of them. I know one of the things that happens in esports is I think sometimes people forget that there's a little bit of almost what feels like a disconnect where, people forget that sometimes you're playing a school only an hour or 2 hours away from you. Maybe you're playing across the country, but sometimes it really is that small gap. And I think a LAN creates a very unique feeling of that. And I know last year's GLIAC was my first esports LAN ever. And that was an exciting experience. And I've been to a few since then, but I'm really excited to be able to bring it all home back to another GLIAC championship where we get to do this once again. I think to say I'm excited would be an understatement.
Yeah.
But I'm very much looking forward to these matches. I've gotten to see a couple of the players warming up. There was some very talented shots. And some of the players last night, even when they got here early, were able to warm up and get a feel of the arena beforehand. And they were really, it seems like everybody's finding their comfort here, and I'm glad.
Definitely. Yeah. And I think that's one of the biggest things is being able at here at Ferris, being able to create that environment that we can host these events and really bring people together for these kind of things.
100%. We love having this arena. It's a fantastic new addition to our campus and with this new building. Again, I want to thank everybody absolutely who's made the trip here today, whether you're a parent, a grandparent, a family member, a friend, a girlfriend, a boyfriend, a teammate, peer. And the list just keeps going. If you're anything to anybody or you don't even know them and you just thought, I like Michigan Tech, I'm gonna trek 14 hours to go watch my favorite school play in an esports tournament. We appreciate you being here, whether it's in the stream or in person. Thank you all so much for supporting this event and this field as it continues to grow. We're so excited to have this opportunity to put on events like this and really get to showcase things. But a quick look around the arena, as y'all may be able to see on the left there, we've got our very own Ferris State Valorant team. Obviously, we're very familiar with them as players, but getting set up, that is going to be the Wayne State Valorant team on stage on that right side of the arena. Going to be a fantastic match. And that is going to be Grand Valley and Ferris State sitting across from each other. They're not playing each other. They are not. That's not how that was set up, unfortunately. But Wayne State getting warmed up, and I do see that lobby is all set up, and the account is in there. And then, of course, Michigan Tech facing off. I saw them in a huddle earlier. This is definitely one thing that I always really enjoy about esports is this camaraderie that you kind of see at a LAN event more so than you see in other places. And I think I saw Michigan Tech in a huddle, and then at the end they broke, and I heard the Huskies break out from all of them. You could hear it. I heard it from outside the arena. So just absolutely electric energy in there right now, and I'm looking forward to seeing this get started. We do see at the lobby everyone seems to be in there. I'm assuming they're just doing some final touches. But to bear in mind, obviously also Smash events will be going on in here the entire time. So we're very much looking forward to how that will all go. If you all need help, if you happen to be in the arena or in the building, you can find somebody very easily. There's staff tags, or if you see anybody in a Ferris State jersey, they can probably point you in the right direction of somebody. But absolutely, make sure you guys get to know everybody. This is going to be a great match. Wayne State versus, well, that's not quite right, but we'll get there. Wayne State versus Michigan Tech will be this first match once we get started. And here we are.
In Agent Select.
Headed in to Ascent. We've got Michigan Tech going with a very aggressive comp, in my opinion, a double initiator comp on Ascent. I'll be honest, we don't see a whole lot of Ascent here at Ferris State. I know this is not one of our comfort maps, nor is it really a map we are acceptable of.
Yeah.
So we see it banned quite often, so I haven't gotten to I'm not really familiar with what's a common composition on this map, but we do see that Sova KO is going to be a lot of information for the team. Omen is going to provide those smokes, especially on pushing into that B site that we see so often. Jet can provide that utility to really push in and find those picks early, and Killjoy really good for locking down a site on their own, if not at least finding those flank counters.
Yeah, but if we want to talk about aggressive, if we look over on the side of Wayne State, we're going to see the double duelist comp coming out with Arena Jet, which is going to... They're looking for the frags on their team. They're going to look for that initial initiation to really set their team onto that site.
Absolutely, and I got a chance to talk with a couple of the players. They seemed really excited to be playing on stage, especially a couple of them last night were like, oh, are we going to get to use the stage? And I said, yeah, I think y'all are on stage tomorrow morning, and I saw a couple faces light up. So I'm very excited to see that people are getting this opportunity, because I know an arena can sometimes be something that it's kind of new in esports that we're starting to see at colleges, but it is a fascinating thing, and right off the bat, we're seeing something different. The spike picked up, but then immediately left in the corner. This is something we see quite frequently. You don't really want to go in and get picked and drop the spike early, so you decide maybe we'll get it on that rotate, so if that Omen decides to rotate through, they'll be able to find it. And just like we said, Killjoy kind of able to lock down those places on their own, might be able to cover mid here. So definitely seeing an early play from Michigan Tech. For those of you just joining us, Michigan Tech in the red and Wayne State in the blue or green. See an early shot. Devin finds the first blood of the day. J-Wads goes down, and as they'll shut the door to market, Terminal will also find a kill on Duke of Stinch. A 5 versus 3 now. As the spike is picked up by Omen, they'll rotate onto site.
And that
Devin,
site is just, that is Wayne.
That site went straight to Michigan Tech's control. Wayne State did not seem to expect that early aggressive push. Jet really taking a lot of space for themselves there, clearing out the entire site, only taking a little bit of damage, and that extra pick from Terminal on that rotation was able to be big. And we still see Terminal lurking around that mid area, now finally pushing to the team as they find another opportunity. Devin finds a second kill. Raizu goes down. Maple playing inside there, won't quite find it. Devin finds a third kill as Landon is able to clean up one on Quinn, but as Maple will fall to Terminal, Michigan Tech grabs the first round of the day.
There it is.
And they do it quite comfortably. 4 people
Yeah.
still standing. The only one to go down, I believe, being Quinn. And Wayne State able to find a little bit of money there, but definitely going to have to go for that kind of classic round after this where you're going to definitely still have to go for pistols and hope you can get some econ built up for what would need to be a Vandal buy next round.
Yes, of course. But I just think it was a great display of, we saw all that utility come out perfectly from Michigan Tech to get them onto site, get their jet forward, and just have everyone just kind of flat out behind them. And I think that's just one of those things we're going to see today a lot. It's just this great teamwork together because they know how to play together.
Absolutely, and as we see right here, Landon playing a different location this time. They'll shut market once again. The smokes, that's what we were expecting from the Omen, giving that space for Jet to dash in, walking right through that molly, but J-Wad's waiting in the back of sight, able to find a pick, the flash, the Sova dart, but he dodges the flash, can't quite find the shot. Quinn cleans up the kill on J-Wad's, but falls afterwards. Maple, Landon, and Stinch all go down, and as Raizu tries to enter sight, Jay will find that final blood, and they'll get the spike down as well for some extra cash in their pockets on a bonus round. Getting the spike down is definitely a nice feeling.
Yeah.
They do lose 1. Landon still going to be able to get that full buy. And I'd say for an econ round, getting 1 is not exactly bad, but you're definitely looking to get a little more than that.
Definitely.
Ideally, you're looking for 2, 3, or even winning the round if you can pull it off. It can be very difficult, as we saw. Wayne State was able to get in there and find that 1 kill. With Michigan Tech, they had Spectres, they had Bulldogs. They just had the better weaponry for that round. And so we're going to see what's going on here on this next round. This is the first time we're really seeing them push A. We've seen a lot of pushes B, and Reyna, Killjoy both lurking over on B, but 3 of them set up on A. It seems to be a good read from Wayne State. Maple will drop back the knife and the damage, putting it in, but Duke of Stench able to find one. Jay goes down.
The aftershock kill is huge early round. Didn't have to lose any HP, any fight.
That is a very big pick, especially because I feel like aftershock kills are very infrequent, especially as you get to a higher level of play.
Yeah.
You don't see that nearly as often, mostly because it's just such an easy ability to get out of the way of as long as you're not stunned. But we did see that breach stun also come out. Maple and Devin getting a bit of a fight here. The shots through the smoke nearly find it, but not quite. Devin makes it out alive on 2 health. Omen also missing a fair bit of health there as they'll go to get the spike down. Quinn and Devin will be playing underneath on the site. Landon pushing up top with Raizu, looking for an opportunity. Duke will go down, so will Terminal for Michigan Tech. They'll drop on the site, look for an opportunity, get a pick onto Devin, spraying into underneath Heaven, and they'll be able to find it. Landon picks up 2, Raizu finds 1 as well. Landon, a little bit of
body shooting.
I would have to imagine there may be, again, this is a collegiate scene. We're all very familiar. I know we as Ferris State have friends at Grand Valley. I would assume there may be some friendly banter here. We even saw sorry in the chat. Maybe just friendly banter. Hoping. Remember, one thing about esports is that I love so much is how much sportsmanship there really is. You see in professional league, you see, I was just talking about this last night, you see in the LCK, they shake hands and bow before each round and before the matches. It's the sportsmanship that you see across the board in esports, from high school to collegiate to professional, is just, it's refreshing to remember that we're all here to have a good time.
Yeah. We're
We're all here to enjoy video games together. Let's have a good time with it. The knife comes out early, the blind won't connect.
Landon gonna hop out, try not to get caught up on those stairs. So we can see Reyna still on site.
Devin, stinger in hand. The Sova looking for some intel here. Dashes in. Devin takes some damage with the flash, makes it impossible to find that. Will clean it up. 16 health. Throws out the blind, looking for the pick, finds it. Another dismissal will be 2 picks for J-Wad. That's big as Michigan Tech loses a 3rd. J-Wads finds a 3rd. Landon will be picked off, but J-Wads has single-handedly made this a difficult fight for Michigan Tech. The Huskies seeming like they would like to turn this fight, but J-Wad's making it very difficult. 2 beautiful blinds and a dismissal after dismissal to find 3 picks for the team, and Landon being the only trade in return as Terminal will go down. Block with 72 health may just try to hold on to this Phantom and make it out alive. Seeing where those shots are coming from, using those tracers, trying to find any kind of hit as teammates ping the door for Market. Won't quite find anything. Looks like he's going to go for a rotation off.
He knows he has to go get on site for the spike to win this round.
Block, able to find a pick.
Revealing area.
Sonar dart could be big, but it's shot right away. J-Wad in Market, finds a 4K.
Close to that ace you were talking about.
Very close. I was looking forward to it, but as I saw Terminal go down, I knew it wouldn't happen this round. J-Wad's 5-2 right now, finding 4 of their kills in that one round. Definitely quite the performance.
Definitely. being able to use those dismissals, reposition yourself, and just take your ones slowly. Even though there was 3 of them pushing on lane, JWad knew how to take those 1v1s over and over to really secure those kills for his team.
Absolutely. And I think another thing that goes really heavily into this is that we're seeing is Reyna's not a very common competitive pick.
Definitely not.
In competitive, we don't see Reyna. We don't see a lot of these things. Reyna is a fantastic hero in competitive, especially because of that solo carry kind of potential we see.
Definitely.
But I think that was the first round we really saw enough of a buy coming out from Wayne State that they could take advantage of that and use that utility to their advantage as Terminal finds first blood of the round. Maple will go down. JWad's trying to find the trade.
Does some damage, he cannot find it.
Yeah, some damage, not quite enough. Vandal, there's a lot of people there. Duke able to find one, but
Gets traded
Jay
out by Jay.
Jay does bring him down. Sheriff as well.
Raizu on site. How will he be able to hold this?
Raizu able to find one. Quinn goes down, finds the trade once again, but when you're on defense, a 1-for-1 trade is all you can really ask for, because if everyone does it, the round is yours.
Yeah.
As Spike will be planted. We'll see Wayne State now having to play on top of Heaven. Shoot to the floor, Jay won't quite find it. Landon able to find one. Terminal goes down. It's a 2v2. Killjoy shot through the floor.
Is now a 2v1. Jaywards does have the Empress pop, though. This round could be his.
Saw a lot of fights earlier, but can't quite find it. And a thrifty round for Michigan Tech. The Sheriff buy from Jay, able to find some heavy value. As now Michigan Tech takes the lead 3-2, headed into round number 6.
Looks like we are going to see an op come out from Maple this round.
Yeah, aside from the Empress, this is also going to be, we're starting to see some of our first ultimates come up.
Definitely.
Killjoy having their ultimate online for Wayne State here, and Michigan Tech having a couple of ultimates available as well. Omen and Sova obviously holding on to those. Definitely going to prove to be extremely useful moving on into these fights. Devin, JWad's early fight, but JWad's will fall. Devin now has the knives. Turret will be brought down. The KO knife won't quite connect where they were hoping. Shutting the market door, Amali as well. Great read as well. They've seen them hit dash to that every time, and why not take advantage of it? Unfortunately, Devin makes it out alive for them. Clearing out back to site now. Devin looking for a pick here. Raizu looks like he's going to throw a smoke for his team, wants to be able to rotate so they can get in a favorable position.
All 5 members of SU on site. And this is exactly what Michigan Tech saved their Sova all this, because they knew if we're going to play on site, we can't have that Killjoy have their ult.
That Killjoy ultimate, for those of you that didn't notice, got planted, would have been huge in the favor of Wayne State, but Sova able to find it, block, Quinn both able to find one, and Devin cleans up the round. Duke will go down, and Wayne State drops yet another round. Michigan Tech, now they've got the econ a little bit in their favor, seemingly taking a couple rounds to their own favor. I do typically think that Ascent would be, at least in my opinion, I find it to be attacker-sided. But that may be my own bias. You know, I'm only bronze, so my opinion of meta may be a little bit lesser. But you know, for those of you that are, you know, trying to learn Valorant, maybe you want to learn some tactics. VCT is going on right now, so keep an eye on those matches as well.
Yeah,
or you know, tune into this stream.
Tune into GLIAC. Fair stage stream.
GLIAC, VCT, they're basically the same thing at this point.
We're playing at the same level, right?
Jay looking for a peek there. Nobody peeking out B main quite yet. Devin crossing mid. Very bold decision to make, especially since we've seen a lot of rotations mid here so far, but nothing to punish. Duke of Stench throws the flash. Won't quite connect. We're going to see the stun.
He is trying to hold them off on this cat, using his utility because he doesn't have the better gun.
Dodge the flash. Sheriff able to find some damage. Not quite a pick. JWad's able to find the trade for Duke, though. Jay will go down. Raizu TP's up top into Heaven. Now going to throw the blind, see if it's worth re-peeking. Pulls out the Sheriff. Can't quite find it. Terminal able to find that pick for Michigan Tech. Now at a 4v3, Michigan Tech with the advantage. JWad's also missing some health. A Frenzy for Landon. Now it's a Sheriff. 2 bullets in the gun. Good attention as Devin's able to find a pick onto Maple. Devin finds 2. Michigan Tech cleaning it up. JWad's able to find 1. The dismissal out. May just look to keep the Vandal. That was not his. And Quinn combined with the Molly. Dangerous.
Yes.
JWad 7-5, but Terminal 8-4 on the Killjoy. I think Ascent is a very Killjoy favored map in terms of Sentinels.
Definitely. I think Killjoy with a... I'm trying to think of who would be the close second on this map.
I personally would like to say Cypher, but I may be a little biased on that as a Cypher enjoyer myself.
I think Cypher's just one of those Sentinels that after his buffs, he's just been...
Good everywhere.
He's been good. He might not be meta, but he's definitely viable in a lot more maps. But yes, definitely seeing Killjoys on both sides. You know that the utility with the lanes on this map has Killjoy is one of those Sentinels that you really want to see on this team, on the teams when you're playing this map.
Absolutely. Sage being another pretty good option here. Not really as much site lockdown potential, but definitely a lot more denial, I think, with that wall.
I think you might see a lot more Sage if you're doing like a double Sentinel, but I think I've seen some solo Sages a couple times.
Devin won't quite get the dash off the flash, won't connect. Duke will throw the flash, won't quite find anything. Beautiful melee selection, by the way. I'm a big fan of the bow staff.
Oh, for sure.
Wayne State looking for a pick here, playing through Glass. Glass is a very important part of this map, I think, that's often slept on. When it's still up, I mean, it's not only a sound indicator, but I mean, I think it literally blocks a little bit of damage.
I think it does. I think the first shot is wallbang.
Yeah. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Duke rotating here, crossfiring with Landon, but won't quite find anything. Devin may be the first one to get in a fight here for NTU. Finds an early pick. Devin brings one down, pushes onto Glass, but won't quite find it. The window broken. Raizu, Maple both able to find one as Jay and Devin go down. Michigan Tech now in the disadvantage at a 3v4. Quinn able to find a pick as it's a 3v3. The spike dropped. Block will be the one to push.
Maple on site. Will he be able to survive his plant? And unfortunately goes down the terminal.
Terminal, a beautiful position to be covering as well. Able to find one. Maple goes down a 3v2. The spike will be planted though. Michigan Tech now with the upper hand. As Landon will find one, but Terminal. Why? Some would say it's Terminal. Finds three that round and executes it perfectly.
Yes. Playing for main, just playing off his teammates' contacts. Gets three.
I have to say, this is some really, from both teams, very impressive Killjoy gameplay.
Oh, definitely.
I think oftentimes Killjoy is not exactly slept on, but I think at least at my rank, a lot of people say that Killjoy's crutch on their utility, and this is anything but. These players are performing phenomenally.
Seeing both Killjoys on the top of their respective leaderboards.
Above both of their duelists. It's quite the accomplishment. So definitely doing their job in terms of fragging. Devin will pop the knives. The Omen Smoke may be able to buy him some space. Pushes in, the Breach Stun will connect. Jay pops the KO ultimate. 2 ultimates committed from Michigan Tech. Definitely don't want to lose this round, but they're up by 4, 6-2 in round 9. Devin shuts the door to Tree.
We see Omen on top of the box. Look at that weird off angle.
The knives, just a moment ago, if he had fired 2 knives, it would have been 2 headshots. And that's that thing about crosshair placement. Already aiming at that headshot level. Finds one, gets him back, finds 2. Devin looking for a third, can't quite find it. The Breach ultimate connects, knocked back. Maple able to find a kill on Devin. Quinn goes down shortly afterwards. J-Wad's able to find one, and now it's a 3v3. The 2 knife picks turned rapidly into a fight that Wayne State could win. J-Wad's taps the spike, able to find a pick on Jay, now a 2v3.
But this KJ ult is going to be so detrimental to Wayne State right now.
It definitely is, making it very difficult. Terminal able to get that ultimate down, and J-Wad sticking the defusal, but they'll tap it. Block able to get the pick. Terminal finds 2 more again. Michigan Tech cleans up the round. Enough ultimates popped, and they'll go down to the spike. 7-2, headed into round number 10. Only a couple more rounds in this half.
Yeah, we just talked about those KJs and seeing that KJ ult utility come out. Even though Wayne State had the time, Terminal being able to use their utility to the best of their ability and make those decisions was able to clean up that round for NTU.
Absolutely, and as Terminal 13-4, I mean, it doesn't matter what agent you're on. That's a pretty nice KD.
Definitely, 13-4 is nothing to laugh about.
Michigan Tech, the other thing to note, pretty comfortable in terms of econ. Wayne State still trying to recover. It feels like every couple rounds has to be an econ. It feels like just because they can't seem to get that momentum back underneath their feet. They got a couple early, but not quite enough yet. Pushing up mid now, mid to market. That is the rotation they're going for. Raizu holding a small peek, just wants to be able to get intel and maybe a pick if the opportunity provides. But Devin, aware of these positions that they could be playing from. Slow and cautious to push in, especially aware that Jay may have given the intel that Duke is playing on site, as well as the Omen will cover that angle. The Guardian, no shots will be taken, doesn't want to give away his location.
Looks like Duke.
Duke,
Find this contact on site.
yeah, with a stinger as well, definitely could be dangerous playing in this little bit of a hallway.
Does he know that Jay's there?
Jay. Don't do it, Jay. Seems like that might have been enough intel for him. Drops back, Quinn able to find a pick. And Duke, with nobody on site anymore, Raizu the only opportunity to defend the plant, and it won't be enough. Spike gets planted. Michigan Tech once again going for this early plant as Landon goes down to Terminal. Quinn able to find another one, a Killjoy on Killjoy violence into an Omen on Omen violence. That 2 picks right back to back for Michigan Tech.
But we do see an operator on Maple this round.
This could be big, especially considering the econ was not exactly in their favor. Jay Watts goes down, didn't expect Devin to be in that corner. Maple has to be the one to push this, unfortunately. It looks like he's just going to opt to keep the operator. And I definitely agree with that sentiment, but it won't be enough. Maple doesn't drop back fast enough. The team pushes up. And it looks like they might take the operator. They might take that off.
They do not.
They didn't. You're right. I think sometimes that might be the better call when they're already missing econ. They're comfortable with Vandals. They are shooting. There's no real need to pick it up.
Exactly. And honestly, the other thing is you got to think attack defense. They know they're fast pushers. They like to get on site and hold the site. So it's like, I feel it's better to have a Vandal for those close corners than having an op when you're sitting on site and that site.
Absolutely, and one thing we're seeing here from Wayne State is it's still a little bit of a broken buy, and this is definitely one of their last opportunities to get some rounds here, but Guardians with light armor still gives you that chance to really turn around since they can one-tap to the head, just like any other gun. Maybe able to, like a Vandal or Marshall.
Definitely.
Jay Wads playing inside, knows that Jet likes to dash in, gonna be playing patient. KO Molly will be able to buy some space, clears that corner as they look in, able to find one. Jay Wads with 2. The overheal will give him an opportunity. Maple finds a 3rd, and that's what that Guardian Vandal is going to be able to do. Jay able to find 1, 2. But Jay Watts shuts it down, and the last one standing will be Terminal here for Michigan Tech. It looks like he may try and still make a play out of this. Nobody waiting quite yet. Remember, for those of you spectating with us as well, the outlines are only something we can see. These players do not get to see that.
And you always think that sometimes you'll see them aiming right at someone's head through a smoke. And it's
know.
like, just take the shot, but they don't know that.
There's nothing more frustrating than watching somebody hold a perfect angle on somebody's head and never shoot.
And then they walk away, and you're like, oh.
You could have had a pick. Terminal for an opportunity with the Molly here. Pops it, sprays, won't quite find it. Raizu, and while it doesn't say thrifty, definitely a broken buy from Wayne State. Turns into a 1-round, 8-3. We're going to see a 9-3 curse in the first game of the day.
Could we? That would be something.
12-8 from Jay Wads. Beautiful positioning there. Read that play well, and those 3 picks right out the gates definitely causing a problem for Michigan Tech. Devin, 12-7, been finding a lot of those picks for his team. Terminal, been playing extremely well around the spike, something Killjoy is obviously capable of.
Definitely, definitely. But going into this final round of the half, we are going to see an early contact. Jay Ward's killing Jay and getting out, giving Wayne State that 5v4 advantage going into this last round.
That is an enormous pick to get right out the gates, especially to make it out alive, and essentially by burning their util as well. We saw the knife, we saw the smokes. Maple playing at mid, rotates off just in time not to get noticed by block. And as Michigan Tech will push up mid and Cat, Devin able to find a pick. Maple goes down with the assist from the Omen.
Now moving up to hold that spot, but unfortunately gets smoked off.
Wayne State may have better luck going for a time buy here, but that's one thing Michigan Tech has definitely been doing really well. They are quick to execute their plays. Landon playing behind box. Devin going to get in and shut that door early. The alarm bot triggered from Landon. Sova drone will bring that down. The ultimate from Sova makes this difficult. Landon brought down by Quinn with the assist from the Sova. That ultimate causing so much problem.
One enemy remaining.
Block, Terminal, Quinn able to clean it up, and Michigan Tech just like that. What looked like a favored round for Wayne State as they find that early pick is quickly turned into a difficult fight. Last round that they were in for that half, so we definitely expected to see something along the lines of some ults popped, and indeed we did.
And just like that, the 9-3.
9-3 is indeed what we're looking at here. Michigan Tech up by 6 rounds, headed into round number 13, or the first round of the second half of the map. For those of you unfamiliar with Valorant or just tuning in for the first time now, Michigan Tech was on attack at first, and now they'll be defending. Michigan Tech will now be the team in the green, and Wayne State will be the team in the red. Michigan Tech, after 12 rounds, you switch sides. Whether you are attacking or defending, you switch and have to do it back-to-back. That way, nobody can just sweep 13-0 on one side, especially if it's an attack or defense-sided map. No pick, but a little bit of damage. Duke of Stench finds some shots with the Ghost onto Devin. Not quite enough, though. Smokes will be popped from multiple sides. That one way could have proven to be lethal. Jay looking for a chance to find one. Devin goes down on site. Raizu able to find one, but J-Wads trades it out quickly. The overheal going to be a major problem here in these early pistol rounds. Wayne State finding some good value here. The spike planted by Raizu. Quinn playing in heaven, looking for an opportunity to find a pick as Maple playing behind box, narrowly out of the reach of the Omen.
We're going to see a KJ contact in mode.
And Landon, Sheriff in hand, finds a beautiful pick.
Does he? Does indeed.
Shock dart.
Shock Dart won't quite connect, and only having the one makes that difficult. The Sonar could be difficult here.
Was it there going to try to find this pick?
Classic swing from Quinn and able to pick up that Sheriff.
Scanning ahead.
Block with the Sonar. Shot out immediately and actually hit through the smoke as he swings out. J-Wads finds the pick. Raizu traded by Quinn, but can't quite be enough. We see a little bit of
a dance as they're reloading.
I've always wanted to come up with an official name for that because I feel like we've all done it.
Oh, yeah.
We've all done the reload slide.
There it is. The reload shuffle.
Ooh, I like that.
All right. So as we just saw, the reload shuffle, both both members not having any bullets, but can't do anything about it, so you just gotta stand there.
And there's nothing like a reload shuffle because you just both stand in there helpless, like, hey, how you doing? We're just gonna
Give me
just
like 5 seconds. I'll be right there.
we'll finish this in a second. Definitely beautifully played though. Wayne State able to find themselves an early round. We saw them excel on that pistol round last time, and indeed, yet they pick up another one. The Sonar could be good. I think the other thing that's really interesting here is the variety of crosshairs.
Yes, definitely. And I think that's something that's always fun to see.
I think, is it Duke of Stench have a spider? Looks kind of like it. Terminal. I think Terminal uses the same crosshair I do. Block goes down. Duke will also fall for Wayne State. Michigan Tech will lose Terminal in the process, but Raizu looks like he'll get the spike down as well. J-Wads will be covering that. Landon covering that entry from B main, and just in time as Michigan Tech will arrive. The Molly should buy some space for Landon to be able to make a play here, but it seems like they've read that he's pinched in this corner. The KO Molly will be difficult. Finds one in return.
Getting one there is huge.
Quinn able to find the pick with a classic, but the Stinger enough to find the trade. J-Wads able to find one. Maple with another two. For those of you unfamiliar, that's called a hero buy, essentially. On round 2, when you buy a Vandal with either no shields or light shields, it's a risky play because you are using essentially not only all of your econ, but you run the risk of giving the other team a free Vandal in a bonus round for yourself. So that can definitely be detrimental to your econ should it not work out. But J-Wads and Maple, they made it look good.
They did. Really coming through, giving us that hero aspect of the hero buy and using their gun to get the most kills for their team.
Absolutely, and another thing to take note is first half we saw 2 of the rounds go to Wayne State in those pistol early rounds, and so we've gotten through the first 2 pistol rounds, both teams seemingly kind of hitting that bonus point now. This is where Michigan Tech started turning things around last time. So I wonder if that's going to be the same thing, or now that we're on attack, is it going to flip? Michigan Tech needs 4 rounds to win. Maybe Wayne State needs 8. Devin has a dash. The stun might connect, but Terminal getting in a fight over on B has to drop back. Raizu will rotate to assist, but seems like Quinn is going to have to help there from Market. Maple able to find a pick on Devin. Duke able to find one on Jay. The shock darts land.
Bringing Maple down, almost 100 HP.
Maple 57 health and
Finds
able to find a pick regardless. Block goes down, not happy about those Sova darts. Decided to get his revenge. Now mid the market, Quinn and Terminal will rotate off. Gonna go assist where their teammate may need it. Terminal brought down. J-Wads doing what Reynas do best and finding those frags.
For the team. Bringing the score 9-6.
I mean, just I didn't want to say 9-3 Kirks, and then
it happened. We're starting to see it, but
Well,
I'm gonna say it. 9-3 Kirks.
I think we talked about this on one of our own streams recently. Was that I think Mikey mentioned that there was a study done about like they compared a lot of these games where there were 9-3 scenarios, and it debunked it essentially. It's nothing but that the fact that we just in our own heads create this.
Yeah.
But is it funny to talk about?
Exactly.
It's really funny.
It happens on 8-4s. It happens on 10-2s. But when it's a 9-3, I think that's just the meme that the community's created. And so when you see it happen on a 9-3, you got to point out 9-3 Kirks.
As they call the timeout, we're going to see a little bit of the teams chatting, getting an opportunity to kind of just take a breath. Sometimes I think that's something in Valorant with those rounds that sometimes you just need. I know that's definitely a breather, an opportunity to maybe take a sip of your water, your G Fuel, if you will, whatever your source of caffeine may happen to be.
But seeing these teams, I think one of the biggest things also that we talk about in Valorant is momentum.
Absolutely.
And Michigan Tech, knowing that Wayne State just took 3 rounds, they want to take that time out. They want to pause, take their own breather, and be like, all right, let's stop them, gather our breath. Let's think about this next round.
Absolutely, and the other thing is we've talked about this before is in traditional sports and anything it goes with momentum. You ice it's a term called icing them. You do it and you see it in football with kickers. You see it in volleyball when people are on hot ace streaks. It's just common. But an early dash in from Devin won't quite find a pick, but a lot of information. And I mean, I think this is at all roots what we would call a clown fiesta.
Yeah, 5v5 and mid, just everyone trying to find the
Pistols, Sheriffs, Util dumped. Quinn with the double headshot back-to-back, brought down by Landon, but I'd say he found his trades.
Especially being with those worst guns and seeing Raizu at about 10 HP, but also Devin low himself.
Yeah, Raizu will get that plant down. Gonna be big money.
There's no dash. So Devin has to figure out how he wants to execute this with getting out of the smoke.
We've seen a lot so far in terms of how people have aggressed onto this point, and the most common one really has been that dash straight over to close that market door while his teammate covers. But with no dash, they're going to just push straight to sight. Raizu able to find one. Devin goes down. Jay able to find one, but low on health. Landon playing for market, able to find one on terminal. Block finds the trade on Raizu. Landon will have to be their block. Low on health, but it's not enough. The 2v1 playing their time, and they will get the defuse just in time. Michigan Tech on a thrifty win. The timeout paying off, and now 10-6, Michigan Tech's favor headed into round 17. This is going to be a good match, I can tell.
Yeah, it's going to be close. But I think we are going to see our first full buy of the half on both sides.
Absolutely, and something to keep an eye on. Devin with the operator.
I'm waiting to see it.
I'm a big fan of the operator as a crutch myself.
Oh, same here.
I always enjoy getting to see a real talented player use the operator because they really do. It is really a different scene getting to see a talented player perform with an operator. We see a heavy push coming in from A. The knife looks like they couldn't quite destroy it. Devin holding this mid angle, daring them to peek again, but they won't this time.
Oh, but is he going to know right to the left?
Cat, there seems to be so many. Landon finds the final blow through the wall, assisted by J-Wads. Devin goes down, drops the operator, and the flash, the blind from Reyna, will give them the opportunity to cross as they make it onto site, shut the door to Tree, and Quinn, now having to play from heaven, could make this difficult as he seems to be the only one on site or nearby site, has to wait for his team to come join him. Quinn, now joined by more than just himself. Terminal does go down in the process.
5v4 in favor of
You should run.
with the Killjoy ult coming out.
Killjoy ultimate from Landon could prove to be very big here, especially as Michigan Tech is trying to get on site. Looks like they're going to go for the aggressive play, try and find the picks before and bring it down. Block finds 2, Jay with 1, and J-Wads in return finds a double, and the Killjoy ultimate didn't even have to go off. The aggressive play paid off for Wayne State instead, and the Killjoy ultimate able to buy some space, even though it didn't go off, still able to find that pressure.
I think I was just about to use that term as the pressure. Wayne State, or MTU, knew that they had to push on the site after they saw that ult come out, and I think that's really what put Wayne State in the position to win that round, is because they had that pressure for MTU to make a play.
And J-Wads, first one to hit 20 kills of the day, 21 and 10, over a 2 KD, now on attack, seemingly doing Definitely what I think Duelists can perform a little more. It's kind of like how on defense, Sentinels always feel a little stronger. I definitely think that in this scenario, Duelists just always feel stronger. And a humongous sonar. Seems like that pinged 3 or 4, if not all 5. And the operator from Maple brings down Jay. Devin's operator from moments ago, not enough. But Devin wants it back.
He's like, give me that back.
He said, hey, I see that you fixed it. You know,
You got the kill with it.
you got the kill. Now I'd like it back.
But Jayward said, I don't like you having it.
Yeah, I don't like that. His operator changing possessions rapidly. Terminal able to find one with a classic, but Raizu finds a trade. 10-7 right now. Michigan Tech still with the lead. Raizu gets the spike down. Duke now going to throw the flash from Block. Does find that killed. Duke able to find the trade though. Now Quinn in a 1v2.
Thinks about using the ult, but decides to hold on.
Omen Ultimate could be big here in terms of making a bait or getting intel, but it's definitely going to be difficult to help you in a 1v2. Omen, the only real ability that could be big here is Smokes and the flash, and it's not enough as he drops onto site. Quinn brought down by J-Wads, and Wayne State progresses closer and closing this gap 10-8, headed into round number 19.
This is a very close game we got in our hands.
I have to say, J-Wads is setting the bar extremely high for everyone.
Yeah, for the rest of the day. Really showing off what he can do for his team, what frags he can get on that duelist role. And
Duke hitting us with this beautiful inspect as well.
the little drums in the background.
The one thing I always loved about Riot's games is League, Valorant, and everything, really. They do a great job with the cosmetics.
Of course. That is a huge knife. 5
Wow.
players suppressed.
5 suppressed with the knife.
Really slows down.
Who needs a lineup when you could just read? Maple. Block with the double ultimate kill. The KO knife into the predicted ult. Finds 2, and Wayne State losing 2 to that is going to be enormous.
That is going to be a huge start for MTU.
The first fight we've really seen of this half where MTU seemingly has not only an advantage, but a big one. As J-Wads has the spike in hand, it looks like they still may be deciding to settle on A, but after pushing A so many rounds back-to-back, Wayne State has definitely become more comfortable with rotating straight over to it. We see all 5 of Michigan Tech's players rotating onto A. Sova, the only one heading from mid as Terminal finds another pick. J-Wads goes down, spike dropped. Maple will have to pick it back up. Landon and Maple, the only 2 alive for Wayne State, as Landon's able to find 1. Terminal have to play from here. Maple gets the spike down. Landon throws a molly, gets brought down by Devin with a double headshot.
Great round from MTU. Started off strong with that 5-man knife. Double kill on the Sova ult. Really setting them up to win this round when Wayne State eventually aggressive on the site.
If I'm a coach or the captain or whoever called that play for Michigan Tech, I'm giving myself a pat on the back.
Yeah, like, you know that was a good one.
18 and 12 from Terminal, still doing exactly what you can expect from a Sentinel, which is causing a problem.
I was about to say, getting kills, holding down a site together, they're just a problem.
And that was beautifully done as well. We saw the the KO knife, like you said, directly into that Sova ultimate. And we've seen Block. I really want to acknowledge this. I don't think we get to see great Sovas very often. Block has had lineups for, I mean, it seems like most of the plant locations.
Yeah, didn't he just get a shock dart kill on the plant?
Got a shock dart kill, and we saw him damaging earlier with him while planting. Definitely knowing those locations is something I don't get to see very often myself, and I'm really enjoying getting to see that utility that's so unique. And
you could tell he's gone into a custom game on this map at least a couple times to really just set himself up for these lineups and practicing for these matches.
Absolutely. KO knife will deny the initial knives from Maple. They'll wait out the presence, and as the suppression runs out, Maple will pull the knives back out. The sonar now there, but it gets one ping off. Maple can't quite find the shot, and that's an Odin from the Sova. Maple brought down by Terminal. Devin able to find one as well. The Breach Ultimate will pop out, but isn't going to be enough as Devin has already found that second pick, and now MTU in a 5v3, the spike in the hands of Raizu, but he's missing some health. Raizu able to find one, but Duke traded out. Terminal able to find a third. Quinn cleans up the round. Michigan Tech putting themselves on the map point, 12-8, headed into round number 21.
That got a little hectic there at the end, but as we could see, timeout coming in from Wayne State. They got to slow this down. They got to.
Absolutely. And we've seen really both of these teams have done a phenomenal job of when these fights break out, they collapse quickly. It's not just fights that break out and then they stand there getting in a fight and, you know, calling it good. They really get in that fight and they're there. They're ready.
Yeah.
They know he's coming from here. He's coming from there. It's fast paced. I know Valorant sometimes as a tactical shooter doesn't seem nearly as fast as maybe other FPSs, you know, Call of Duty or Overwatch maybe, but definitely Valorant has these moments where it is indeed very fast paced and it might get loud.
Yes. No, I mean, you can just hear it sometimes. Just like when there's a 5v5 fight, everyone's trying to call where they see their own person. Everyone's swinging off each other because finding a method to those madness when it gets loud there is just something that is a mark of a good team, being able to communicate through these really fast and loud fights.
Absolutely. And right now we get a look at Michigan Tech and some of their, I believe, substitute players, maybe some other rosters also hanging around. Very glad to have you. Again, I just want to reiterate, very glad to have y'all here. I know it's a long drive. I know y'all had to leave very early yesterday, but we're glad you made it here. We're glad you made it safe. And, well, welcome to the arena.
Exactly.
Welcome to Bulldog Country.
We are happy to have y'all here.
Huskies, Bulldogs, we're all dogs here.
Exactly. We get along.
Wayne State pushing up Cat. We've seen this a lot from J-Wads, and it's turned into a lot of early picks when they play together, the two duelists like this. We see 3 playing up A main. And now as they push through tree, it's going to prove to be difficult. Jay pops that ultimate, shuts the door, but not before Maple can find a pick onto Devin. Maple finds a second one, brings down Jay on site, but the ultimate's still up and online. Could prove to be a problem. Quinn can't quite find a pick. Duke finds the kill. They bring down the KO as well. Jay will finally fall. No more ultimate to suppress their whole team. Block and Terminal going to have to make a bit of a play here.
Spike planted.
2v5.
Could prove to be a difficult one as well. Like you said, 2v5 could be difficult. And now it's a 1v5.
Yep.
Block has some lineups, but is it going to be enough to turn this kind of round with no shock darts? I don't know. I don't know that. Able to find one.
Catches one on the way out.
If you're gonna go down, you might as well go down swinging, and indeed they did. Duke of Stench able to find that final blow, but Block did find 1 kill before going down. 12-9, headed into round number 22. And as we look at the scoreboard, I was just gonna say last round that Terminal and J-Wad's the only two to find 1 kill every single round. But as we head into round number 22, Terminal will have to find 1 more to keep that up. But I have extreme faith that that's definitely a capability. They have J-Wads also finding at least 1 kill a round, so definitely that's all I can ask of my duelist.
Yeah, getting theirs.
Killjoy with really early pressure here. Terminal hoping to find maybe an early pick, feeling aggressive. It's like he heard me that he wants that kill.
What goes down to Maple?
Goes down to Maple, won't quite work out the way they were hoping, but Block can't quite find it either. Maple with a double kill. Wayne State looking to hit that double-digit number of rounds won. They'll get the spike planted by Raizu. And now able to find a play as the spike is planted. Raizu, J-Wads, and it appears Maple all going to be able to play and defend this spike. All 5 still standing for Wayne State. Michigan Tech missing 2. 3v5. The flash will be thrown. Util currently being dumped the kitchen sink, if you will. J-Wads able to find 1. Devin goes down. Jay able to find the first blood for Michigan Tech, but Maple able to find his 3rd kill of the round. Jay finds himself a 2nd one, but it's not enough. Landon cleans up the round, and Michigan Tech will go down. Wayne State hitting round number 10 for themselves, and now headed into round number 23. Michigan Tech it seems like defining this closeout round definitely is proving to be a little more difficult than they may have hoped.
Definitely.
Well, and this kind of bounces back to what I said earlier, that I really do think this map tends to be attacker-sided.
Yeah, and we are seeing that heavily during this game.
Seems like Michigan Tech going for a smart decision here. Doesn't want to be broken by 2 rounds back-to-back. Going to go for a bit of a econ round right now and hope they can find any value they can. But Devin, knives popped. It's about as economic as you can get.
Yeah.
Nobody playing in there, but Raizu waiting for that smoke to drop. As soon as it does, Jay, first one to go down. Maple able to find that kill. Terminal finds the trade. Knives popped. The smoke will go out. The alarm bot. Did he just use the smoke to deny the alarm bot vision?
He did.
That is an enormous brain decision. I've never even thought about that. Block able to cover his teammate. J-Wad's able to find 1. Quinn goes down. Devin looking to find the trade. Hasn't quite found it yet. Block flying from inside this corner. They must have seen the shot when the blind went away. Namali, dangerous, but Block makes it out alive. Low on health. Jwad's able to find a kill through the wall. Devin goes down. Now into you in a 2v4. 2v3 as Block is able to find one. And not just any pick. That's a pick on Jwad's. That's the top frag and currently definitely causing a bit of a problem for Michigan Tech. As Spike will get planted, Raizu will get that down. Terminal seemingly didn't notice Landon. Now he knows.
Michigan Tech still having
You should
Terminal up.
run. Placing swarm grenade.
Terminal with the ultimate, but his one Killjoy ultimate goes down. It's going to prove to be difficult to get the other. The flash connects. Well, looks like he'll have to rotate off to try and dodge this Killjoy ultimate. The timer only ticking longer for Raizu as he's playing in back of sight Block, hoping to cover from market here, but they're going to have to get on site soon, and they're going to have to find these picks fast. Block daring them to push up. Can't quite find a shot. Terminal finds one on Raizu. Duke able to find a kill, but as he sticks to defuse, I don't know if he'll have enough time. Gets half, stands up, not fast enough. Landon finds the kill, and well, it was an econ. And the kill on Duke as well.
Honestly, for an econ round, getting 4.
That's pretty ideal, especially because now we're going to see what definitely is, well,
Unfortunately, it didn't set
I was
them
going to say,
back.
it didn't quite work the way they were hoping because there was a comfortable bit of econ for Wayne State built up, but
I think the real play was that they were saving so that they could make sure they could buy on this last round.
absolutely, and that's what we're seeing here, a full buy round. It's about as even as you can get. Terminal, ultimate online, Maple with the knives, Raizu with the Omen teleport. Block may go for another early sonar here.
Revealing area.
Trying to get some info for his team.
Recon Bolt destroyed before he can even get a single ping. But that gives you the intel you need. There's somebody there at the minimum. Devin looking to play behind box here.
No one's really, there's not aggression. They're playing slow. They want to make sure that they can hit this site as 5 all at once. And they're about to do that. Maple dash down.
The dash. KO will find that suppression. Maple shutting market door. Jwad's playing from on top of market, daring somebody to push through there. Maple will be the one on site to cover Raizu as they go for the plant. Quinn using that hammer to do what hammers do best, break down that door. Devin finds a headshot. Jwad's goes down. Block using that drone, trying to find some intel. The Killjoy ultimate coming out from Michigan Tech could prove to be big here, but the breach aftershock, I think that will destroy it as Quinn finds another kill. The Killjoy ultimate will be destroyed, but Michigan Tech already found the value they need. 2 picks, 3 picks, 4! Terminal, Quinn, both able to find them. Landon swings out, able to find one. Can he find the rest that he needs? It's not enough. Michigan Tech will get the defusal and the map.
Win. That was
Defenders
close.
win.
Michigan Tech storms away with an early lead, and Wayne State rapidly coming back when they were on their own attack, but not quite enough, and that will be that map.
Great map, all in all. Seeing that 26 and 14 and 24 and 16 from J-Words and Terminal. Just seeing great performances from both teams. Also, Devin, MTU Block, just everyone on their teams and their respective doing what they needed to do for their team. Everyone had their util that helped everyone get kills.
Absolutely, and we see there they are going to swap one. I think that was from Wayne State that I saw. I'm going to make a change for the players. In the meantime, we're going to go have a minute, chat with the players, see how they're feeling after one map. We'll be right back very shortly. Get comfortable. This is going to be a good match.
We could definitely see this map 3 and overtimes. This is gonna be close.
This is going to be a good one.
So we will see you all soon.
We will be right back. and welcome back as we get ready for map number 2. I got a chance to talk with some of the players. I know Michigan Tech, good group, 3 or 4 of them were saying, never doubted it for a second.
Never.
So they were very confident in how they were playing. I know they were feeling extremely comfortable, and I got a chance to talk with Jay Wads. He said, oh, I messed up on the last round, and it cost us that. And I said, don't beat yourself up. I think you were doing fine.
I think you got more than enough on yours going throughout the game.
But definitely 13 and 11 on map 1 proves that we're going to have a good match coming up ahead of us. I'm not sure if Ascent, I meant to ask if Ascent was one of the team's map picks over the other. I assume it was, but I'd be curious to know whose it was. I know at Ferris State our running joke is you lose your own map pick, you win the other team's map pick, and then you win it in a reverse sweep. Yep. Pretty much. So
I think that's fair.
Following that same rule of thumb, I would have to assume that was Wayne State's map pick, and they're ready to come back with a vengeance here on map 2. As you may have seen, the lobby was getting itself sorted out, so we should be headed back in relatively shortly. But I'm definitely looking forward to this. We got to see some really good stuff. The question is, on a different map, will we see a lot of changes, or are those really comfort picks as well? Maybe Killjoy is just it's that one character that they play a lot of, and maybe if we go to a map where Killjoy's not as dominant, maybe we'll see less of that, or maybe a counterpart is we'll see something, they're so diverse they can play everything, and Killjoy may be their weakest Sentinel.
Maybe.
So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what could change here. We saw that lobby just a moment ago. I believe, did I see Bind? Is that where we were headed for map 2?
I would enjoy a Bind.
I would always enjoy Bind because you know what that means we might get to see? Yoru.
Here at Fair State, on all of our Valorant teams, we have at least one person who really enjoys Yoru, and I think a lot of our teams enjoy Bind.
It's
so.
just fun. It's just
fun.
I like to teleport and flash and run through their whole team, and it's a fun kit. Definitely one of the more fun kits in Valorant. I would agree.
For sure.
So if we go to Bind, that's definitely something we can expect. But what map were you hoping to see?
I mean, I enjoy watching Lotus because I feel like there's a lot of, on attack and defense, there's a lot of faking, there's a lot of outplayability, and there's a lot of different ways you can attack sites on Lotus, and I think that's one of my maps I most enjoy watching. I
think I'm going to give a hot take here. I wish, it's not in rotation anymore, but I wish it was still one we had. I miss Pearl.
Oh, I agree with you.
I wish Pearl was there, and indeed we do have a Bind. Devin locking in that raise early. Quinn no longer on the Omen, instead going for the Viper. Definitely more dominant on this map, I would say. Landon seemingly doing the same thing with almost the potential for a double controller. One switch we are seeing is it looks like Duke swapped out, now putting Skirt on the chamber.
All right. Oh, on the breach.
Oh, no Sentinel. If they decide to lock that in, I have to say that might be the first time I've seen a no Sentinel comp on Bind.
Yeah.
There's a lot of rotation potential on this map. Chamber, definitely a dominant pick here to deny. It is one rotation that happens often, but you have to be able to deny it with some sort of trip or slow, and Chamber with that can do that, or Cypher is also often a good pick here. Killjoy as well can single-handedly lock down sites, so I know our very own Jackson likes that on this map as well.
Of course, yeah. Honestly, I feel like Bind is a map that we see play with almost all the Sentinels, because I know our gold team runs a Sage. We see Cyphers. We see, obviously, Chambers.
I think the other day when our team played, I think we ran Chamber, and I think it was just Chamber.
Yeah.
But definitely, definitely a lot of potential for various things. I've got to say, that was very cool from Wayne State, whether that was coordinated or not, going one by one down the list of who locked in. That was pretty... I don't know if that was coordinated, but if it was, good job, guys. That was pretty neat to watch.
Yep.
Devin, Terminal, definitely performed last round. Terminal, somebody I'm excited to see on a different Sentinel now. Chamber, I mean, Killjoy has a lot of kill potential to begin with that variety of utility, the mollies, the turret, the zoning, the Killjoy ultimate. There's just so much that can happen. And I think Chamber, well, I mean, he's got the pocket operator.
Yep, he's got the op.
And so the pocket operator definitely, at least that's the tour de force, I believe it's actually called. But it's really just a pocket op. That's what I've always thought it is. And that's definitely something we're going to see here coming out. Is going to be that we saw a lot of strong plays from Terminal earlier. We know they're talented. We know they can land those shots. So now giving them the Headhunter and the tour de force will definitely prove to make a big difference here, and we see 4 shots in that tour de force and that Headhunter right off the bat.
I think, fun fact, This was a stat I heard a long time ago. I don't know if any nerfs changed it, but the Headhunter does have the fastest pull-out to fire time in any game.
I think you're right.
Of any gun.
I think I have heard that as well, and I believe the same thing goes for the Tour de Force. It's faster than the normal operator, so if you get in that operator 1v1, you can win that. Right now, Landon going for early play. The nade will connect, take some damage, going for that armor first round, paid off. Only loses 4 armor and 2 health, but Viper having to stall some time with those mollies and smokes to buy some time for their team as the team will rotate. Raze double satchels in, buy some space, goes down early. Skirt finds 1 kill with the ghost. Devin falls. Landon playing behind sight now, still trying to find an opportunity for another one as they do. Raizu brings down Jay. 2 for Michigan Tech, already missing. And in round 1, Block rotating really quickly with a spike in hand. Could make a play here as his team has cleared out A. The rest of them all rotated to B a little too quickly, and now
Terminal and Quinn already on site.
this is that double controller advantage you're going to have. Everybody rushes B so quickly, rotated a little fast, and these smokes are going to pay off. Terminal able to find one with the Headhunter before he's brought down by Landon. Maple will fall, but Michigan Tech in a 2v4, but they're both controllers. Definitely somebody you want to have on your team after the spike is planted.
Definitely.
Quinn looking for that molly to buy some space for his team. Landon clearing out U-Haul right now, has to push through that molly. Block able to find the kill. Landon goes down, traded out by Raizu, but a 1v3 as he's trying to buy space, finds the kill, but it's not enough. Quinn finds 1 and falls to J-Wads. Wayne State grabs round 1.
They do indeed.
You really expect them to work.
Great retake, because as we saw before, all 5 of them off-site, really using their number advantage to get back on that site after that.
Absolutely. One thing as well that I noticed is that earlier on, J-Wads was having a little bit of trouble, it felt like, getting that momentum going underneath. But once about 5 or 6 rounds in, once that momentum was there, he was moving.
Yeah.
And I think that's something we're going to see here going in again, is he's got that momentum from the last map, and he's going for the hero buy here.
Yeah.
So we definitely could see a really, really strong play here. But at the same time, it's like we said, it's a big risk to run when you're in a position J-Wads is. If he drops this round and loses that Vandal and they can't pick it back up, that's a lot of credit spent and not enough value. The Headhunter from Terminal. Raizu will fall. Maple narrowly makes it out alive, and
Maple having the first outlaw buy of the day, I believe. I don't think we saw any outlaws on Ascent.
I think you're right. And this map definitely one that I think favors the Outlaw. Lots of opportunities for collaterals and lots of opportunities for these long sight lines that we're seeing. Even holding an angle like that with an Outlaw could be good.
Definitely.
The Outlaw, for those of you less familiar with the newer Valorant weapons, the newest addition to the game, a 2-shot cowboy repeater is the best way I could describe it.
Yeah.
Any 2 body shots will kill, and a headshot will 1-shot, so it has a lot of collateral as well. So you can 5-man line up, 2 body shots, and get a 5-man ace. Maple.
Here we're about to see it.
15 health, finds one on the body. Devin goes down, and the spike planted. Now a 4v4, but Maple missing a fair bit of health. Skirt gonna throw out that drone, hope to find some intel. Landon might push into U-Haul here to try and clear it out. The Stinger could be the better weapon for that, but J-Wads now pushing into showers with that Vandal, that hero buy. Are we gonna get to see it? He will. Block goes down. J-Wads able to find 1, and now a 4v3 in the favor of Wayne State. Landon finds another one. Jay goes down. Terminal finds that kill with the Headhunter, but Skirt brought down Maple. J-Wads quickly cleaning it up, though. Quinn and Terminal fall, and Michigan Tech will once again. Pistol round goes to Wayne State, and the bonus round will as well. I say it on the Ferris State stream when we're streaming our own games, and I'll say it here again. Pistol round does not decide the game, but
it is very important.
I'm always okay with 2 free rounds.
Exactly.
J-Wads able to find some humongous value with that Vandal, paid off, and now 1 point off that Empress. That ultimate could be big here going into a round 3. When you're on a bonus round and you have a Vandal, having Empress can be big. I think playing Freyna, especially in an organized competitive scene like Collegiate, can prove to be incredibly difficult in terms of finding exactly what you're looking for. But I have to say, as far as Reynas go in organized competitive, J-Wads has proven to... I think this is the best Reyna gameplay I've seen in organized competitive. The Outlaw shot from Maple connects.
Does do 140.
140, Raze.
Feeling hurt.
Not feeling great after that one, but Skirt gonna throw out that drone, hoping to get some intel. J-Wads playing from inside elbow, looking for another pick. Maple finds 1. Jay goes down, but traded out by Devin. Devin finds 2 back-to-back. Skirt will fall as well, and now Michigan Tech in a 3v3. J-Wads able to find 1 on Block.
I think that's one of the best parts.
Quinn waiting for them to repeak on that elbow. Quinn able to find that pick. J-Wads goes down. The Empress was popped, but not quite able to find the value they were looking for there. Devin, Quinn playing from inside box. Raizu finds 2 with the Vandal. Terminal able to find 1.
Ooh, and Landon.
But Landon reading that up the
around.
That was a beautiful headshot too. That was Landon. Landon has definitely been doing fairly well so far this round. We've seen some really nice stuff, and I don't know that that was his, but was that a Radiant buddy?
Yeah, I believe that is.
I think there's a couple Radiant players here.
There is a couple. I believe Maple is one of them, though.
Yeah, Maple definitely has been doing a lot in terms of finding this value and doing their job as duelists. I think one thing people think, and I know the direct description is definitely that a duelist should be getting those entry frags.
Yeah.
But sometimes the best thing you can do as a duelist is make space.
Yeah, I think that's part of the role.
Yep. And I've taken that a little too seriously with my own personal gameplay where I use myself as a human flashbang, but that's just because I can't aim.
We've seen it.
Yeah.
The double race satchel, you're in there.
But the counterpart is that when you can aim and you're playing somebody like Jet, Raze, and you're playing at this high of a skill level, I mean, these players are doing phenomenal in terms of finding this value. They're not swinging behind him because they think they need to. They're swinging behind him because that's how the team plays, and they're doing a phenomenal job of that, making sure they get the value out of that. And we saw that earlier. Devin, double satcheled in there, was able to find 2 kills right off the bat, and that pretty much gave Wayne State the round.
Oh, definitely.
Again, Wayne State, glad to have them here for GLIAC this year. I know last year we only had 4 teams, I believe, at GLIAC. It was Davenport, Purdue Northwest. I'm sorry, 5 teams, because Grand Valley was also there. Ferris State, and I've just forgotten somebody. Whichever school I've forgotten, I'm sorry. I did have the traditional brain fart.
It happens.
But we are glad to have the schools joining us this year that were not able to last year, Saginaw Valley and Wayne State. Glad to have y'all here. Thank you for making the trip, and we're glad you made it here safely. 3-0, Wayne State with the lead, headed into round number 4. J-Wad still with the Vandal. Now that's a cool Bulldog skin.
I love cryostasis.
Was that cryostasis? Ooh, I don't think I knew that had a Bulldog skin. The nade could be big. The Headhunter finds some damage, not quite a pick. Raizu has to drop back down.
J-Word's leaving at 50 HP.
J-Wad's, yeah, definitely missing a fair bit of health there. The Bulldog, obviously a weapon of choice here at Ferris State. Quinn pushing through, stuck inside Decay, and vulnerable, still finds the shot. Landon. That's a nasty surprise if I've ever seen one. Quinn looking for an opportunity to find another one, but Maple pushing into U-Haul could make that dangerous. Seems like he may have heard the rotation off, but somebody's going to have to turn around and cover Quinn's back here. Able to find 1, 2, back to back. The Molly finds it. Quinn shuts it down. But Maple finding the trade for his teammates there. A 2-for-2 trade in terms of the fight. Terminal able to find 1. Raizu finally goes down. And now a 3v2 turns to a 3v1 as the Headhunter, well, let's just say it's an apt name for it. Finds another headshot, brings one down, and Terminal, well, I said it once and I'll say it again. It's Terminal.
It is. Those shots are just...
J-Wad's hoping to find that trade. Viper, after running through a Molly of their own and the other team's Molly, somehow coming out alive and about half health still. Difficult position to push here. Pushes through. Quinn waiting for it. Finds 3. I always love good Viper gameplay. Because there's so much potential. The vulnerable, the Molly, the damage, the lineups, the walls, the smokes, the one-ways. It never ends.
The potential is... The outplay potential is unlimited.
And that's what we're seeing right now. Quinn, 5-3. Terminal, 6-3. Chamber and Viper proving to be exactly as dangerous as their character design is meant to be.
Definitely. We are going to see Wayne State on kind of a half buy here, seeing what they can do against defending against this full buy from MTU, but also seeing the Chamber ult come out.
Tour de Force has been popped. I think traditionally whenever I think almost every time I play into a Chamber and I hear, you want to play, let's play, I go, no, not really.
I don't want to play.
I don't really want to play. I'm gonna go hide back here in my corner and
not
peek you at all. But Raizu, he's feeling confident. He knows Chamber's been there every round, and he gets it again. Terminal gets 1. Devin finds another one. Michigan Tech up 2 now as a 5v3 turns into a 4v3. J-Wads.
That was a shot.
Man, he's gonna set an Aim Labs high score at this point. That was an outstanding headshot with the Sheriff. The Sheriff, definitely a strong buy here. You can punish people with full shields, even when you're on an econ here. And now the overheal proving to be of value.
But Wayne State had the read. They put 2 on A because they read this rotate. They've done it before.
And they did it earlier, and they'll do it again. MTU finds 1. Landon goes down. Maple Maple and JWad, the last two standing,
Charges left.
trying to make the trade if they can. Maple able to find one. Block goes down. JWad traded out by Terminal, and as he peeks out, Terminal.
It's 4.
I mean, the tour de force found its tour through the entirety of Wayne State's team, able to find 4 kills there. Absolutely phenomenal job from MTU. 2-3 in favor of Wayne State headed into round number 6, but MTU is turning it around. Maple, operator in hand now.
And we see 3 ults online for MTU and about to receive the Viper's Pit too this round probably.
Now, the Brimstone Ultimate is known for having a lot of, unique uses. You can use it in combination with Yoru. You can body block people into locations. But I think specifically on Bind, you see the most unique applications of it.
Definitely.
You deny rotations. You punish. You pinch and collapse on these fights. And I think that's something we could see here. That Brimstone Ultimate is massive. What it looks like we're seeing from Wayne State is almost a post-plant comp. We've got 2 duelists and then Brim, Viper, and Sova. And MTU, not exactly with something too crazy different. Chamber is a little less post-plant, still has that ult, and that Headhunter could be dangerous. Definitely playing more for their own gunplay, and they know that they're talented enough players. Terminal finds a shot on Landon. Raizu will fall to Quinn as well. Now what turns from a 4v5 into a 4v3 as Ray's the only one missing from Michigan Tech, and now Skirt trying to find that trade as they'll take the teleporter. The Sky Ultimate committed. Jay pushing forward, able to find a kill on JWads, and that's going to be a big pick for Michigan Tech. Missing 3 now, a 4v2, going to prove to make it difficult. Skirt and Maple, the last 2 standing for Wayne State here. The operator's still in hand, but has to connect one of these shots sooner or later, or they're going to have a difficult time justifying this 4,700 credit buy.
Exactly.
Terminal.
Oh, Terminal.
On the flank
They don't
of a
know.
lifetime, and they have no idea.
1 enemy remaining.
Able to
And
clean it up.
just,
Terminal with 7 kills in 2 rounds.
What is he at right now? Like 13 on round 7? Yep.
Ooh.
It's Terminal.
It's
It's Terminal.
It's Terminal.
And yep, after that one, we're going to see a timeout come out from Wayne State.
I'd have to agree. I think that a timeout is a fitting call here. You've at the very least got to go, whoa,
Ooh.
he's shooting.
Yeah, we got to how we let him get 4 and 3.
I think the one thing about Valorant that people sometimes forget about or discount is that at the end of the day, what's the most important thing in Valorant? It's kind of just, are you a shooter?
Are you getting kills?
And Terminal, he's a shooter.
Yeah.
13-3 is, I mean, that's the best KD we've seen yet today, and it's
Yeah.
a pretty ridiculous start, but it goes very in time with what we saw from him on last map, too, on Killjoy. He is not a one-trick pony.
No.
He's going to do it on every map. He's going to do it on every Sentinel. He's going to cause a problem for you. Michigan Tech down 3 rounds, now tied up 3-3, and it's I don't want to say it's all thanks to Terminal, but 13-3 is pretty hard to argue.
Yeah. And I think that big thing is, 1, are you a shooter? But 2, no, you get to this high of level of play when you know how to set yourself up for those good gunfights. And I think that's what we see Terminal doing with this flanks, with these TPs, and with these angles that he's setting up on. He knows how to take these fights.
Absolutely.
To get these wins.
13-3 does not come from only being a shooter. It comes from good crosshair placement, positioning, rotation, everything. Just knowledge of the game. And so to acknowledge, full kudos to Terminal. This has been outstanding.
Yes.
Now we see Chamber, an early peek. I mean, and when you're shooting like Terminal and you're hot, you can use Chamber almost like a second duelist.
Oh, yeah.
Quinn, the one to push up, also doing a very good job this round. Viper Ultimate is online. Raizu playing from heaven, but no eyes on him quite yet.
Toxins going up.
The Viper wall from Michigan Tech will pop up.
I like this wall because it's a very nice lurk wall, because if someone is watching you from heaven, they won't
Uh-oh.
know if you walk through or not.
There's a shorty in U-Haul.
And I
Landon.
think he realizes that he backs up.
Landon has a shorty. It's an econ round. That's a dangerous push to make. I don't even know if he knew that they were there. I think they just may have made the call to go B. Seeing as there's no way to clarify that this is a clear sight. Terminal still finds 1.
Oh, and Landon,
Quinn.
unfortunately seeing what we call Valorant timing, turns away with his shorty the second that Quinn peeks that. Gets the kill. We are in a 5v2 in favor of MTU.
Last player
Devin able to
standing.
find 1. JWads goes down, as will Skirt. And Wayne State drops the round. Michigan Tech takes the lead for the first time on Bind. 4-3 headed into round number 8.
Yeah. Great rounds all around. Great display from both teams. We now see Terminal up 15-3. Just,
I mean, this is just, it's, how long do you think before, you know what, I've cast or cursed too many things lately. I'm, no comment. Terminal, you're doing great, buddy.
we see this Viper set up with a one-way on B, or on A main. But it looks like they're switching it up. I think they want to hit B here. Skirt's going to get some info with this dart, for sure.
Raizu may be the only person I've ever seen run the schema skin, in collegiate at least.
Which one was the schema skin again?
It is the black skin with the red kind of gradient outline, and it's not a bad skin by any means. I just think nobody uses it. The Raze ultimate popped down elbow, no kill. Damage found though. Maple able to find that kill on block. Devin gets in a fight. Jay will find one as well. Maple and Skirt both go down.
Spike planted.
Raizu able to find one. Devin able to find one on Landon, but traded off by Raizu.
Who started shooting a little too early.
Classic alt fire. Jay finds the. Well, Jay goes down. Quinn able to find one.
Ran out of bullets, and Quinn getting the 2K.
Quinn with a clean round. Terminal finally does go down, but MTU holds on. 5-3 headed into round number 9. Still the Brimstone ultimate. Both teams still have it online.
Both teams have their initiator ult and both their controller ults online.
And that means aggressive gameplay inbound. Brimstone, I think, has one of the highest skill potential ultimates in the game. You can zone with it, you can find picks with it, you can, I mean, in the right kind of round, you can even ace with it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Maple.
Finding that early pick for Wayne State.
Ugh. That shot was kind of gross.
It was kind of clean.
Quinn, shot by the Sova dart, will rotate, and then patiently wait. J-Wads.
Terminal, sneaking up here.
Ooh. You think he played much COD growing up?
Probably.
You think that's where that came from?
I think COD or CS. I feel like that's what we see a lot of Valorant people. Since Valorant's I want to say relatively new game. It's 4 or 5 years old now.
We definitely saw a couple people jump from other FPSs to Valorant, yeah.
Exactly, and I think CODs and CS were 2 big ones that we see them come from.
I was mostly asking because of the map name, of course.
Oh, yeah, that too.
J-Wads finds an early pick. Quinn will go down. Oh, nearly lining up for a collat. But Raizu able to finally find that kill on Terminal. Raizu.
Here's the ult.
That's a big Brimstone ultimate. No, it's just a smoke. Instead, playing on his iPad, the Molly finds it. Landon able to find the kill on Jay through the smoke. Regardless, continues spraying into showers. But he's still got the spike. He's still got his ultimate.
But in a 1v5 situation.
Does he know that J-Wads is on that flank?
I don't think he does.
Rotates just barely out of LOS, just in time. Able to find 2 block. Get some trades before going down.
We'll take 2.
I mean, what did we say last game? We said if you're going down, we're going down fighting, and block was the same one to do it again.
Yep.
If I'm going down, I'm bringing you with me, and indeed finds 2 of them. And actually, it forces Raizu to have a broken buy now. Raizu and Landon both being brought down there is going to prove to be detrimental to that econ. We see them having to commit to still relatively broken buys, not a full buy, and not full credits now either. MTU comfortably holding on to their lead. Like I said last match, they said that, or after last map, they said they didn't have a doubt in their mind for a minute, so I can only assume at 5-4. They still don't have a doubt in their mind. Even at this moment, Devin narrowly avoids the sonar. No! Looks like it pinged the Brimstone. Skirt taking a note out of Block's book. I feel like it's always interesting to hear people's reasoning behind their usernames.
Oh yeah, where'd it come from? We're gonna see the ult come out.
The Brimstone ultimate committed. Skirt able to find one with Sova. Jay, Terminal both go down. Quinn able to find the trade. Raizu will fall, but it's a 3v4. Landon looking to commit that Viper ultimate could be needed here, and they will. The intel given away. Raze has been tagged by that Sova drone. Pushing out,
remaining.
Landon and Maple find one apiece, and Maple finds one more to clean up the round. MTU will fall, and it ties it up 5-5.
Clean round from Wayne State.
Wayne State committed a fair number of ultimates there, but they got the round. The momentum's in their favor, and they knew it was going to be a big one, especially after we saw those broken buys from a couple of MTU's players.
But we are going to see the Tour de Force come out from MTU, as well as still having both their Viper Spit and their Orbital Strike. This is going to be, they want to use their ults this round probably to secure this.
Absolutely, and right now with the econ that MTU is sitting at, they cannot afford to lose this round if they want to keep their econ afloat for the time being, because losing this round could rapidly turn into 2, 3, maybe even 4 more rounds for
You
Wayne
want to
State,
play? Let's
unless they
play.
can pull off a thrifty round.
Well, it is going to be halftime,
You're right, 2 rounds away, yes.
so I think they don't want to have that no money for last round.
I agree. Right now, MTU looking for an opportunity for any kind of pick. Pushing straight through that Viper Orb. Raizu. Looking for a chance here. The Molly off the wall. Landon
Denying that plant.
looking for an opportunity here in U-Haul. The Viper ultimate committed for MTU this time. Going for the spike plant.
Gets it off.
What did the dog do? I don't know. The dog was, you know what? Sometimes your teammates cover you. Sometimes the dog covers you.
You never know which one it's going to be.
Landon able to find a pick on Jay through that smoke nonetheless. Quinn hoping to find one if they decide to push into his ultimate. One through the wall. Spring. Quinn finds 2.
Quinn said, "This is my Viper ult."
I believe the words
One
are actually
enemy
welcome to my
remaining.
world.
One
Yeah,
enemy
that's it.
remaining.
It is a 1v1, but the Brimstone ult.
No, dangerous is the Molly in the ultimate. J-Wads might have thought he could stick it, almost had it, couldn't quite find it and block. Well, TP out,
Last
making it out
round
alive.
before
Some
the
ultimates
switch.
committed, but MTU comes out on top. 6-5, headed into round number 12. Last round of the half. Terminal 15-7. J-Wads 11-7. Let's switch it around. That man needs a Slurpee. He has been doing phenomenal.
Oh, for sure. But we are going to see the... Oh, I saw for a second. Skirt was thinking about using the op, but unfortunately sold it for the Vandal.
I think, yeah, I think with the risk it would run, just too dangerous to try and use that at this moment.
Toxins going up.
That's a skin I don't think I've seen yet today. RGX.
It's a great skin line.
Really?
I like it.
Maple finds one on Devin early. Trying to give Wayne State a 6-6 scoreline to end the first half. Quinn. We've seen Quinn and Landon get into their fair share of fights at this point. This strafe is going to prove to be
More
difficult.
toxins going up.
Quinn still just walking through that site.
I was going to say, these Vipers are proving to be
Oh.
dangerous. Raizu finds the pick from heaven. Michigan Tech now in a 3v5.
Looking like they want to execute B here.
Maple with a bit of a Rainbow Six pixel peak there. That was... Ugh. Now playing further into elbow. Won't be able to cover as much of sight. Is relatively alone right now. Wants to wait till his team is there. Finds some shots. Not enough. Block cleans up the kill. Maple
30
will
seconds
go
left.
down. Jay and Block pushing together, making sure they swing as a team. The flash connects, but not long enough. 5 shots left for J-Wads in his gun. Raizu able to find one, gives some time, but traded out by Terminal. Landon able to find one. Block goes down, spraying into Hookah. They won't be able to find a kill quite yet. J-Wads behind box. Skirt, playing
10
from
seconds
inside.
left.
Main.
No more to oppose us.
Ew!
You should see the face he is making right now.
What was that shot? I mean, that is clear, concise communication. They said, oh, I can see him. And he went, I think I can see him too. And just shot through the wall. And that was,
It worked.
I mean, wow. That was,
That was clean.
ugh. I'm kind of hung up on that. He didn't even see him for a second. He just went, I'm going off my teammate. Beep, and it
Right
just-
there.
That was enough. Wall banged. Skirt able to find it. And that left me speechless for a moment. I'm sorry. That was quite the shot. Skirt now with a ghost. Wayne State. 6-6, headed into round number 13, first round of the second half. Michigan Tech took map number 1, looking to close this out in their favor. The Classic will be enough. Some shots there will connect, but not enough for them to believe that it's going to be there. MTU able to find an early kill. Block goes, I'm sorry, Maple will fall to block. J-Wad's able to find a trade as well onto Devin. Skirt finds another one on Quinn, but Skirt traded off by Jay, and in that teleported J-Wads and Jay.
Oh, J-Word's waiting.
Last player standing.
J-Wad's
Jay.
patient enough to find that kill. Block will also fall.
Spike planted.
Raizu, J-Wads, and Landon in a 1v3 now. Terminal. Well, I'd say if there's anybody on MTU that's proven they could probably get away with this today.
It's probably Terminal.
He's got 4 shots in the Headhunter, the Teleporter, online and available.
I mean, he's got 4 shots and 3 enemies. He can afford to miss 1. The other 3 are for the heads.
Absolutely, and Terminal pushes in the Classic. Seems like a little bit of bad timing. J-Wad's able to find another 3K to give Wayne State the first pistol round. I'm always intrigued because I know it's controversial when you play Chamber to buy up on that pistol round, the Headhunter shots, because it really is, you know, if you miss even 1-2 shots, you've just burned 300, 450 credits for seemingly, you know, not the picks you're looking for, and it can be, you know, problematic. But I think the perk that comes from it is, in that scenario, even if he loses that round, it's not like he loses the econ he invested in.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like buying a Sheriff and getting 1-tap.
Lots of shots from MTU. This is what we see on pistol rounds and bonus rounds a lot from the team with broken buys. You rush as a unit, and they find it. Jay gets 2, 3. Devin gets another. MTU with the advantage. Landon gets 2 with the Stinger, but he's brought down, and Maple, daring them to push out, has a Guardian in hand. Neptune, one of my personal favorite skins.
Of course. Here we like to call it Blub Blub.
The Blub Blub. Finds the shots. Jay goes down. Maple looking to find another one.
Last player standing.
Devin able to find the trade in return. J-Wad's now in a 1v2. Terminal and Devin, what was at one point just an econ round with Classics, has turned to be a detrimental, terrifying round. Overheal is enough, but Terminal, Headhunter, doing what its name says best, finds a kill, and beautifully executed by Terminal, finds the pick. 7-7, headed into round number 15. MTU's looking pretty good here on defense. Especially now that we're getting into full buy rounds, and they just crippled Wayne State's econ.
That works.
Wayne State is going for a total save buy round. Sheriff, Frenzy, Light Shields, nobody committing for even heavy shields or a full weapon. They know that after dropping a bonus round like that, they have to just sit on their money and let it accumulate some interest.
Yeah, definitely, and just hope that next they could do something this round, hurt MTU's econ, do something next round.
I'm a big enjoyer of a nice gun buddy in a skin.
Yeah.
That Pearl Imperium with the Radiant buddy,
Just
nice.
clean.
Gotta give it to you.
Oh.
Block finds an early pick. J-Wads goes down, and a big pick indeed. Devin playing U-Haul. A Frenzy versus a Phantom. Not enough. Goes
Frenzy.
down. Frenzy, I believe pre-nerf at least, used to essentially function the same as the Spectre, aside from the fire rate and ammo clip size. So definitely used to be a very strong weapon, especially in terms of run and gun potential. Flash will connect with Terminal. We've all been there.
It happens.
Skirt playing in that corner. Finds it, the Sheriff, but he's traded out by Jay. Looking to find another one. The Vandal in hand now. Quinn able to find one. Gonna tap the spike. Covered by his teammate. Should be able to find at least one of these here. Jay does 2 and 3. Jay finding a beautiful 3K on the round. Cleans it up, and I don't think I've ever seen somebody use that knife.
Nope.
Never. I've never. Not even in my own games. I've never seen somebody use that knife.
I forgot that was a knife.
The box cutter.
Yeah. Hey, everyone's got their thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I think Quinn's got it right though. He's got that hammer. That's my.
I know
that's
you're
my
a hammer.
go-to. I am a very big. I love the big two-handed knives. Those are That's my go-tos.
Recently, I've been a big fan of. I've always been a big fan of Xeno Hunter, and obviously the VCT one with the same animations. I've recently been using the green one a lot. Quinn, an early pick. Maple goes down.
Gets that orb down. Allows him to get out safely.
J-Wad's gonna flash out
Poison's off.
on B-Long. His team pushing alongside of them. They are missing Maple, unfortunately, but still, 3 of them pushed up B-Long. Viper solo over on A, but keeping 2 of them preoccupied. It's a 3v3 over on B. 2 of them in elbow, 1 of them in their own spawn. Landon looking to hopefully
Showing
give
some
his,
pressure.
yeah, putting some pressure up, and it worries them, but with the spike planted, it's enough for them to decide they're going to TP, as that's what we'll see from Landon. J-Wads with the Empress, committed. Sky Ultimate also thrown out. J-Wads able to find 1, brought down quickly. J block, both fall to other members. As Quinn's able to find 3, brought down finally by Landon, but it's a 1v1 Terminal versus Landon.
Terminal has to get on the spike. Landon has the time here. Pros
Sticking it
don't
up.
fake.
Pros don't fake, and he gets it! Terminal sticks the defusal, and Michigan Tech walks away. None of their members alive, but the round still in their favor. 9-7, headed into round number 17. J-Watt, 16-10. Quinn and Terminal. Quinn on top of the leaderboard. I think that's the first time we've seen it taken away from Terminal today.
So gotta give credit where credit's due. Quinn really showing up this game on the Viper, really showing what he can do with his lurk utility, also setting himself up in those positions to get those kills.
Terminal doing a phenomenal job here. Nonetheless, we saw that 13-3 start was, I mean, outstanding. Finds another one early, traded, block swings as well, able to find 1 more, brought down, Skirt finds 2, but a 2 for 3 trade if you're an economics major or you've ever taken the business class, that's not a good deal.
Nope. Especially because we have spikes.
Block, finds a kill on Raizu, traded out by Quinn.
No MTU. J
2v1.
and block. They have the spike. They know they can play their angles here.
That Brimstone Ultimate also online.
But we have to know what Landon wants to do here.
Landon has pulled off some really nice rounds so far, so I definitely could say that this could still go to the favor of Wayne State by any means.
Mm-hmm.
As we see Landon rotating around right now, but the spike, like you said, still in the hands of MTU, can be seen. They have eyes on it right now.
Poison orb emitting.
The orb, hopefully alongside that decay, was hoping to find a pick, but Landon with a play that is safe, but nonetheless not quite how they're expecting it. The flank rotate, and he's got a read on it. Landon, not seemingly expecting them to be on the flank, but all of a sudden turns around. Landon
30 seconds
got to be
left.
careful. He's got to grab this spike soon, but as soon as he rotates back in after he picks up the spike,
Poison orb emitting.
he's got a Brimstone and a Sky waiting for him to peek that corner. Finds
enemy
1.
remaining.
Landon gets it, but as soon as he turns again, Jay finds the trade for his teammate. Landon goes down. Michigan Tech hits double-digit rounds for the map. 10-7, headed into round number 18. Quinn still on top of that leaderboard, 18-11, but Terminal not far behind, 18-12.
But again, we got to look at the other side of the leaderboard too. J-Wad's 16-11 himself.
Has been absolutely a dominant performance today from J-Wads. I hope I never see him in a ranked lobby. That's my final stance on that. Unless he's on my team, then I'm very happy to have him in my ranked lobby. That being said,
I don't think you'll ever see him.
I don't think I have to worry about that though.
But if I catch him in a swift play,
Oh, Maple finds a pick on Terminal, but traded out by Devin.
the ult coming out from Devin.
Devin,
Finds no one.
Devin did commit that ultimate. We also saw the Chamber ultimate committed, I believe, that round. Brimstone
might have.
ultimate still online from Block. We see a slow rotate from Wayne State right now. Remember, Wayne State currently in the red, MTU in the green. Ironic, considering Wayne State's colors are green.
It's okay. They get 12 rounds. They got the first half.
True. MTU holding down this site.
Poison toxins going up.
Full rotation. Sky patiently waiting on site.
Devin.
finds the read on Landon. They know he's been lurking every round over there and just taking the TP, and no longer were they going to allow that. So was Drone brought down. Jay smoked off by Raizu. Gonna have to flash himself
here.
out.
Spike planted.
I'm no expert, but I think when you flash, you're supposed to walk out this moment. There it is, pushing with his team, Jay! He knows what he's talking about. I
Yeah.
take it back. Jay finds the kill. Sova ultimate could be big. J-Wad's able to find one, brings down Jay on the flank. It's big. Finds some damage on J-Wad's. 4 health remaining as Skirt's able to find the kill on Devin at range.
That's huge.
4 health and a dream from J-Wad's, but he's brought down by blocks. The shots from block cleans up the round. The clutch.
With 18 HP left in the tank, he barely squeaked that one out for Michigan Tech.
7 to 11, the favor for Michigan Tech. I mean, that was block.
That was phenomenal.
J-Wad's putting an impressive effort forth to try and hold on to that round, but it just was not quite enough. 11 to 7, Michigan Tech with the lead. 2 rounds to go. Michigan Tech hoping to close this one out. The last time we saw the score at about this point, Wayne State started making a bit of a comeback, made it difficult, but in the words of Michigan Tech, never doubted it for a second.
Never doubted it for a second.
So,
And that's what they're telling themselves right now. They're like, it's in the bag.
and that's good confidence to have.
I know, and it's always good to keep your mental up, not be like, oh, I don't know if we're going to win this. You always want to know that you could win this match.
Absolutely. Terminal, able to find some shots, but not quite a kill. Raizu missing a bit of health.
Molly off in towers, really slowing down Wayne State's push. But it looks like MTU taking that space on B. They know they can take it for free because they saw everyone on A.
Terminal taking some shots at various walls, hoping he can find one of those to connect, but hasn't quite found it yet. Devin holding that crossfire with his teammates. The jump peek to try and get some information.
Wayne's going to feel very claustrophobic here pretty soon with Quinn and Jay on the flank.
Jay looking for a pick here, and this flank could be big.
Finds one.
Spike down.
And that's what.
Down A.
Yes, that's what I said, announcer. Thank you. Jay, Devin both able to find 1, 3, 4 from MTU. And Skirt, the last man standing. Skirt able to find 1. Terminal is brought down. That's a big pick, but
30
45
seconds
health
left.
is going to prove to make this very difficult. Peeks the corner. Quinn finds it. And the team ace. If I remember correctly, the difference between team ace and flawless.
Match
Or, I'm sorry, the
point.
difference between team ace and just winning a round is everybody got 1 kill.
Yes, team ace means everyone got a kill.
Spread the love.
Exactly. Everyone gets 1 to the scoreboard.
Everybody gets 1, and that means Quinn and Terminal are still fending for that top spot. 19 and 12 and 19 and 14, but an extra assist in the hands of Terminal, and he's on Sentinel.
I'd like to think there's some friendly competition going on. Each one wants to, they want to finish this game on top. A little bit of bragging rights, you know?
Absolutely, and a lot of emphasis on the friendly. MTU seem to be having a really good time in there,
Yeah.
laughing with each other, and just in general having fun. Raizu pushing through the whole team, really aggressive here. The knives popped, and I mean, this is what makes double controllers so difficult to play around. It is just smokes and mollies and
More smokes.
and Devin able to find the kill on Maple. No knives today, traded out by Landon, but we see some raise, and the Sky ultimate committed. The Viper ultimate also out.
So many ults
The
coming out.
Brimstone ultimate committed. This is the last round. Nobody wants to end with an ultimate in hand. MTU wants to hold it and finish it out here. 12 to 7, they won it. Quinn finds 1 before he's traded out by Skirt. The Brimstone ultimate committed, and U-Haul won't find the connection that it's looking for. Terminal close to finding 1. Block goes down. Raizu able to find yet another one. Terminal will fall. Jay, the last one standing for MTU, is going to have to just try and play time here. Inside that Viper ultimate could be difficult to play. Landon finds it. And Wayne State cleans up the round, 8 to 12. There was a lot of ultimates committed, but MTU was smart. They held on to 1, which means they've got the upper hand going into this round. If they can deny this, they could very easily make a play around just ulting 1 site early even.
Yeah.
Could be something we see here.
Just to hold off that aggression and almost force a rotate to the other site.
Right, and if you stack 4 on the other side early, you can very easily.
And that, you called it. That's exactly what we're seeing.
I've watched a little bit of Valorant my time.
Maple.
An early pick. Terminal falls. The Molly will connect from Viper, and it's big. Sonar shot for it, gets a tag. Shock darts there. The Molly won't quite connect, but man, that could have been dangerous.
Yes.
MTU missing one, a 5v4 now in the favor of Wayne State. We didn't, no Viper ultimate committed quite yet. Looks like they just decided to hold out for now.
Wait till they hear some footsteps. Wait till they hear that aggression.
Wait for that commitment to really go through.
Exactly. It looks like Wayne State really still siding toward A with that bomb.
Absolutely, and MTU holding this corner, but I mean, the favor is in MTU's hands right now. 50 seconds to go. They've got to get the spike to a site and planted, and MTU still got a pretty comfortable lock on both of these. Jay with the classic finds one, traded off by the Vandal. The Sheriff in hand for blocks. Vandal for Devin.
Last player standing.
Landon and Jaywads both able to find one. Devin and Block both go down. Raizu getting the plant there. 30 seconds to go, but with the spike down, Quinn's going to have to be the last one, and Maple finds another. 9-12, but the Viper ultimate was held on. Jaywads now with Reyna ultimate online, and there's a lot of potential here for Wayne State to turn this one around.
Yeah, looks like we are close to that Sova ult and the Raze ult on both teams. Or the Sova ult for Skirt and the Raze ult for Devin. They, depending on getting a couple picks, they could get this ult closer to the end of the round.
I think if this is the only map you ever saw Viper played on, you would assume it's a Viper favored map.
Yeah.
Both Vipers top fragging right now, just like we saw with Killjoys on Ascent. Quinn and Landon both important factors of their team here. The flash won't connect. Quinn will throw that orb.
Deny some space, deny some sight.
Maple.
Cryostasis operator.
He's got the whole bundle.
I like that.
I suppose when you live in Michigan, having cryostasis probably comes with the territory.
Yeah.
Oh, this is what we were talking about. Wind up, but he just doesn't know. And it's there, but he moves the strafe at the last second. Raizu, Terminal both go down elsewhere, but Quinn able to find that kill on Maple, and that's the operator down. Landon, spike in hand, is pushing onto A alongside his teammates.
3v4 in favor of MTU going into this final part of the round.
MTU only needs this one round. Anything will work. As Block is able to find a kill on Jaywads, and that's a big pick indeed. Landon still alive, spike in hand, could make a play here, but planting behind box. Skirt able to find one, Block goes down, looks like he doesn't know there's another one in U-Haul, but rotating off, not getting greedy for an extra pick is going to be big. Shot through box, Quinn able to bring down Landon. Skirt the last one standing, and Devin cleans it up. Michigan Tech will take map number 2 to seal the deal. And not to discount Wayne State
Defenders win.
keeping up close behind.
both
9-13,
teams so
11-13.
Powerful and so aggressive throughout both of those maps. Wayne State bringing the map close both times, fighting against Michigan Tech, but in the end, Michigan Tech coming out 2-1 on the maps.
And something beautiful to see, both teams, shaking hands, everything after the game. Good sportsmanship is something we love to see here at Ferris and, of course, in GLIAC as well. That was a phenomenal game.
Definitely.
Landon, 22-13. Terminal, 20-17. Quinn, 22-14. So top frag, but combat score says otherwise for Terminal. He was doing a lot those first couple rounds.
Definitely.
5 first bloods, 6 first bloods for Maple as well. Beautifully played by both teams. Congratulations, Michigan Tech, on your first victory of the weekend. Wayne State, we look forward to seeing you in more of your matches. In the meantime, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to go chat with the players, see how everybody's feeling. I know we've got a lot of games ahead of us today. I think there's going to be one more Valorant match before we'll migrate to Rocket League on the stream. So definitely get comfortable. We're going to be back shortly with another Valorant match.
We will.
Nick, thank you for joining me.
Of course. Thanks
It's
for
been
having
an
me.
absolute blast, and we'll see you all around the arena.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome back to Game 2 of the day. I know we had a wonderful game earlier where I was joined by too many things. Once again, I'm Virgil today. This time I'm joined by
Leafione.
And we are very glad to be here casting yet another Valorant match for you. This time we have Michigan Tech still on the stage playing another casted, streamed match, but they're joined this time by
Davenport University.
And it is going to be a phenomenal match. Davenport ranked top 16 in CVAL. So a very talented team facing off against Michigan Tech, hot off a win against Wayne State not 2 hours ago. So definitely going to make for a good match coming up here soon. I know Davenport has quite the talented team, 2 ex-pros on their roster. And it looks like we are already in Agent Select, so we are jumping right in Ascent. 2 games of Ascent back-to-back. MTU locking a very similar, actually an identical comp to what we saw on Ascent earlier.
And interesting to note is before the match, talking to Davenport a little bit, they are locking in the Reyna. They're very proud of the Reyna pick here.
One of the guys I was saying, who plays what? What are we expecting? And one of the guys goes, I'm playing Reyna. And I went, oh, we're playing Reyna? And he goes, no, I'm playing Reyna. And I went, okay.
Yeah.
And then the other guy goes, that's the Sova guy. And I went, he's this, like he's going to play Sova. And they went 90% of the time. And I went, all right. So we already know Block on MTU is very comfortable with Sova. We saw some nice shock darts and some lineups earlier in that first game. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that the quote-unquote Sova guy, a.k.a. it appears to be Lucas here, is indeed
on Sova.
Is indeed on Sova. So we are definitely going to have some nice Sova matchups. I know Ascent, ironically, is actually the only map that I know any lineups on. Okay, I was worried we might have had a disconnect there. I know sometimes the PCs have some minor issues. But we're working through it. Davenport will be on the left in the green, and MTU will be highlighted by the red. MTU on attack first here, it appears. Definitely will make for an interesting match. We're seeing some frenzies early game. The blind will go through. Crayon, Lucas, both can't see. Have to drop back behind that KO knife as well. Shot up, flying from Market, looking for an opportunity. The classic shots go through. They're going to shut Market door, spraying through before it shuts. Won't find anything. The classic shots connect, but no deaths yet. The first blood of the game goes to Crayon, and Lucas follows up shortly behind. Quinn will fall. Terminal goes down as well. Block finds one for MTU, but Jay falls right after. Crayon finding himself a second kill, and Lucas will be the last one. Sorry, Block will find that one kill. The shock dart connects, but won't quite find the kill. 2 shock darts in the hands of Block, but likely going to hold on to those here for the Econ. 25 health and a Dream. A 1v3. Sova missing some health, as is Jet. Definitely still winnable, but Spike in control of Davenport here.
We are going to see that they are going to try and keep that Sova in main by holding the cross. The Omen also holding mid in case he decides to back out.
Yeah, really strong pressure here. Not a whole lot of room for Block to work with. Definitely going to have to try and find a pick. If anything, that dart will give away his location. May see a push here as that Omen will smoke that location. Once again, the recon bolt destroyed, but a shot from Block. Finds himself the 3rd kill. Block needs to find another. He gets it! A 4th kill. Block looking for the opportunity for a 5th. Omen missing some health. 16 health versus the Omen is going to prove to be very difficult to turn this fight around, but he's got all 4. He's looking for the ace to turn it around. 23 seconds to go, and he's going to have to grab the spike to turn it. He's going to clear out all of sight. Doesn't know where this Omen is. With that shock dart, this could be turnable. All of a sudden, what looked like you may try to preserve any econ you had turns rapidly. Finds some damage. Block has to go for the plant. Nerfed, trying to land the shot. Hasn't quite got it yet. 6 bullets to go, and Nerfed finds the final blow. Block nearly turns it around for MTU on round 1, but able to get the spike down for some extra cash, some kills to hurt those ghosts and weapons they may have had. Beautifully played by Block, nearly pulled it off. An unfortunate drop of the round there, but definitely proves that MTU is here to fight.
Oh, absolutely. Quite the impressive first round here. We saw a lot of pressure here from Davenport onto MTU, and the ability to stay calm and kind of take what you can with the limited knowledge that you have. That's Sova dart.
Absolutely.
And then the shot through the smoke. Just incredible overall. Definitely a confidence booster, that is for sure.
Right, and I was talking with MTU before the game. They said that they know it's a very good team. They know it's going to be a difficult game if they're going to be able to win this. And a couple of them were saying that it's going to take a couple rounds to get the momentum under their feet. And that is, while not a 1 round for them, it is indeed definitely some momentum underneath their feet. Sin will take a couple shots with the Marshall mid. Will connect one. Won't quite find the final blow. Alarm bot.
Flash out mid.
Alarm bot shot down Jay. Missing some health, as is Devin. Goes down to the Stinger. Quinn, the next one on the corner of the smoke. Artie goes out, throws the Stinger. There's one more on the right. They go down to the teammate. Shot up, finds another one. Quinn, Jay, both go down. MTU missing most of their team at this point. Block, once again, the last man standing in a 1v4.
Connects a shot, but not quite enough as Shot Up gets himself a 4K to return the favor. That was what we call a fast-paced round. W key into W key typically results in a lot of fighting, and the Stinger, well, it's a fast-paced SMG, so I suppose it's only fitting. Crayon on the Killjoy going with the Ares.
That is a completely respectable decision here. As a KJ Ares user myself, you can get quite some interesting plays here on B. So it's interesting to see how they're going to use their setup to kind of hold them off of B site if they decide to go there.
Absolutely, and we're seeing right here Shot Up and Sin both playing in mid right now. Still on that bonus round, we're seeing MTU with these Vandals, but Terminal nearly brought down already. Sin, the Radiant Buddy.
We are going to see them use the Sheriff. Are they saving for up?
I believe this is still bonus rounds. They're going to hold on to the Sheriff they may have had from the round before. Sin makes it out safely to Smoke, able to buy some space for him.
A lot of damage here going through mid,
Nerf.
but not quite enough to finish it.
Nerf will find a blind. It'll connect. Devin and Quinn able to find one apiece, but Sin and Shot Up both find one as well. Crayon and Devin traded out. MTU block, able to find another. Lucas finds the Sova differential. Devin now in a 1v1 with Lucas. Could prove to be difficult. The Recon Bolt will connect. The Vandal in hand will make this not a favorable fight for Lucas until he pushes up, and he'll take it, but Lucas with the Spectre! Able to clean it up. MTU couldn't quite find the shots. Devin goes down, and Davenport grabs himself round number 3. Now headed into round 4. They take the bonus, and MTU, after full buying, will still drop the round, and that is detrimental to your economy.
Oh, absolutely. It was trade after trade there in mid. Just overall trying to see what they can do to kind of balance out the 5v5 here. And overall, incredibly even despite the uneven buys that we saw.
Absolutely, but a phenomenally played round nonetheless. Now we see Sin has that Operator in hand. And that's one thing we heard from the players. They were saying that the Operator is something that they enjoy. So something we could see here is definitely some skill play. We saw a little bit of Operator use in that first game earlier between Wayne State and MTU. But not too many crazy plays got to actually happen with it. Yet another Radiant Buddy. Davenport, indeed, 3 players with Radiant Buddies, definitely proving they know their stuff. Nearly finding a spray transfer. Quinn will go down. Shot Up, able to find yet another. Turning that corner, Lucas.
Taking up some space in B main while the rest of their team fights mid.
Absolutely, Lucas able to find one. Crayon finds yet another, and now Block. At this point, becoming a familiar position for him. Will have to turn. The Sheriff can't quite connect. An unfortunate shot as well. It looked like it was placed in the right spot, just couldn't quite find the shot. Block goes down. MTU 0-4 right now. Not the start you're looking for. Although Block doing what he can, has that Sova ultimate in hand, but MTU decides they need this moment to discuss a plan and coordinate something, as MTU is not starting off the same way that I think they were expecting to.
Oh, absolutely. Part of that as well is, despite it currently being 4-0 in favor of Davenport, the rounds itself have been incredibly even. It's more so just about kind of learning what the other team plays like and how they can go ahead and take those behaviors and really just kind of match it in a way that kind of counters it. Because the gameplay and the gunplay itself is incredibly even so far.
Absolutely. We see on that far right, I believe that is Lucas, the one playing Sova this game. We see Jet right next to him on that second spot from the right. Appears they're playing rock, paper, scissors. Is that for who maybe gets the op? I'm not entirely certain. I know that some teams like to have a little bit of fun, but I mean, maybe they're just passing the time. Rocky.
Yeah, potentially,
I mean, let's play.
Sure.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. 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 And as they go back in, we drew 5 games of rock, paper, scissors, shoot back to back. That was impressive. I wish the camera had caught that. That was quite. Wow.
Yeah, we're a little predictable, I guess.
That was insane. I don't think I've ever drawn out that many games of rock, paper, scissors, but hopefully Davenport had some better luck with their rock, paper, scissors there. But as we move on to the actual game, Nerfed now holding this angle, wants to push up a little bit, playing very aggressive. Davenport is on defense here, believe it or not, but it seems like they're in MTU's face.
Looks like MTU is going to go for a lot of pressure here in mid.
Sin makes the dodge out with the Operator. Devin is there, makes the dash. Doesn't take the shot quite yet. Takes a shot, dashes out, won't connect, but timing was nearly there. Not a whole lot of bullets left. Devin nearly gets hit by that phantom shot. Not quite enough. Lucas rotating around to point, wants to be able to guard that door for Tree. The smoke's thrown. Won't be enough. Lucas able to find the final blow. Devin goes down now for a 3v5.
It looks like MTU isn't quite committing to tree here. Maybe looking to just kind of get a pick, you know, get a feel, see how many rotate over to A before they make their decision on whether or not they're going to commit.
Terminal able to find one. Crayon goes down. Sin will also fall to Quinn.
And we are going to see kind of a push up mid.
Bit of a slower rotate here. Shot up, pushing back into mid market. Won't quite connect. The dismissal. Has to figure out where he's going to go. Decides to go market. Retake the corner, but Nerf able to find a kill on Terminal while they're distracted. Shot up goes down to Quinn. 1 versus 2 here. Could be difficult for Quinn, but we've seen Block already nearly turn a 1v3. A 1v2 could be light work for the Huskies. 14 seconds to go. If they're going to plant the spike, they're going to have to get it down now. It looks like he's running to site. He's got to have 4 seconds to actually get it down.
We are going to see the shock dart come out.
Spike planted.
You know, using a little bit of that Sova knowledge to go ahead and see if they can pick off a little bit of the damage.
Definitely, and with that rotation as well, looking to see if he was planting behind the box.
Not ready yet.
They're going to see him go back boathouse.
A big blind. Quinn able to find the connected shot. Nerf low on health. This could be a turnable fight for Quinn as he taps the spike once. He's going to try and force him to peek out. Could be an opportunity. Doesn't know that he's out, though. The smoke could be for or against his favor as he's on the spike. Quinn looks like he's going to assume that he's still faking it. Nerf gets halfway, but he's looking the wrong way. Quinn with a 4K to turn the round. And the Omen differential in that last fight holds on to his ultimate now. And MTU finally on the board, 4-1, going into round 6. Definitely a good start. And Block and Quinn doing what they can to keep MTU afloat here.
That's one great thing about those situations is with Omen in particular, when you have those smokes, just the movement capability that you have with the teleports, you know, the blinds, the smokes, you can really turn around any round with Omen in particular. I feel he's a great character when it comes to taking care of tougher situations.
Absolutely. I think Omen has so much versatility with a blind and a smoke capability, and obviously the teleport as his C ability, and then also as that alternate ability for the ultimate. Nerfed with 2 through the jet smoke. Can't find a third as Quinn will finally shut that down, but Sin trying to find another. Quinn able to find 1 on Nerfed. Terminal able to find 2 more. Crayon and Shot Up both go down. Now an even fight, not even in the favor of Davenport. What looked like a good start from Nerf finding 2 there. Sin will have to dash out.
They are going to get the information on the jet here. However, they are currently unaware of the Sova flanking. The KJ turret is watching, however, so they are going to go ahead and get that information with the Sova breaking the turret, looking to go back mid just to see how they can regroup with their teammate and see what they can do in this post plant.
Absolutely. Sin with this beautiful pre-fires couldn't quite find anything quite yet. Able to bring down some of that Killjoy util. 6 shots to go in the Vandal. Doesn't quite connect. Overextended the flick a little bit. Lucas will connect the sonar, but location given away. Has to continue spraying. Finds 1, but Terminal sneaks up behind, and MTU with another 4K.
It's 4K after 4K, apparently.
I mean, MTU, at this point, you'd have to think they're doing digital media there with how much 4K is going on. Fantastic job, though, in terms of turning it around. Called a timeout, got their heads level, and were able to bring this one back into their favor. 4-2 now, going into round 7. MTU still down, but like they said earlier, the momentum a little bit underneath their feet, and they're definitely seeming to catch Davenport a little more off guard with some of these fights. Shot up 9-4, 7-3 from Lucas. But Block 6-6, definitely still rocking that even KD while you're down is not a bad thing to be rocking.
Get out of my way.
The blind will connect, the knives come out.
We are going to see quite the heavy push from MTU here on A site.
Heard the knives popped by Devin, but it looks like he may have missed all of them. Shot up, able to find a kill on Terminal. Jay able to find a trade though. Quinn finds another one. Nerfed goes down. Now MTU in the favor. 4v3 now. Spike in the hands of Quinn.
We are going to see the KO ult go off, kind of denying the potential KJ ult here.
And this KO ultimate is going to be enormous. It allows them to not only get the spike down, but it denies the push that they'd like to set up. Crayon with the Ares, able to find a beautiful kill, and Sin will find another one in return. 2 for Davenport. The Killjoy ultimate committed. They want this point, they want it bad. Jay goes down, Block the last man standing once again, and Crayon picks up the Vandal and picks up the last kill as well. 4-2 will rapidly turn into 5-2, as we'll see Davenport pick themselves up around 5-2 now, headed into round 8. Davenport reversing that momentum a little.
Oh, absolutely. With kind of like the dynamic between the KO ult and the KJ ult, there's really just a lot you can do. One trick that I like to do as a KJ player is where we saw Cran put down his ult, something you can do just to kind of clear a bit of more space. From that location, you can actually throw a swarm that lands in the one spot that the ult doesn't cover in wine.
We're getting inside, by the way, for those of you without context of the same of us at Ferris. Leafeon is our resident LMG and Killjoy specialist, so
Yes.
getting a little bit of insider technology there. I did not know about that. That is
It's one of my favorites.
interesting. As Nerfed finds an opening pick yet again, I'm intrigued to see his first bloods by the end of this game, as the Recon Bolt will give away his new location, the TP. Unfortunate, but he finds it through the smoke. Block. Shot down. You'd think the sonar was for Davenport. Able to find a pick. Nerfed makes it out alive. A 1-for-2 trade as Nerfed makes it out with half his health. Shot up. Finds a kill with one of my personal, and a Riot buddy. Ooh. Quite the collection here, and I have to say, the Elder Flame being one of my favorite Vandal skins.
We actually saw the Riot Buddy a little bit earlier today as well. On, I believe it's the one of the newer sets.
Yes, I believe it was on one of the Kurodami bundles.
No, it wasn't Kuronami. Velocity?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
The one that's F1.
Last player
MTU
standing.
able to lose one more. Crayon able to find that kill. Quinn goes down, and Jay will follow shortly after. 6-2 now, headed into round number 9. MTU lost a little bit of their momentum. They're on the board, but they're going to have to keep fighting a little harder than that if they're going to turn this one around for themselves. A little over halfway to halftime.
One thing to note is that they do have both the KJ and the Sova ult here for MTU. That could be a great way to not only get onto site, especially if they're going B here, which it appears they might be doing what I think they're about to do. If they ult B site, it's going to cover all of that, and then they have the Sova ult for post plant. So that could be a potential turnaround here. We are going to have to see what the decision is, however.
The blind, once again, doesn't connect this time. The dart gives away the location. Crayon finds 1, 2. Nearly finds a third, but brought down. Quinn quickly traded out by Shot Up as well. Playing together, able to find those trades is enormous for the team. A 3-for-1 is an ideal scenario if you're on Davenport. Only losing 1 at the cost of finding those picks. Terminal able to find it, balance out a little bit more as Sin will go down.
They are going to take out the Omen in mid.
As just as you were saying, actually, the Velocity bundle with the Riot Buddy, you saw it right there. MTU now have traded this fight out well enough that it's a 2-versus-2. The Sova with a little more health than anyone else, but Killjoy and KO both injured.
We are going to see a wraparound here from
planted.
MTU, hoping to get the flank.
Terminal and Lucas
Player
rotating on
standing.
each other, don't quite find it, but the spike is planted. Davenport now going to have to find not only the kill on Jay, but likely the defusal as well. Shot Up rotating in from A main, and Sova, Lucas rotating in from Heaven. Could make a play here and collapse. Could be difficult for Jay to force this one in their favor, especially with only a Guardian in hand.
Jay is going to be aware of the Sova jumping down.
Jumps
Not
into
quite
the
getting
safe
contact.
location. The shots landed by Shot Up. They're going to be low. Lucas will just be covering the angle. He knows the molly is going to be the coverage. He finds the kill. Shot Up. Brought down the flash, thrown out. The shock dart connects. They don't call him the Sova guy for nothing.
They are going to get the defuse off. Very close round there.
Lucas cleans the round up with a shock dart. Davenport holds on that one narrowly, but with the Econ in pocket, 7-2, headed into round 10, and Davenport still with full buys.
One thing to note is just how many utility kills we're seeing here in this game. Usually, you know, shock darts, you know, the KO molly, they're great for getting damage. However, if you just know a character well enough and you just play them enough, you're gonna get this feeling, and it's just, the kills feel incredible.
We see Sova lining up with the sonar, and we see an Odin in the hands of Killjoy.
I'm very proud of that decision.
Apparently, though, nobody went B that time. Doesn't quite work out in the favor of Davenport, but it is a good play, and also a very functional one. Unfortunately, nobody from MTU was rotating that way. Ew, Devin. What? The one tap and dash was, wow, absolutely filthy. Sin has to rotate back off as he loses his teammate. Can no longer swing these fights solo. Knives in hand, but Sin hasn't quite popped it yet. The Recon Bolt will give away the location with Shot Up. Lucas both able to find one as Terminal will go down, as will Jay. Devin playing from that corner. Location given away. Shot down by Sin, but Sin gonna have to rotate off. Only has 37 health, and Lucas from inside the smoke with the sonar.
Standing ahead.
able to find a triple kill on the round. 8-2 now in the favor of Davenport, 2 rounds away from going into halftime. And if I'm MTU, I might be a little shaken right now.
Oh, absolutely. The kills are there. It's coming down almost like to the wire most of these rounds, where it's like, 3v2s, 2v2s, 1v1s. We've been getting to those situations, but it's almost as if Davenport just knows, with utility or without utility.
Absolutely, and Lucas, a lot of Davenport's team is incredibly talented players. Some of them, like I said, with some pro experience, as we're seeing, most of them Radiant. At that point, you have so much familiarity with the game that you're just comfortable shooting at headshot level where you think they're going to rotate. And it has time and time again so far this game just turned into an outstanding play. The Odin nearly connects. Doesn't quite find the kill. Quinn finally finds the first blood. Shot up with 2. Traded out. A 2-for-2 trade between Davenport and MTU as Lucas will make it favorable. Crayon finds another one. Quinn block. Both fall. And Terminal, the last one standing. Sin in the 1v1. Maybe. No, they'll rotate off. Terminal. All this morning in the first game, we were saying when he was doing so well that it must be Terminal for the other team. But right now in a 1v3, it looks like it may be Terminal for MTU. Definitely a difficult round here coming up. The Killjoy ultimate is in hand. If he can find a pick, he could turn this in his favor, but playing in that corner is going to prove to be difficult, as Crayon is going to prove to be the first issue he's going to have to fight here, and that crossfire could become an issue.
30 seconds left.
I do believe they decided to drop the Odin for a Vandal in this situation, just to kind of prevent that Odin from peeking out and giving away the location.
And Odin, like we said, has a very long barrel to it, so definitely can give that location away. The Odin didn't pick it back up either, but last round before they'll change sides, MTU having a rough start on attack, and unfortunately this morning we were saying that Ascent felt like such an attack-sided map, and now Davenport on defense has gone 9-2, hoping to make it 10-2 here, but MTU maybe hoping to hold out for a 9-3 curse in their own favor.
Absolutely. Whether or not you believe in the 9-3 curse is up to you. However, it can be a mental changer.
Absolutely. Even if it's just in the head, everything has got to be thought about beforehand. The blind will connect, but Crayon bold enough to still swing. Finds 2, 3! Almost 4, and Block finally shuts it down, but the whole pack of Crayons arrived and gets in, and Lucas cleans it up for 2 more. Block and Terminal both go down. Lucas cleaning up the round 10-2, headed into the second half. Davenport only needs 3 rounds to go. 2 of these will be pistol, which is some of the rounds that we saw Davenport have difficulty on earlier on, especially more of an even playing field with less abilities, less firepower.
Oh, absolutely. With that, we saw Davenport be rather aggressive when it came to defense, so I'm just wondering how aggressive are they going to be with attack? Or maybe they'll flip it up and actually be the opposite.
Yeah, I'm really hoping we get to see some very aggressive offense here. I know on defense seeing an aggressive play can be really unique and interesting, and it worked out well for Davenport in that scenario, and they were able to walk up and catch MTU seemingly off guard sometimes, and it also came down to Davenport was just aiming well. The headshot crosshair placement. I even saw Lucas crack the joke about it earlier. He goes, they can see the TV in front of me, and I went, yeah. He types in how to aim in Valorant in Google. So seemingly it helped him out. It's done him a favor. He's doing a phenomenal job. 10-2, round 13, the pistol round. Quinn with the smoke. Terminal able to find 1 with the Sheriff, but traded out by Crayon. Quinn finds yet another, but Lucas finds the trade in return as well. A 1-for-1 back and forth. Turns into a 2-for-3. Block able to find a kill on Lucas, but as Block is playing behind that box, it's going to prove to be difficult. Finds 1. Can't quite find the next. The shot up finds the kill, finally shutting him down. Devin rotating onto site. Shot up in a bad spot, and Jay brings him down. The Sheriff shot won't be enough. The classic connects, and MTU grabs another round for themselves. 10-3. Headed into 14, round number 14. Shot up 17-8.
Sorry about that.
That's a very nice KDA.
Oh, absolutely. 17-8 is quite crazy. Something that I noticed, though, is MTU, I believe they're now going to try and use Davenport's aggression to their advantage. Trying to pinch them into small locations where they can then use their utility to really chip away at their damage and take them out.
Absolutely. And on these pistol rounds as well, that lack of firepower that you sometimes have can definitely prove to be detrimental if you're that aggressive. Devin will get pinged once by that dart, it looked like, but the smoke to block the LOS. I've seen 2 uses of smokes today that I've never seen before, and it's insane. I saw an alarm bot dodged with a jet smoke, and I saw a sonar dodge with a jet smoke. Jay finds the first blood of the round. Nerf goes down, but shot up, able to find a kill on Devin.
We are going to see.
The Reina blind will go out into sight, won't quite connect. Block able to find one, but not quite anymore as Lucas will find a kill. Jay able to find one more. Sin will have to peek this, does, but Jay, with the ghost in hand, finds 3 on the round.
Speaking of smokes, something that I saw earlier today, not from the stream game, it was, I believe, from Saginaw Valley, Sunset. They put a smoke down, but it was halfway through the floor, and they crouched into the smoke.
See,
Just in the open.
now personally, I'm an enjoyer of the Bucky, which is a rat gun. You don't use it
You
unless...
would love that smoke, then.
I would love that smoke. Because they're just going to walk right past it and go, oh, look at this terrible smoke. And then pop, and I'm going to, the groundhog. And phenomenal. That's, I'm putting that, that's going in my book. I'm using that one sometime.
That's one thing about high-level play, is not only are you going to see amazing shots, but you're going to see crazy strategies come out of these teams.
Really unique tactics that you would not think of otherwise necessarily. Sin finds first blood of the round. Quinn will go down 10-4. MTU has grabbed themselves the pistol rounds here, but unfortunately for them, they're not exactly holding on to all the econ that they'd like to, as Sin finds yet another one. 3 down from MTU, a 2 versus 4.
One enemy remaining.
As Crayon will find yet another. Devin goes down.
There's currently a 1v4 situation with the Sova looking to slowly rotate over to A. Maybe they'll make the decision to save. Maybe they can just see what kind of picks they can get. It just all depends on kind of what information they can get and how they can use that to their advantage.
As Shot Up will find yet another kill. Block will go down, and Davenport 1 round closer to closing out map number 1. 11-4. Headed into round number 16. Shot Up has got to be feeling good with 19-9. That's on an attack-sided map, starting defense, that's got to be a comfortable KDA.
Oh, absolutely. But we are going to see the Odin come out once again on B.
This time from Block. We saw him do this briefly on attack. I'm sorry, we saw him do this briefly in the last game, and we saw it from Crayon on defense just moments ago, so may turn into something favorable for them here. The delay on the dart wants to buy some time, lull them into a false sense of security, but they make it out away from it nonetheless. Must have heard the footsteps. Devin still finds connections. Shot Up goes down in a 5v4 in the favor of MTU.
We are going to see not quite a whole lot of control from any particular team here. Just both playing on their original sides of the map, hoping to kind of get some information before they make any decisions here.
The knife will connect narrowly with the outside of Nerf there. Jay will hold out, and in the meantime, MTU gets to make a rotation and decide what they're going to do, as we see Davenport pushing heavily towards B site right now. That sonar this time will give much more of a ping, and we see it. Block able to find one on Crayon right away, using their own trick against them. Now a shock dart will connect. Sin takes a little bit of damage from it. Second one, that one coming from Lucas, won't connect. Neither will Blocks the second one. Watching 2 Sovas play is like, I feel like I'm watching Overwatch. There's Hanzos everywhere. Block.
We are going to see another rotate here.
Yeah, the double back, the fake into a fake, as Sin finds a kill on Jay. And Nerf finds another one on Devin now, trading the field out. It's 3 versus 3. And as they'll trade it out once again, it's a 2 versus 2, but Davenport significantly less health on the 2 players. Sin and Nerf both missing a good chunk. This is, well, it was a good angle, but Block has a sonar and an Odin, and that will quickly end things in the favor of MTU. 11-5 now. MTU keeping themselves fighting what looked like an attacker-sided map earlier today. Now looks like a defense-sided map.
I want to know who you talk to about Ascent being an attack-sided map. It could be my bias as a Killjoy player, but Ascent is, I feel like if you're confident enough.
My bias is as a Raze main, as of recently at least.
Yeah, that's why you think it's an attack-sided map.
Double
sir.
satchel in and kill 2 and mark it.
As a KJ, listen, if you've got the right setups, they are not touching that site.
Well, seemingly MTU nonetheless still fighting back hard. 11-5 was at one point 10-2. Definitely keeping themselves in this while on attack.
We are going to see a heavy A push here.
Lucas, slow to push, has a stinger in hand this time.
You're going to see them kind of slowly push up towards A main here. Not quite taking this. Oh,
Scanning ahead.
now they're going to explode out a little bit.
Oh, this is a
Hoping to get
cam.
information from the Sova dart.
What a dart! I think he was lining up a pixel right there, I'm not gonna lie. As Quinn will find connection onto Crayon, find a pick for MTU. But Shot Up quickly trades it out. Lucas goes down as well. Sin will fall, but Devin, Jay, Quinn all go down, and it's a 3-for-3 trade now, a 2 versus 2.
The Sova ult is going to deny a plant here, hoping to go ahead and kind of take one of them out, kind of push them into various spots.
And the Sova ultimate, while it's forcing them to not plant, it gives Terminal time to rotate, can clear out that there's no one in heaven, and while he sees them plant, can find the kill.
Enemy remaining.
The Sova ultimate, while it may not have found the damage, it found the stall time necessary. Now we'll see Shot Up still playing in heaven. He's just going to patiently play until he has to. Terminal finds the bait, gets the kill, and Shot Up will go down now. Another round in the favor of the Huskies.
We're looking at an 11-6 game here. Just kind of really seeing how, I guess, defense seems to be a bit of a struggle here for both teams.
Absolutely, and right now we're seeing that Davenport really is what looked like their aggression, and they were doing so well on defense. I don't want to say it was a fluke because they've definitely still been performing, still finding these kills, but it seems like they just can't seem to close out these rounds the same way they could on defense.
Now that the other team doesn't have to push into them, maybe it's kind of a situation where it's technically you don't want to necessarily push out, or you have to push into other people. You don't know where they're going to be. With that, we are going to see a Sova dart attempt to get information here in mid.
That's a crazy dart.
Virgil here having the most shocked look I've ever seen on his face.
That was sweet. So lineups fascinate me. I wish I was smart enough to get the hang of them. But every time I see a cool lineup, I know one lineup on Ascent, and I'm really hoping I get to see it at least once today because it would make it would be cool. But it is definitely always really fascinating to see the various lineups that you have. Especially that one. I mean, I thought at first, he's just going to shoot it at the wall and ping who's over there. And no, he's got a way to make it better and clear all of mid instead of just that one.
Very flashy
cubby.
for the stream here.
Yeah. Jay able to find one pick in
Spike
return.
planted.
Shot Up and Devin both went down there. One duelist from both teams, but MTU only has the one.
Revealing area.
Lucas also going with the new dart technique. It's called sticking it on the Killjoy's forehead. Seemingly did not work there, but as Jay will swing out, Sin, Nerf both go down. And now they're going to have to rotate back a little bit. Block with a shock dart. Won't quite connect where he was hoping. The Odin in hand. They know that if they clear it out of there, they're going to have to be really careful. Block, able to find one. Lucas able to find one with the stinger. The ultimate popped in a 1v1 situation. Trying to buy the time here.
Almost doing a little dance here as they attempt to defuse the bomb.
Able to find it! Lucas stalls out the time with the stinger, and in a situation that I would have said is not in his favor,
Match point.
he turns the round into his own, and we spiral off into the sky.
They're going to take a look at kind of like a bird's eye view of the map here.
Ascent, as the name may imply, is indeed in the sky.
Indeed. Do you know the lore behind that by chance, since now we're going into a timeout?
I don't.
By technicality, it is Jet's fault.
Really?
Yes. If I remember correctly with the lore, an issue between Phoenix and Jet essentially caused a radionite explosion that then caused Ascent to kind of just pop up into the air.
Similar to
Sunset.
Sunset, I can never remember, well, I would never blame the little guy, but it is technically Gecko's fault. Well, Wingman, specifically.
There was a lot of factors over to Sunset. Fracture, on the other hand, is Chamber's fault.
Yes, that I did know.
Yes.
Fracture, a map that has been out of the rotation for quite some time.
Unfortunately.
Really?
I love Fracture.
Actually, I can agree with that. As a Cypher player, I really, really, really love being able to have... I've got some really fun trips on that map.
We are going to see an interesting angle to come back to.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to
Nice to meet you, Jet.
nice to make your acquaintance. As, I feel like I just opened my phone onto like Twitter. That's something I would expect to see on Twitter, is that I'm gonna come in as I open up Twitter. Jet's gonna. I get a 0.5 of Jet.
If anything, I just opened Snapchat and it was facing the wrong way.
Right.
We are going to see a heavy push from Davenport
Really?
here onto B.
Really aggressive play. The recon bolt will give away a little bit of information. The Empress is popped, shot up, pushing in, walks straight through the molly, and happy to fight it. The Killjoy ultimate is committed by MTU, but Sin happy to find that kill and get the one. They only need one more for Davenport to close it out, 12-6 in round number 19 as Crayon finds another kill. Davenport, after their timeout, seemingly very, very focused. Devin able to finally find a kill. Shot up will go down, but Crayon finds a trade. 3 for 1. Shot up the only one to go down. The Empress will be denied, but as the attacker Killjoy will go down as well. Jay will find a kill on Nerf, who tried to rotate on a flank, didn't quite find it. Now a 3v2. Killjoy ultimate won't detain anyone. Quinn able to find another kill. Crayon goes down. Swinging on this corner could be difficult. Dangerous. Sin will fall. Lucas able to find one. The spray transfer doesn't go in his favor. And KO, while he may be downed, Quinn still standing.
Putting in the work to go ahead and keep this game running.
And so much value committed by Davenport, really just trying to secure this map for themselves. Just didn't go as planned. Davenport still at 12. MTU 7, 12-7 headed into round number 20. We're hitting the big 2-0.
We are going to see from Shot Up here 22 and 13.
Lucas, Crayon, and Shot Up all averaging at least 1 kill a round, and that is bananas.
Absolutely. When we talked to him, he was confident about the Reyna pick, and I can see why now.
Yes, their whole team seemed very comfortable and confident. I know earlier they got a ranked game in while they had the time. It's Grimace!
Grimace!
It's not actually Grimace, but
We call him Grimace.
I love the buddy that there's. Stinger won't quite find the kill, but some damage nonetheless. The knife will connect as well. Pushing in now.
Essentially, Davenport holding W onto A site.
Sin able to find a kill. Devin goes down, nerfed, traded out in the process by Terminal. Now playing in heaven. Turret will be denied. Quinn waiting for somebody to try and step up onto those stairs.
Terminal looking to get a flank.
Spike
Slowly but
planted.
surely, Bomb is going to go down here. Looks like Shot Up is going to kind of look for the flank here, but not quite.
With
Minute.
Spike?
Oh, looks like we could see a fight here on the flank.
With a bad flash from Jay, and with Spike planted. 4v4 is very dangerous. Jay able to find a kill through the floor. Crayon goes down. Terminal traded out on the flank by Shot Up. Now Jay, the one involved playing on this site. Lucas playing underneath. Shot Up will go down. Quinn finds that pick. Sin will also fall. Lucas
is holding in a corner, hoping
I mean,
to...
this is a dangerous angle. Able to find one, denies it! I don't know if he bought enough time, and since they got it
absolutely
halfway, did not buy the time. If it had been a full, if he had not gotten that half spike defuse, it would have been enough time, I believe. With 2.6 seconds to go, Davenport.
It takes approximately 7 seconds to defuse the bomb.
Yes, and 4 seconds to plant. Definitely proving to be an interesting way for that round to go, but Shot Up, a hero buy.
We're kind of looking at some, a bit, not quite a fully broken buy here from Davenport.
I would argue that Davenport's team, after talking with him, they seem very confident, and I think there's a certain level of skill where you can have that confidence and hold on to it. And I think Davenport is a team of that skill caliber, and it seems like that's what they're doing here. They go, we don't need an econ round, but Devin wants to put him in the dirt, finds one. Sin able to find the trade.
We're going to see the shots through the smoke from Quinn. Can we see potentially another amazing kill here through a smoke?
Quinn has definitely proven today that he is dangerous.
Oh, absolutely. If anything, today has also proven that smokes, not as safe as you think.
As a Bucky enjoyer, I already knew that. Smokes are my hiding place.
I'm well aware. I've played with you before. We are both funny gun users.
Rat. I like being a rat. Davenport looking for an opportunity to find one. Terminal goes down. Sin able to find the kill, and that's favorable for Davenport. Now a 4v3, 12-8, headed into round number 21.
We are going to see
Block,
Davenport
hoping to
try
find
go
one.
here.
Haven't quite found he had the sonar, hoping to find some information, but brought down. Shot Up, pushing so aggressively. No longer playing slightly aggressive. Davenport playing like we saw earlier. So aggressive, it's scary. And now as they'll get the spike planted, Lucas able to get the spike down. Quinn rotating through. A 2 versus 3 here. The Sova ultimate committed. Quinn forced out of position, goes down the Shot Up, and as Jay will go down, the last shot connects. Block with the GG. We see GGs across the board. And that will be map 1 going to Davenport. MTU hot off a win against Wayne State, will drop the map to Davenport, but they put up a good fight there. Quinn, 20-16, shot up 25-14. An absolutely outstanding performance from Davenport on that game.
Oh, absolutely. 13-8. This is quite the interesting plays here. We saw a lot of struggle here on attack from both teams, it feels. Defense just kind of, I guess, being the bread and butter for both of these teams.
Absolutely a phenomenal play by both teams, and hopefully getting to see more coming up soon. I'm not entirely certain what their map 2 will be, but in the meantime, we're going to take you all to a quick break. Make sure you're all comfortable and enjoying your time here on campus, and we'll go chat with the players, see how they're feeling after map 1, see if any opinions have changed. Maybe Davenport's a little more worried about map 2, or maybe MTU has a new strategy for map number 2. So we'll go do that, and in the meantime, get comfortable. We'll be right back. And welcome back. We're getting ready to head back in for map number 2, which is going to be on Split.
I'm very excited for that.
Davenport seemingly very confident still. They don't seem even remotely phased going into this map. Wow, there is a lot to assess here.
Actually, I think it's a pretty regular comp here for Split.
Astros?
Oh, absolutely. Astra can do some work here on Split. One thing to note about the Astra pick is, yeah, she's more of an uncommon character, but out of all the maps, Split is her bread and butter. You have amazing post plant and the ability to cut off entire sections of the map incredibly easily. A friend of mine, he goes by multiple names, so I'm just going to call him Hanzo in this case. I'm just going to pick one. A trick that I see is the concuss and the pull can pull someone off the bomb, and with the way that Split works, those open sight lines just kind of lead you to a free kill.
Absolutely. Definitely could see a lot coming up here between Astros on both teams. I don't know that I've really seen much competitive Split, and I'm in a good mood no matter what. I'm getting to see Raze and Cypher all in the same game, so I know this is going to be a good one coming up. Lucas on the Cypher this time instead of Sova. We're seeing the double duelist comp still.
We did discuss a little bit with both teams here. Davenport in particular mentioning that, hey, I just get told what to run. In this case, sometimes it's a Gecko, sometimes it's a Sova or a Cypher. And looks like we are going to see the Cypher in particular come out here.
Yeah, and MTU seemingly just wanting to get back to the action. A bunch of the players were still seemingly in relatively good spirits despite what seemed like a tough start at the beginning of that map. Now getting a good look around the rest of Split, a fascinating map, really well designed. And I think sometimes it's forgotten that there is lots and lots of cool details that go into these maps. This being one of the very cool ones, obviously a clothing store where KJ seems to even be the model.
Oh, absolutely. KJ, out of all the agents, she is absolutely fabulous. Great style, personally.
The right style to be the model.
Oh,
She's got the runway walk down pat.
You know, one thing about the character design with Valorant is it's incredibly unique and uses color palettes well.
I agree. I have to agree. It's a really unique game, and I was just saying earlier how I think the one thing that Riot consistently does so well is cosmetics.
Absolutely. We are going to see a lot of cosmetics here today.
Oh, a nice dink.
Backs out. We're going to see a bit of an explosion here on A. With that, though, we are going to see the Cypher currently looking to get some information B or mid before they really kind of decide what to do here. Pushing up a little bit onto ramps.
Shot up with a frenzy. Could make a big play here as the breach will force him out. Devin finds an early kill. Block finds another one. Sin will fall relatively quickly.
Looks like they are going to go ropes here, looking to rotate over onto B after kind of forcing the other team to go towards A with all the attention. We are going to see Cram standing in the smoke, hoping to kind of avoid.
And they don't know.
Sight.
Crayon
completely unaware.
managed to
Gonna
avoid.
get the pick on Terminal.
Crayon finds one. Quinn will find one as well. Devin falls to Lucas, and all of a sudden it's a 3 versus 2. That was some incredible trigger discipline and patience that we saw. Nerf now the only one remaining alongside Lucas. Nerf hoping to find one. Lucas playing from main. Could prove to be a difficult fight as we see him drop down rope. Lucas able to find one. Nerf finds another, and Cypher and Astra versus Cypher and Astra turns into a win for Davenport. The pistol round going to the Panthers.
That's what I was talking about with the Astra pull. Yeah, she's more of an uncommon pick, but once you really kind of know how to get that communication with your team working, you can really just kind of isolate someone and kind of force them into a situation where they simply cannot fight back.
Absolutely, and to follow up, the ghost face, or as Scream spray of Omen to follow afterward the round. Definitely one of my favorite sprays that I do wish I had. So always fun to see it's fun to see the various cosmetics, because I think the one thing that everybody has a different appreciation for all sorts of different things.
I feel like the one universal thing is that despite Smite not being the greatest line, by
Everyone loves
technicality, everybody loves Smite.
By how atrocious it is, everyone loves how gorgeous it is. Personally, I use the Smite Odin, so I have to say I'm Team Smite. And the judge finds one, but traded out as Jay, and the rest of the team was too close for comfort. The Stinger won't be enough as he's stunned and concussed and flashed. Makes it incredibly difficult, especially to use an SMG. And they'll lose 1 for 2. Davenport now missing not only both their duelists, but at a 1-player disadvantage. Astra with the spike in hand, missing some health, but still up and alive for Michigan Tech.
We are going to see them take tower here, not without Davenport here getting the information with the use of a cam. They are going to try and rotate over to A here, but Crayon seems to be ready. Taking out one.
Heavy rotation. Crayon will be able to find one. Jay does go down the flash so that they can cross. Crayon seemingly aware that that's what they've done. Heaven finds one, can't quite find the next, but 2 for 1 is a good trade. Block able to find some damage and finally a kill as Crayon will go down now, a 2v2. As they were able to even the playing field here. Nerfed once again. One of the last runs remaining alongside Lucas. This time, Block on the Cypher.
We are going to see a 2v2 here, a very quiet 2v2. It's almost as if they're all rotating at the same time. The only one staying still is the Cypher, with Nerfed and Lucas looking to push from attacker side of A here.
In Heaven, we're seeing heavy pressure from Heaven as Lucas finds one. Block able to find the other. Trade, but he cleans it up. Nerfed, Lucas both go down, and Terminal traded, but a thrifty round for MTU to clean up and hold on to the guns that they may get to steal. Block with 4 and 1 so far, doing what he can do best, and I'm just going to say it, Cypher's on top for a reason. He's just a great character. I think across a lot of games, Cypher may be one of my favorite character designs of all time.
Oh, absolutely.
It's just so unique and fun, and the aesthetic of it is also incredibly neat.
Indeed.
Also, he's based out of Morocco, and one of the original reasons I started playing him was because I love Moroccan food. Yep.
I've heard it's actually quite delicious.
It
But
is
that we're
amazing.
going to see a heavy push here from MTU onto A site, seemingly taking all of that space without anyone to fight back, per se.
Absolutely. Devin able to find one as he pushes onto site.
So Davenport is going with an interesting move here, looking to kind of split the flank.
Yeah, you see 3 of them actually pushing through. And MTU will be able to find one. Quinn brings him down before Shot Up finds the trade. The overheal from Reyna, definitely going to prove to be big and helpful in this situation. The Sheriff, now a Vandal. 7 bullets, going to take the time to reload.
We're looking at a 3v3 here.
Lucas able to find one before he's traded out. Jay does find it. Flash won't quite connect. Sin does get stunned and flashed. It looks like the blind from Reyna as the cam will go down. The flash connects, but he dodges it. Shut up. Lands the shot. Can't quite find the other as Jay will clean up from Heaven. Sin and Shot Up both brought down, but I mean, he had to snap his wrist to break that flash, and that was quite the impressive dodge. I mean, not a whole lot of heads up, and Breach Flash can definitely be one of those difficult ones to dodge because of how easy it appears. But a phenomenal play nonetheless. Able to find one, but just not quite enough. Split definitely proving to be a little more difficult for Davenport and MTU with a little more momentum in themselves.
Oh, absolutely. One thing about the way that MTU is playing as well is with the attack, I feel like Split is a lot easier to attack and like have that momentum with compared to Ascent here. So we're kind of just seeing kind of a better pick here overall for them, you know, letting them play off their aggression a bit more.
Absolutely. We've seen some really phenomenal stuff here for both teams. And it was funny, we were talking with the players after the first round about the Jet, you know, the Jet smokes and Sova darts, and the Sova player goes, I hate Jet, and the Jet player goes, this is one of my favorite techs. And I was like, that seems like a good team. Block, able to find one. Sin will fall.
Shot Up looking to kind of take a bit of space in Heaven.
Dodges the flash once again, the concussion won't connect. Dodging every bit of utility can, the dismissal.
They are going to chase after Shot Up here.
I feel like this is a good rule of thumb to not chase Arena and Empress. Able to find some damage, not quite a kill. The Elder Flame Vandal won't be enough. Strength, the smoke won't connect.
Deciding the Reyna wasn't worth it, looking to go to B instead. Nerfed, just kind of using the noise around him to kind of find a hiding spot, see what he can do.
Quinn.
Being taken out by Quinn.
Quinn with an early pick, and now a 4v2 will prove to be difficult as Empress likely may run out soon as well, especially if they don't get that reset relatively soon, as Empress will burn out just like that.
Currently looking at a 2v4 in favor of MTU so far.
Drop.
Shot Up dropping the jet or the sky here.
You can dismiss while on a rope. I don't play Reyna, so that's what I'm going to use my excuse for that one. Dismissing back up the rope to make it out alive. Terminal, able to find one. Lucas goes down, 8 health for Shot Up, and it looks like he's going to decide to just try and hold on to this Vandal. Won't be a winnable round. And we'll use that momentum to make it out alive. Hold on to that Vandal and try and use it in the next round to maybe find themselves a favor.
MTU, ooh, being aware of his location.
Doesn't look like they'll have enough time to physically rotate over there.
Instead, choosing to just kind of push it B main, you know, back up a little, stay safe from the bomb explosion. Fun fact, if you are a little bit unfamiliar with Valorant, sometimes it is actually more worth it to die from the bomb than to try and stay alive.
Yes, typically on pistol rounds, the amount of money that you get from, quote, as the game defines it, saving your gun versus dying is economically not worthwhile, usually on pistol rounds. And so the trade-off to that is people don't also want to give the kill to the enemy team, so they will go run in and die to the spike after by hiding nearby. It can be difficult to pull off and a little bit risky sometimes, but it definitely economically can be a beneficial decision. Crayon gets one with the Sheriff, traded for nerfed.
You're going to see a heavy amount of Astra util coming out on B here. The Skyle also getting quite a bit of information as MTU goes ahead and tries to plant the bomb and create that oppressive space.
Astra able to use some util, gets in there. Terminal gets one. Jay finds yet another. Terminal finds a kill on Lucas, and just like that, Davenport collapsing here on defense. MTU 4-1 headed into round 6.
Quite the turnaround from what we saw last game, with Davenport essentially being in this kind of in the reverse of the current situation we're seeing here. It kind of shows you what map picks mean to different teams.
It really does, and Split is I feel like not a favored map that a lot of people have as like a pocket pick, but it seems like MTU just loves it.
Oh, absolutely. And I completely agree with that. Then again, my opinions tend to be the ones that other people don't agree with.
Well, I mean, to all credit, I'm getting to see some Cypher gameplay out of them picking Split, so you know, maybe I'll have to be more accepting of Split in the future.
Split is one of Cypher's best maps, arguably. We are going to see the Raze ult come out here.
Ray's ultimate is committed, drops down, so the ultimate may not be as dangerous. The ultimate won't connect. Nerf able to find one. Quinn goes down, but Jay and Terminal both able to find trades in return. A 2-for-1 deal, as Astra will be the only one to fall from MTU. Shot up now in heaven. Shot up, playing from heaven in a 2 versus 3. As Jay and Terminal will find 2 picks apiece. Devin is able to go down, but now Sin in a 1v3 could prove to be difficult. Can't quite dodge. Flash, and they'll continue spraying as Block will find the flank, cleans up the round. MTU with yet another one, 5-1, headed into round number 7.
Kind of shows you the power of utility and how you can really use it to get onto site here. MTU just pushing their way onto site, whether Davenport likes it or not, frankly.
Absolutely, and they have done nothing but provide this constant pressure on Davenport to try and turn these fights. Davenport seemingly just really having a hard time getting up off the ground here.
Yes, this should do.
And looks like with that we are going to see another A push here from MTU, with 4 going main and a Cypher again going for a mid flank, which we've seen quite often.
Lucas playing Cypher here.
We're going to see the Astra smokes come out. Raze satcheling right onto site, getting caught by the Cypher trip.
No, the dog got caught. Shot up.
Down A.
Finds 2. Sin able to find yet another one. The Stinger proving to be lethal. The dog, by tanking that tripwire, allowed the Rays to push through, find that kill early, and bring down Lucas. But nonetheless, they're able to find big plays in return. Sin and Shot Up both able to find their trades. Shot Up with a 3rd with the Stinger. A 4th! And they clean up the round. Shot Up. Well, I guess the name checks out.
Yeah, indeed. Especially with the Stinger in particular, huh? You are indeed getting shot up with the recoil of the Stinger.
Yes. Davenport finally grabs himself a round.
A
2 to
Thrifty
5.
round in particular, too.
2 to 5, headed into round number 8. And Thrifty is a good way to start your momentum.
We are going to see a relatively even economy here.
Fam, going to Astral to do them Astral Guardian things I do.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard that voice line.
Same here. Astra doesn't really get picked that often, at least in my own games. As
Yeah.
much as I love her.
I'm a religious Swift play gamer because I need a game that I have to keep casual. And for me, that's Valorant.
Ironically enough, for me, that is Overwatch and League.
Which is,
Wow.
that is kind of funny, yeah.
We are going to see the Breach ult come out on A here from MTU.
An early play, able to find 1. Crayon traded out. Quinn will find the return frag as Devin will go down. Quinn with 2, 3. Looking for maybe an ace at this point.
Yeah,
Sin.
4v2 here.
Quinn has been putting on a showcase today. On map 2 of their game earlier this morning, he also top fragged their lobby, I believe. So definitely putting on quite the showcase on controllers.
We're going to see the Astra Smoke come out here, kind of blocking them from seeing that bomb and getting that vision on backside.
Terminal will find a kill on Sin, and Lucas will fall as well. MTU grabbing yet another round, 6-2, headed into round number 9.
One thing that I think Davenport is kind of struggling with a little bit here is with the Cypher flank. It seems it's been pretty consistent throughout all the rounds for that Cypher to kind of finish off everything that's been going on and really get the round win. And it doesn't seem like they've been properly dealing with it almost. Like they're just kind of like hoping to kind of take out everybody else fast enough so that they don't necessarily have to deal with that Cypher. And I don't think it's quite working in their favor at the moment.
Absolutely. And I also want to iterate. I know that I've had one person already address it with me. This is something I meant to bring up earlier, and while we have a timeout, I'm happy to do it as well. If you're here on, in the arena right now and you're from Purdue Northwest, one of the other schools, or from Ferris, and you'd like to do some casting this weekend, there is still a few opportunities I can find for people who are interested. I know I have a great guy from Purdue Northwest who will be joining me for Rocket League shortly as well. So bear in mind that if you are interested in casting or giving it a shot, if you got some experience, we'd love to have you on here. It's fun.
Yeah.
Promise we have a good time.
If anything, look for anyone who either is not necessarily wearing... If you look at the badges, they actually are labeled based on different sections. If you look for coach/staff on any of the badges, they would be able to kind of point you in the right direction.
Or just come find me. I'm usually walking around, and I'm in a bow tie, so it's hard to miss.
Yeah, very hard to miss.
So, you were saying earlier the jet is what it's like when you open Snapchat. That's more what I feel like when I open Snapchat.
You feel like Scuttle Shack?
I feel like Scuttle Crab. Shot up, playing the corner, able to find one trade. Crayon gets one. Devin will go down. Shot up will also fall.
MTU Quinn with a 2K here.
Already looking to find himself a third. Nerfed, definitely injured. Proving to be a difficult fight to take.
Looking to almost kind of back out here. After getting their picks, slowing down the pace, hoping to get that rotate off, and then just kind of move away from A site here, looking to take B. We are going to see the Cypher flank once again kind of going off here.
Quinn doing a little bit of baiting maybe, as we definitely see this kind of passive waiting gameplay. Nerfed. Ew, that shot was kind of gross. Finds a kill, picks one up for Davenport to even the playing field, 3 versus 3, but MTU still holding the score lead, 6-2.
Both Cyphers just kind of waiting, unaware that they're so close to one another.
Well, he is a surveillance network, so I suppose to some extent watching his camera is what he does best. Lucas rotating towards mid alongside his Astra as Jay will put the spike down on B.
Enemy down.
And Block will find the kill on Sin.
We are going to see that Cypher flank do its work once again.
Lucas, the one rotating alongside his teammate right now.
Looking to do almost the same, getting that flank going.
Terminal.
Take that space and be main.
Cage triggered.
Terminal playing directly on top of that spike. Lucas able to find a kill at range with the stinger.
MTUJ just kind of holding back sight, hoping to have given his teammate enough time to be able to defend the spike. We are going to see Astra ult just try to guarantee the win here.
Trying to buy themselves some room, but Block will find the kill on Nerf before he's traded out. Lucas will grab the round.
That Astra ult doing a lot of work. Some people might have been questioning that decision, but at the same time, that Astra ult blocked the bullets that he could have sprayed through the smoke, essentially kind of giving them that little bit of time that they almost needed to go ahead and try and win that round over Lucas, almost taking advantage of it at the same time.
Absolutely, we saw a really well-played fight there, nearly turning it in the favor of MTU, but that wall last minute was able to buy the space that they needed to turn that fight in their favor.
The confidence is a huge part of it here. We are going to see another B push once again with MTU Block looking to get the flank, getting his pick on shot up.
Block getting the kill early is going to be enormous. We see Davenport now playing on site, trying to desperately deny this entry that they've been allowing so often. The Sky Ultimate was committed, or as Mikey likes to call it, the cabbages.
We're going to see a push here mid. The judge
I
coming
know
out.
exactly where
Oh,
you are.
never mind.
Cypher ultimate will come out as they rotate through mid.
Kind of forces that race to back up due to the judge not being
Scout
the
just
greatest
joined.
at a distance.
Crayon and Sin both playing together there, deciding that neither of those rotations were necessary now. Headed through sewers, the rest of the team has arrived.
Nerf looking to get a pick, being successful, getting the bomb
Spike
down for
down
his
A.
team.
Nerfed with 2 and Lucas with 1 more as block will fall. 3-6 though, still the score. MTU holding on to their lead for the time being, but this round may be difficult for them to turn Davenport in a 4v2.
One enemy remaining.
Nerfed with a
30
third
seconds
kill.
left.
Finding that kill on Devin in return for Crayon.
Looking at a 3v1. Sin with the judge once again. Just kind of holding that corner, hoping to get what he can.
Terminal holding on that corner. And he'll get one, but he's traded out by Lucas, and that's another round going in the favor of Davenport. 4-6, headed into round number 11, 1 round away from halftime.
We are still going to see the Cyphers at the top frag here.
That'll work.
I'm sure you're proud.
What can I say? Some of us are just built different, you know? Proud to see Cyphers at the top of the leaderboard. It is always really fun to watch good Cypher gameplay.
One thing to note is we also are seeing the Rays at the bot frag. Kind of given that space for the Cypher to really shine.
I think this is also one of those maps that duelists are going to have a hard time top fragging and an easier time being the entry. While they may not be top fragging,
They're doing what they can to support their team.
they are finding that engage opportunity to stun the flash, the Raze boombot, the kitchen sink thrown down main from MTU. As shots are taken through the smoke.
We are going to see the Cypher alone on A, pushing the Rays. Getting
Really?
the pick once again.
Block, sometimes just taking advantage of that momentum, that confidence to take these fights, and sure enough, grabbing himself yet another kill.
Looks like Shauna is going to go ahead and kind of counter that Cypher flank. Just kind of denying the fact that MTU almost wanted to rotate onto A here. Once they realized the Reyna was there, they decided to explode out onto B here.
Crayon finds 2, shutting down the Raze ultimate is going to be enormous. Jay will also fall. Flash connects, but it doesn't matter. Crayon.
With the 3K, putting it in a 3v1 situation.
Quinn will find the kill. Crayon goes down. Shot up. Keeps it in check. Davenport holds on to 1 more round, looking to tie it up before the half is over. 6-5, still in the favor of MTU for now.
And we are going to see a relatively even scoreboard, I would say. You know, it's early games, so, you know, not quite. We aren't seeing
Especially-
insane numbers like we did last game.
I was going to say, especially compared to last game where we saw it felt like at round 23 players from Davenport having 20 kills. And right now we're seeing, you know, at round 11 or round 12, we're only seeing 1 player with the number of kills per round. So like you said, definitely a lot more of these rounds are spike
Want to
oriented.
fight it?
We're going to see the Astro ult come out here, which is going to block off Heaven here for Davenport.
Pulling them in.
Astro Wall, definitely very big.
Devin taking space.
As Devin finds a kill, Sin will fall, but he's traded out by Nerf, who finds 2, 3 for a
Can we
4th.
see an
Grabs
ace
the
here?
Vandal.
Player
Can't quite
standing.
find it as Terminal will grab 2. Block will grab another. Lucas and Nerf both go down. Crayon, the last one standing for Davenport now in this 1v2 where Block is missing some health, but Terminal is still full health. And the one thing we've seen from Terminal all day is
I know exactly.
really, really outstanding.
Crayon is
Sentinel
gonna throw out the flash,
gameplay.
getting the shot.
Crayon.
Looking to take advantage of the util that they've got to go ahead and try and force that space.
Stunned inside the breach. Aftershock, able to make it out alive. Crayon in a 1v1 needs to find the shot, and Terminal's waiting. Cleans it up. 7-5, headed into the second half here. Davenport actually
Switching
down the
sides.
lead.
I would like to apologize to MTU Quinn for caster cursing him there. That is on me. I called the ace at the 3K.
Oh, nerfed. Yeah, nerfed. Nerf
Or
was
no,
hitting it was
yeah,
nerfed.
apologies. Astroman. We are going to get another view here, this time of the coffee shop here on A side.
Have you ever worked as a barista? I feel like you give off like you could work. You have the barista energy a little bit.
I have not. I've worked in a restaurant setting before, but it was a pizza place, not a
Me too.
Yeah.
Worked at a pizza place back home.
almost. I feel like that's a very common experience, especially if you live in a smaller town.
It was a college town, so Friday nights were awful.
and Saturdays, and Sundays, and Mondays,
I'm
and
sure
Tuesdays.
this weekend will be awful for every business here, food business here in Big Rapids.
Big Rapids definitely not familiar with having 7 colleges worth of esports students because we gamers
My
like
eyes
to
are
eat.
down.
Oh, absolutely.
Block, got the classic in hand here.
We
It
are
is
gonna
pistol
see
round.
a
MTU on
different
defense.
flank. This time the Astra being the flanker here. Crayon taking out MTJ.
Crayon able to find one, but
down mid.
Devin with 3. Lucas finally shutting him down. Nerfed will be alongside his teammate here. Spike in hand. They definitely have free rotation to B, but they don't know that yet. Now, once again, what is it with these pistol rounds and 2v2s between Astra and Cypher? This is the second time we've seen this in this map.
I mean,
Nerfed has been an absolute powerhouse of a performance today on the Astra, and Lucas definitely doing fairly well on the Cypher, like we said, top fragging for the lobby, so.
I will say, split overall, it's very much so about what kind of space you can take and what kind of space you can protect. And
True.
I feel like Astra and Cypher in particular are honestly some of the best characters to do so.
I would have to agree.
30
Lucas
seconds left.
is doing a phenomenal job on Cypher. Not that I'm one to be able to judge or speak on how well or badly somebody's doing, but by any means, they are doing good. I can definitely say that.
The numbers in the footage shows it.
The numbers don't lie. It's kind of one of those situations. The frenzy!
Enemy remaining.
Just as we talk about it.
Wiped clean.
Lucas, despite the extra L in his name, does not take them. 6-7, headed into round number 14. Davenport looking to turn it around now that they're on attack.
We're going to see relatively even Cypher scores here with 13-9 and 13-7.
Cypher's still on top.
Absolutely.
That's what I like to see. At my heart, I'm a Cypher main. I'd like to be better at him, but in reality, I'm a Sage player.
Yeah, I was about to mention, personally, I pick Sage here on Split. Having that mid control is incredible, and MTU's block kind of shows the importance of taking care of mid.
Is it weird to say I didn't know I was a Sage player? I looked at my Val tracker and I didn't know I had like 70% of my game on Sage. It's a really high percentage, and block goes down early.
We are going to see A is actually completely empty here on the defender side. Shot up looking to kind of take some space mid, taking out Terminal.
Finding the kill, dismissing out, able to bring down the dog as well. The flash.
Davenport unknowingly walking away from an empty site.
That bird was alive.
Enemy remaining.
Shot up, finds another one. Devin goes down to Nerfed, and Crayon will clean up the kill on Quinn for a flawless round from Davenport. I think if this is the only time I had ever seen Split played competitively, I would say it's attacker sided. Just a possibility.
I'm not quite sure with Split, if I'm being completely honest. I like it on both attack and defense. Personally, I feel as if it's very defender-sided. Seeing as, personally, the last few times I've played Split, I've almost clean swept defense every single time.
Well, I think the other thing is that comparing, attacker sided versus defender sided maps is something that comes all the way back from, CS source kind of thing,
Yeah.
when maps were significantly more one-sided than they may have been at one point. But the part that goes alongside that is this is Valorant, where they have done a much better job making maps not nearly as heavily one-sided, and in a good matchup situation, the teams are definitely able to perform. Jay finding some shots, won't quite find the kill.
We are going to see a lot of people mid here looking to kind of take some space away by going through A main to kind of rotate over, leaving the sky behind to maybe kind of get some information here, using that dog to C2 and tower.
Davenport able to find some information with that dog, but the Huskies, ironically, nonetheless, will be the ones to rotate and use their information to their favor. Block trying to find a kill here. Finds it. Sin goes down. Nerfed will find the trade for his teammate, and now free sight for them to plant on as Jay is playing in heaven right alongside Rope, where could be a difficult place
left.
to fight from, but has to cover that angle
Spike
so their
planted.
teammate can do their job. Lucas finds a kill on Terminal. Barely had time to peek before we saw the headshot land.
Shot up, just kind of holding a corner here near screens,
Shot
looking
up
to
with
kind
the
of take advantage of his teammates' sight lines.
With the Stinger so far, we have seen some really crazy stuff from Shot Up today.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen a lot of stingers in this game.
Last player standing.
Shot Up finds a kill on Quinn.
Instead with the Spectre.
Looks the wrong way. Nerfed able to find the final kill, and 8-7 now as Davenport takes the lead for, I believe, the first time of the day.
First time in the map.
Yeah. I believe this is also the first time we're going to see Cypher not at the top of the leaderboard.
Okay, but he's tied for first in kills. Lucas,
The
you're
7
still
assists.
you're still top fragging in my heart. You know, you're doing great.
When is a Cypher not top fragging in your heart? to
That's
be
true.
fair?
That's
Which,
a valid statement.
Honestly, respectable, but also Astra.
Cypher
love
means
her
to just
dearly.
Cypher means to just build different. Sneaky off Ferris, the goat. I'll
He
say
is
it.
the GOAT.
Devin looking for an
Very
opportunity
aggressive
here. Out of
push
the corner,
here.
the nade connects, forcing Sin out. Devin goes down in a trade from Shot Up, but the nade forcing out an early pick that MTU is able to find.
Looks like Nerfed is just going to kind of push on the B here, kind of looking to take some space, checking his corners despite no one being there. That's incredibly important, checking your corners.
Clear your corners, kids.
Absolutely. Please clear your corners, especially if I end up in a ranked game with you. With that, we are going to see the bomb go down.
Bomb spike planted.
MTU grouping up in mid here.
Davenport, good control of the site here. Block. They have sheriffs in hand. That makes me feel better. I used that exact smoke like 2 days ago, and I got flamed for it. But that makes me feel better.
That's a relatively normal smoke.
I feel like I would have thought the same thing.
We are going to see the Astra util come out, trying to force people onto.
Vulnerable also connects. Block able to find one before he's traded out, but Jay and Block both go down. Shot Up the only trade. Lucas able to find one, but two. As Terminal and Quinn both fall as well. 9-7, headed into round number 17 now. Davenport extending their lead that they just took, as MTU will call a timeout. Shaken clearly that this lead is no longer theirs, and it continues to fall further and further into Davenport's favor.
That and Lucas taking back the Cypher top frag. I'm likely going to be mentioning that a lot since Virgil's here.
He's the GOAT.
Absolutely.
Cypher
also a
Cypher has
Sentinel
a very
player.
Cypher has I was gonna say Cypher has just a very special place for me. I love the character is very cool. It's very fun to see people play a character you enjoy at such a high level, and definitely MTU gonna have to take this time out to really kind of recenter themselves, really focus on what they're gonna want to do going on into these matches. You can also see down below, I don't know where the status is on the game. I know that Saginaw Valley and I believe Purdue Northwest have a Valorant match to play as well, just not the one being streamed. But that's right, guys. If you're on campus, Ferris State students or otherwise, and you'd like to come watch, believe me, the arena has space. We have spectator space for you all to watch and come support your friends. If you're from MTU, I imagine it's a little more difficult, so we're glad you're joining us in the stream.
Absolutely. Yeah, I believe it's like, what, a 7-hour drive?
I think I talked to one of the players. He said about 9, which I thought it was 14, so...
I believe it, from where I live, or back in my hometown, it's about 13 hours. So
Goodness.
it's a crazy trip for MTU, but we are more than glad that they're here.
Just for comparison, I live in Virginia, and it's a 14-hour drive for me.
That's why.
So, that's a pretty insane distance for them to travel, and we're glad they made it here, and especially glad they made it here safely. The Raze ultimate won't connect.
Shot Up looking to take that space mid,
The dog will connect.
getting stunned
Oh.
again and again.
Shot Up just desperately trying to play the game.
A lot of spraying going down mid here.
That was a Raze ultimate committed, a Breach Stun, an Astra Smoke, and a
Skydog.
Skydog. And he's still sitting at full health.
Looks like they're gonna fake a noise here, trying to make them appear that they're going A. Going back to mid.
The fake for the double fake is something we've seen from Davenport a few times today, and it worked last time on the Synth, so I have to wonder if it'll work again. Nobody watching the stairs quite tightly enough until they're at the top.
We're gonna see Shot Up hold ropes here for a second before deciding to go with his team into tower.
Jay hoping to climb out those ropes and find a pick.
Devin taking out one, Terminal taking another.
Crayon able to find
I
2
got your train.
in return for his
30 seconds left.
teammates. For one more, Crayon with
know
3.
exactly where
The Cypher ultimate committed. Quinn goes down.
Gonna get the bomb down in the corner here, looking to, I guess, play alley and defender spawn, maybe loop around a tower.
We see Jay and Block, the 2 remaining for MTU here, and they know, well, in the words of Cypher said best, he knows exactly where you are. The rotation, though, coming from B main, definitely could prove to catch Davenport off guard. They only have one person really covering that exact location, but it appears they're playing for a bait for post-plant play here.
They're gonna flash out, taking
Jay
out
finds one, but Crayon with the 4K. Lucas stealing away the ace. Still have yet to see one today. I'm hoping I have one goal by the end of the weekend. It's a hat trick in Rocket League, a pentakill in League, and an ace in Valorant. I have yet to see one on stream, so I'm hoping we'll get to see that coming up soon. We've seen a lot of 4Ks,
Oh,
especially in this
absolutely.
game.
One thing I want to point out really quick, kind of looping back to the whole cosmetics thing, we are going to see the Oni Katana right now, which by technicality is pay to lose.
Is it slower to pull out?
No, we talked about earlier with the Odin how it's long enough that it's visible. The Katana is tall enough that you can't crouch behind some of the boxes here on Split. It'll reveal you.
Interesting.
We are going to see a very heavy mid push here from MTU, looking to take that space away. Davenport ulting onto A here as they just kind of try to rotate and run back to their teammates. They take that open space. Checking corners, just unaware that nobody is actually there.
Shot up, going for the plant of the spike. Looking for an opportunity to find a play. Terminal. And MTU seemingly collapsing on site here. Block. Top of ramp.
Shot up, his location being revealed, yet he still attempts to almost push up ramps here.
Shot up.
Narrowly, English, avoiding some shots.
Crayon able to find one. Devin goes down. First blood of the round. Shot up with two.
Enemy remaining.
Crayon with another. Looking to make it a third as the stun is launched, but won't connect.
Crayon with a 3K, a 4K into a 3K is insane. We are going to see the shorty come out here, and we are going to see the scoreboard now.
Crayon 21 and 12, the first one to break the 20 barrier here, as well as, I mean, at this point, we're closing in a whole pack of Crayola, I'd say.
Oh, absolutely.
24 pack
Oh, you know what?
with the sharpener built in.
Well, I don't think that, do the 24 packs have the sharpener? I
It's
thought
the
that was
48.
I think that's the 48.
All right, Crayon, you heard it. 27 to go, buddy.
If you want that sharpener, you got to get to 48.
I think if I see Crayon at some point drop a 50 bomb this weekend, I will go buy him that pack of crayons.
I feel like we need to get him more than
I
a
would
pack
make
of
it. I would
crayons.
make it a trophy out of it. That would be phenomenal. A 50 bomb that would. I think my stuttering accurately describes how insane that would be to see.
Absolutely.
A 50 bomb on land in Valorant would be.
Crazy impressive.
I
I don't think I've ever seen more than a 40 bomb before, like entirely.
I have done it once.
I am aware.
I'm very proud of that. It is probably my favorite clip ever. But
We are gonna
that was
see-
an iron lobby.
We are
So
going to see an A push here. Davenport. And
Terminal!
taking nerfed out.
Nerf goes down early, and Nerf has been an instrumental part of Davenport in some of these fights, especially in terms of getting 2 3Ks back to back. Lucas goes down as well. Jay will find that kill, and that puts Davenport into a 3v5 as the spike is planted. We're seeing the Sky get some healing. Shot up, just can't seem to find the right headshot, and so go down. Crayon peeked at just the wrong moment. The flash connects. The dog jumps, the stun connects, and through the box. Sin able to find one, but there's not a whole lot of opportunities there, as Devin will go for the defusal, and MTU Terminal able to find another kill on Sin. 11-8 in the favor of Davenport. What I think if you look at these two games, the one big difference we can see is that on map 1, we saw a very, very strong performance from Davenport into a catch-up from MTU.
And now we're seeing vice versa.
Wow, I would even say that this one seems like it's been much more back and forth. The lead that MTU got was not nearly as large of a developed lead that we saw from Davenport, but Davenport nonetheless was able to much more quickly develop themselves a new plan to balance out and find these plays in their favor. Headed into round number 20 now, 11-8 in the favor of Davenport. Davenport looking to close this one out with just 2 more rounds. MTU looking to hold on. The Breach ultimate committed. The Rays will not stick around much longer. The nade to follow up the dog to clear out tower.
We are going to see Sin push past the Breach util, looking to take space in their spawn.
Sin pushing through this Astra smoke. 3 of MTU's players still have to rotate from B. 2 of them coming through their spawn as we speak. A fight a moment away from breaking out between any of these players.
Looking at a 5v5. I feel like that's something we haven't seen very often in this game. Once the bomb gets down, currently being even. No one has quite died yet, which is kind of crazy to think about. We are going to
Jay.
see the first kill with the Judge.
He might have been one of them. Maybe. Terminal able to find a kill on Lucas, though. Davenport down 2 players in a 5v3. Crayon shot up, both able to find the trades as Crayon gets another, and Nerfed finds a 4th. Only Jay remaining Nerfed. His location given away, and the judge will be not quite enough as the Phantom is just enough to bring down Jay. Davenport holds on for another round, 12-8. Match point and map point.
We are 1 kill off of that 24 pack of crayons here.
I'm hoping so.
I'm hoping so too. I'm not necessarily rooting for one team to win. I just want to see the crayon pack come out.
I am sad to see that both ciphers have slipped down the top of the leaderboard just a little bit. Block still holding on there for us, but definitely Lucas. Not to clarify, not to disrespect. That is, I am merely enjoying the fact that ciphers were at the top of the leaderboard for so long.
Oh, absolutely. As a Sentinel player myself, we love to see it.
Sin for an opportunity with that nade. Won't quite find much. Shot up, able to find one on Devin as Jay finds a trade onto Sin. Crayon.
Looking to spray through the smoke here, back up and support his team with a heal.
Crayon will heal up his teammates. Shot up will pop the Empress. Quinn finds a kill on Lucas as well as Jay finds another shot onto Crayon, losing 1. Spike will go down into the hands of Reyna. Empress with Empress up and the dismissal available. Shot up now pushing through Heaven. We'll have it cleared out by Nerfed and the opportunity to plant.
Planting safely behind the box as the Astra and Cypher look to go ahead and push through tower, kind of take that space, see what they can do.
One of the only times we haven't seen Cypher once again in the last 2, but this time Reyna and Astra to Astra and Cypher. The smoke to cover the cross angle. MTU gonna have to move as a unit here if they're gonna make this theirs. 12-8, it's a 2v2. This is anybody's round, but MTU's gonna have to execute this relatively flawlessly to buy the time they need. The smoke won't be enough. Shot up with 2 more to get 4 on the round, and Davenport closes it out 13-8.
An incredible game once again, a lot closer than kind of initially projected. Just like the first map that we saw, it was kind of like an initial lead by one of the teams that then kind of balanced out into this very even, incredible gameplay.
Absolutely. Shot up, going 22-12. Crayon, 23-14, 1 off the 24 pack, but nonetheless, maybe it was just maybe there's just an extra one laying around. It got broken on the box, maybe.
It got broken on the box. You know, someone took it out, forgot to put it back.
Beautifully executed, though, by Davenport to take away that game. In the meantime, we are going to be migrating over to Rocket League relatively shortly on stream. Leafeon, thank you for joining me on a wonderful Valorant cast. Had an absolute blast.
And thank you for having me. It was a wonder and an incredible gameplay. Loved learning from it, especially.
Absolutely, and we are looking forward to seeing where else we're going to go. In a little bit, we'll be joining back with some more Rocket League, so make sure you stay tuned, get comfortable. We've still got some games to go. There'll be League after Rocket League tonight as well. So if you're watching and you're thinking, maybe I need to order some food and really sit in. Maybe some Chinese takeout sounds good.
Oh, Chinese takeout sounds amazing.
Right. And so get comfortable. We'll be right back in a little bit with some Rocket League. Hello and welcome back to the stream once again. I'm Virgil. I'm joined by...
Hi, I am Green 9reen, or however you want to say it.
and we are finally excited to get our Rocket League rolling, as some would say.
Good old car soccer.
Terrible joke. But we should be getting started relatively soon. Grand Valley versus Michigan Tech. Michigan Tech has been on every single streamed game so far. And they've had a pretty good record. They went 1-1 in Valorant. Let's see if they could do it in Rocket League as well. We get off started already. Slonk taking it downfield, going for a little bit of an air dribble, sends it past, gets it past one, and can't quite get it as it's sent back downfield. Stewie able to get the clear and off the ceiling, maybe able to make a play, an early shot.
Oh, we got a goal right off a crack from Stewie.
12 seconds in, and Michigan Tech already storming away with 1 point with a beautiful pass. What looked like
a ceiling tap right there.
Yeah, wonderful job. Got passed up to him and said, oh, well, there's nobody in front of the goal. I'll handle it myself.
Started out a little bit hectic there with a lot of commotion going on in the middle.
Absolutely.
I'm actually kind of surprised he's able to get that all the way up in the air without anybody intercepting it.
Grape going for a little bit of a shot. Goes a little wide, but it's passed back. Gorilla takes over it for Grand Valley. Holding on to it. It goes to Alpha. Alpha takes over the pass, going through the middle. It's going to probably bounce off the corner. No, follows up on his own pass, but Stewie there to keep it out from in front of the net. Now taking it back downfield. Once again, Gorilla, this time waiting, but the follow-up is there. Alpha able to get it out from in front of the net and sent back downfield. Slonk able to slow it down at midfield, but Alpha to Gorilla. Gorilla can't quite make the contact, and as it goes to Grape, they'll see what they can do to take over. Michigan Tech looking for an opportunity to score once again, and Grand Valley just trying to keep it out from in front of their net again.
Right now we're at a little bit of a standstill. We're setting it up the walls back and forth right now. It's kind of looking like what's that old school game where they send the balls back and forth at the moving lines? Oh, Alpha getting a score right there. Finally breaking the ice with that little middle dribble.
Rocket League, or as I like to call it sometimes, modern day Pong. The way the ball will go back and forth for hours before we get a goal. But this is a pretty high scoring game already. 1-1, just under a minute into the game. How fitting that Grape uses that shade of green, purple on his car.
Right. No, actually, I saw someone who had they were named Luigi, and they had like a green tinted car, and it was like, it matched like neither side. So it's like, you can't really tell whose team they're on, and I kind of love it.
Gorilla going for an opportunity there. Couldn't quite find it as Stewie clears it out. Cyber able to slow it down. Grape now having to reset, looking for the pass opportunity. Cyber sends it downfield. Grape waiting for it to be passed out from in front of the net, and it is. Slonk makes the tap, pinched out from the wall. Gorilla going for another shot, and it's there! Gorilla finds a second goal for Grand Valley, taking their lead and extending it by 1. We're getting goals almost every 30 seconds at this rate. Grand Valley able to grab themselves one, 2-1. With just over 3.5 minutes to go.
Well, in the tournament right now, these aren't the last two teams. Is this the semifinals?
I don't even. This is the first round of Rocket League. This is
the qualifications are over, so that we're starting to actually like get this on the road then.
Absolutely. This is all bracket play at this point, leading up to an opportunity to carry on. I believe most of this is going to be single elim. And there's another goal. Grand Valley.
Clean.
Something to note about Grand Valley's team, I know Michigan Tech and a lot of teams in GLIAC have very strong Rocket League teams, but something to note about Grand Valley is in the past, and I don't know if this is the same roster, I know there's been some changes in the past, but Grand Valley has been ranked in the top 20 nationally before.
Really?
So their Rocket League team is something to contend with. Michigan Tech
is at all?
I don't know. I know in the past they have been very high ranked. I don't know if they're currently still in the top 20, but I do know that Grand Valley has contended for that spot before, and Grape comes in to find one for MTU, keeping them in the game 3-2 with still just over 3 minutes to go. At this rate, we're looking like we're going to hit double-digit scores.
It was a really, really good setup with Grape taking advantage of it, sending into the goal, and now we're at 2-3 with Michigan Tech scraping by to try to catch up to Grand Valley.
Absolutely, and they're doing a phenomenal job right now in keeping this game exciting. Cyber Sausage able to go for the pass. It goes off the ceiling, pass to Gorilla. Gorilla going to send it downfield, looking for an opportunity to follow up. Stewie bumps it over the top, follows up on his own roof pass. To be there, Cyber has to be the one to stop it.
No, he does not!
And the pinch was too quick. Stewie with a 67-mile-per-hour pinch, and you can see he read it.
Ceiling tap, and then pinches it off the floor. That is absolutely disgusting. He's making so much of these plays just by himself right now.
3-3 with 3 minutes to go. A great start for both teams, but Grand Valley losing their lead pretty quickly.
The pressure's definitely got to be on, especially since Michigan Tech is not laying low on this. They know the Grand Valley's a really high-ranked team, but they're not going to give it up.
Absolutely.
In fact, they're showing them right now that they are here to win and that they're going to put forth their best effort towards this. Oh, and Pitch off the wall. We got a demo coming in.
A demo elsewhere as Stewie makes the pass to Slonk. Slonk is going to be the one to deflect it out from in front of the net. Cyber tries to pinch it back in front of the goal, but no goalie. Nearly leads to an open net. Slonk almost nearly pinches it in to the net. Just couldn't quite find it. Slonk with the pass back downfield, playing essentially goalie and defense for the team at the same time. Cyber Sausage able to bounce it off to the side a little bit and slow down this aggressive hold we're seeing from MTU. As Cyber will make another pass downfield, and the goalie is there. MTU, Grape able to block it once. Gorilla deflects it from in front of the net, and as Stewie follows up, Grape there to finish it off. MTU takes the lead back for the first time since 1-0.
This has been a really, really exciting game so far.
It is very fast-paced, and with just under 2 minutes to go, Grand Valley's going to have to find a goal to respond, and it doesn't seem like they've had too much trouble in terms of keeping up yet.
I feel like a lot of these goals so far have been a lot of single-play goals, and now we're starting to see a lot of more team play and team-oriented goals right now.
Right, definitely starting to see the passes as they get their rotations figured out, and they figure out how to defend against the other team. We start to see these demos. We're starting to see the rotations, the blocking, and as an opportunity, Stewie keeps it out from the goal at the last second. Cyber with a shot, couldn't quite find it. Gorilla will be the next one to go for it. Passes it to Cyber. Cyber goes for the follow-up, can't quite find it. And as it bounces back to midfield, Alpha will attempt to keep it on an offensive hold as Grape will clear it out from in front of the net. Gorilla back in front of the net, sends it for his teammate. A flip reset to nearly follow up. Couldn't quite find it as Stewie tries to pass it for an offensive play, but just can't quite find it as Grand Valley has an oppressive offensive hold, and Alpha gets another one, ties it up 4-4 with just over a minute to go.
So this is only game one of the best of five anyway, so I mean it really could go either way. I have nothing, I almost have no insight right now as to who is going to be advantageous towards this tournament.
This seems like a very good match, and I can see why it was the one projected to be put on stream. It is indeed such a close game. It is goal for goal, tit for tat.
What an absolute monster of a start so far with both schools showing their true colors right now.
And as Grand Valley will make a pass downfield, it'll go to Cyber. Cyber's going to find the pinch into the corner. Slonk will be the first one to clear it out for MTU. Follows up, dribbling along the sideline. Cyber will be the first one to clear it out and deny that play. Trying to get it past Grape. Gets it past one. Stewie not quite in position, but able to keep it out from in front of the net just barely. And that, kids, is why they always say to keep ball cam on, as Alpha will find a demo onto Stewie, clearly opening the net. An opportunity is there as it's slowed down in front of the goal, but Stewie able to get it out from in front of the net once again, but the punch back downfield as Slonk able to find a clear. Might need to get it past Gorilla off the wall. The opportunity from Grape. Can't quite find the contact as Alpha will push it in the corner.
OT right now, right off the first match.
I wouldn't put it past them. Last GLIAC, we saw many overtimes, and this is always one of the most exciting events to happen at GLIAC is the Rocket League showcase.
It's kind of the name of the game in Rocket League, honestly.
It really
see so
is.
much OT.
As Stewie, looking for an opportunity to get this out in front of the net, doesn't want to make it an easy opportunity for Grand Valley. A beautiful air dribble, gets it past a little while, but can't quite keep control long enough. Alpha with an air shot, not quite fast enough, and it'll hit the ground. 4-4, we're headed into overtime in game map 1.
All right, and here comes the 50 with Grand Valley taking an advantageous start to it. Stewie's going to make his way up to the ball, start pushing it. Grand Valley unfortunately misses that 50, and the ball starts to make it back onto their side of the court. And now Gorilla is going to take it, bounce it off the side, and they just couldn't quite get the angle correct as they're going to make their way back.
Grand Valley able to keep control of it for the time being. Off the ceiling, slowed down in front of the net. It's centered, and Grape able to keep it out from in front of the goal. The follow-up from Cyber still there, but Stewie able to stop it one more time. Can he get it again? They can!
What an amazing defense from Stewie here, blocking all 3 shots taken on the goal.
Michigan Tech did not travel 9 hours to let in a goal that easily. Stewie fighting desperately to keep it out from in front of that net, and he does. Now having to reset to do it once again. Slonk able to stop it one time. Gorilla looking for the opportunity to make a play here. Wants to get it down on an offensive position as Cyber may be the one to bump it here. The demo coming out from Alpha. Slonk won't quite get to make the play he wants there as Stewie is demoed. Grape off the corner into Cyber, where Grand Valley will take over control. Bounces off the midfield. Stewie trying to gain control. Doesn't want to let Cyber Sausage make the pass that he wants to. A beautiful pass from Stewie to himself. Off the corner back to Alpha, who denies it. Sending it into the corner of Michigan Tech, where they're desperately trying to keep it for an opportunity from a goal.
Stewie is the smooth criminal of this match right now. His ball control is absolutely insane.
Yeah, we've seen a really great job of both teams keeping it out from in front of the net, clearing it back down, and then still resetting to that defensive position they need. These first 4 goals for both sides felt like most of them weren't really on a goal with a goalie in it.
Right.
And now we're seeing a lot more pressure from the defenses.
Well, I think both teams have kind of learned from their previous mistakes here, and they're starting to really catch on and make sure that there's no easy shots like that going through. And
Alpha. Alpha with a beautiful shot, nearly threads the needle, but Slonk able to tap it off course just barely as Grape looks for an opportunity to make this play his own. It's going to go back to Alpha. Alpha's going to let it go to Stewie. Stewie's going to be the one to bounce it off. It goes centered in front of the net. It's high, and Grape can't quite follow up as Slonk is demoed to deny the opportunity. Alpha and Cyber making a play together. Slonk is in front of the net. Cyber will redirect it to gain control for his team again, but Stewie, once again, causing problems for Grand Valley, denies it, and the ball will go back to Slonk. Slonk will send it into the corner. An opportunity for MTU.
What a beautiful bump by Gorilla up in the air there. And it looks like Alpha's going to be taking the ball to the net, and Stewie stops it once again. Stewie is Michigan Tech's golden goalie right now.
Absolutely, a phenomenal play, back-to-back, save after save. Practically an iron curtain at this point, won't allow anything past. And right now, Stewie has, I mean, you can see it there, 5 saves, 5 shots. He's going for everything at this point. And he's got 2 goals. Can he get a hat trick to end off the map 1? He nearly can get it, but Slonk won't quite be able to make the defensive play he's looking for. Stewie with yet another denial in terms of letting it go in a straight path. Grape has to deny it, manages to keep it out from in front of the net, but Alpha keeping that offensive play up, and an opportunity for Grand Valley as it's centered, and the opportunity.
Oh my
gosh! Out of nowhere, slinking from the shadows, able to keep it out from in front of the goal.
I didn't
Gorilla.
even see him in vision. He just kind of appeared out of nowhere like a magician.
Absolutely a phenomenal save. Keeping MTU in this map just a little bit longer. The pinch off the front. Cyber Sausage now having to rely on Alpha to keep it out of their side of the field. Send back downfield. Gorilla with a pinch off of Stewie. Stewie looking to gain control for a pass to his teammate. Grape there, but can't quite find the play. Now we'll see the pass from Gorilla to slow it down at midfield, and it'll go to Cyber. Cyber's going to make the pass over Slonk, but now Stewie waiting patiently. Finds the pass out of the air, denies it once again, still sitting at around midfield. Grape's going to look for an opportunity. Cyber will send the ball into the air, flying up off the wall. Can they find the shot?
We are now 4 minutes into overtime in the match 1 of the best of 5 right now.
This is probably one of the longest overtimes I've ever seen.
Oh, really?
Oh, just narrowly.
Caster Curse. You hate to see it.
Cyber takes it just barely over the top. Grand Valley will secure the goal at plus 4 minutes of overtime.
I definitely have to say, Grand Valley, their ball control and being able to kind of dominate the scene and dominate where that ball is on the map right now is like completely staying in their favor, especially in that overtime match.
There was some prime time saves going on there, and I think you were pointing it out very well. It felt like for MTU, they were a little bit more frenzied in some of these plays, and we have to get it out from in front of the net last second, and you can even see it here. Stewie doing a lot to keep them in that game. 941 score, jumping down, having more than the rest of his team combined, while across Grand Valley we see a much more even split, and definitely using their teamwork and chemistry together.
Well, I feel like also a lot of Stewie's plays that he had and a lot of shots that he had on the goal were kind of solo shots that he's setting up by himself. And I'm not sure if he doesn't have confidence in his teammates or if it's just he is more comfortable going for those plays by himself. But I feel like if we see a little bit more teamwork from Michigan Tech, that's when we saw a lot more goals coming from them.
I'd have to agree. I think also you can tell just by looking at that scoreboard, you could see across Grand Valley's scoreboard there, they had way more shots taken, and the counterpart was MTU had way more saves. And that's how that math will typically go in a tied game like that. The fact that MTU was able to take that offensive pressure that Grand Valley was keeping up so persistently, and they managed to keep that ball out of their net time and time again. As it looks like we'll head into map 2 here.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy seeing Stewie. I'm not trying to, just talk about this player alone, but like watching his defense and offense is kind of, it kind of had me in awe.
The transition opportunities were, I mean, it was flawless. It felt like every time he made a save, he was passing it to himself to also go for an offensive play. And when you combine the two of those, it really does make you a dangerous player.
It looks like we
should be heading in
for our next match here.
Yeah, map 2.
The players are revving their cars and spawning in.
I know. Oh, looks like. Oh, maybe switching.
Oh, Scotty, beam me up. All right, I guess they're out.
Beam me up, Scotty. Looks like we may be figuring out a technical difficulty, perhaps.
Potentially. I know there was a couple issues with the computers earlier. A little bit of
Yeah, we've had a little bit of some small things here and there, but we'll get it all sorted out. Nothing that's too big of a deal.
by any means. We can see them there. It looks like, well, no, it looks like they might be heading back in. Might have gotten it sorted out.
Okay.
As we'll hear the timing
Here we
count
are.
down. There's the kickoff, and we see it go in the favor of Grand Valley. Grand Valley still in the orange, MTU still in the blue. Ironically, the Grand Valley's colors are blue.
Yeah, right. It kind of suits them well, except for Slonk. Slonk is the one green player on the field, which I gotta respect it as he kind of promotes my brand here.
Absolutely doing a really fantastic job keeping this pressure up as we see Grape playing that defense at midfield, trying to alleviate the pressure that we saw so much on Stewie last round. Slonk waiting for that pass to go off the ceiling. Stewie trying to find the connection, won't find it. Now Slonk and Grape have to play the defense. They'll keep it out from in front of the net for the time being as Slonk will clear it downfield off the corner. Alpha gains control for Grand Valley, sends it over the top of Stewie, who will deflect it to the corner, pinches it off, and sends it back down to the midfield where he'll be met by Cyber Sausage, but a flip to send it down.
I love watching this player work. His ball control is just absolutely insane.
It's impeccable. It seems like every time I think, oh, this is an opportunity where they may not get it past him, he has another flip still in his kit, and he's ready to go, and that is super important. But there we see.
I think what he needs, though, is to be able to make those plays and pass them towards his teammates, because he's getting the ball across the field. He's dodging every other opposing enemy, but we're not really seeing a play off of it.
I think you're absolutely right. There's a lot of, we even just saw it there from Grand Valley. It's pass and pass and pass again that are going from player to player. And that bob and weave mentality is the same thing I've been learning in basketball and soccer since, sixth grade, that your coach says, hey, if you're not done passing, pass it again, pass it again.
Right.
And it works in this too. This is just like real soccer, but we're in cars and controlling it with a controller. And there's a large audience of eggs watching.
Right, of course.
Slonk able to make this pass off the corner, sends it to Alpha. Alpha sends it off the wall. Stewie able to make a play, but it goes a little high. Cyber looking for the opportunity as Stewie will bounce it off the side. Alpha able to make the shot, but Grape with an outstanding save. If nobody said it, I'll do the Rocket League specialty. What a save. A beautiful job. Halfway in the net, it felt like, as Slonk gets it stopped up in front of his net, but out from in front it goes. Grape able to clear it out enough to slow down the opportunity for a score. Alpha not quite in position to be able to go for this shot yet. Able to send it off the wall. A demo will happen. Grape goes down. That means they're going to be down one, but Stewie looking for the opportunity to stop it. The follow-up is there, but it's pinched back up into the air. Alpha looking for that play, but just can't seem to find it.
One thing MTU definitely excels in is their defense. I mean, Grand Valley's had the ball on their side of the field almost for the entire majority of this game. They've only managed to get one goal so far.
Absolutely. I'd have to agree that, and seeing a very strong defensive team in Rocket League feels uncommon. I feel like every time I'm watching Rocket League, whether it's Ferris or otherwise, it feels like I'm talking about how aggressive the team is playing. And the counterpart is that they're doing exactly the opposite here.
Well, see, but I think that also might be the downfall of MTU right now, because it seems that most of the time they're kind of worried more about defense, and the offense comes in and they can't really do much.
Right, when you're on such a defensive hold, and that's the thing that Grand Valley's doing right here. They're taking advantage of it to the maximum by just putting this constant offensive pressure down onto Michigan Tech, and it's proving to make it very difficult for them to take a goal. Now Grand Valley up 2-0, just over 2 minutes to go.
Look, the 50 is going to be in the favor of MTU, but Grand Valley quickly switches that over as Gorilla takes point with a demo coming in as well. Oh, we got multiple demos coming in.
Demos back to back. It's a demolition derby. I swear we're not playing Wreck Out.
That's a fun game, actually.
This is a very fun game.
I'm not even a car guy.
Oh, Alpha with the slam dunk. It looked like a saved goal coming from MTU, but Gorilla manages to set up the opportunity. You nearly thought Slonk would have had it, but Alpha comes flying in from the top ropes.
Tipped his car in the right way, managed to knock it straight down, otherwise it would have hit the corner and bounced right off.
Alpha must be a member of the WWE. Top ropes and takes the shot, finds it.
He's definitely the Punisher here.
Gorilla playing some slow defense now, trying to just get control of the ball. Stewie going for the pass. Follows up on his own, slows it down in front of the net. The follow-up shot, Slonk can't quite connect, as Gorilla will be the one to follow up now on the offensive play for Grand Valley, trying to get it out in front of their own net. Alpha will send it downfield, and there's not really a goalie quite there. Slonk able to make it there just in time to misdirect that shot, but Cyber tries to keep this offensive pressure up as Alpha gets just a bump to slow it in.
Another shot. How many shots has Alpha gotten so far? How many goals, I should say?
I think that makes 2 for Alpha, and I believe
2 for Grape, if not 1 and 1 and 2, but I'm hoping somebody can pull off a hat trick today. I believe Grand Valley may have gotten one on map 1.
Right.
Definitely a strong start from Grand Valley here on this map 2. A minute 20 remaining. We see Cyber has 1 goal for the team.
They just have a lot more ball control.
Absolutely.
Realistically, I mean, and I'm not saying that, you know, the other team, MTU, is really not selling in that area, but it seems like the only player who's really making that work is Stewie.
Right, and it can be really frustrating to be in a position in esports where you are doing very well as a player.
Right.
You are in that top upper echelon of play with how well you're doing, but somehow it just feels like the other team is still doing it better.
Right.
And that's right now what I think this map has been a lot of. We've seen a lot of really good plays from MTU. It's been consistent defense, consistent clears, keeping good control of it, but Grand Valley just has that chemistry that's working for them, and these passes go back and forth to Cyber now, looking for an opportunity.
They're just not allowing MTU to do anything. Like, every time MTU even like remotely gets the ball in control, Grand Valley just continues to steal it.
Stewie nearly finding himself another shot there, couldn't quite find it as it'll go off the wall here. Stewie able to make a pinch, but it goes back to Gorilla. Gorilla sends it up at midfield. Stewie, the one to take control. Not quite an open net, just has to get it past Alpha, but he can't. Slonk sends it off the wall in front of the net. Follow-up, not quite there. Now if I'm Michigan Tech, I have to realize that this is going to be almost impossible, if not impossible, to pull off. And Grand Valley at this point just going to try and slam dunk the ball onto the ground. Don't want to allow that timer. No. There it is, as Grand Valley will drive it to the floor. They'll take over map 2. I could see it there. A let's go from the mouths of the player of Grand Valley.
It's a little disheartening for MTU fans right now, as it seemed that both teams had such a strong presence when they first entered, and now it might be a little bit of a mental game.
Absolutely, and I think one thing I heard floating around today was that I heard some people saying, where's a little bit of the friendly banter between the schools. I haven't really heard anybody saying anything, and so seeing a little bit
of.
Get
a lot of that from PNW, I'll tell you that much. Those guys are very vocal.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing, especially the league matches tonight. I know you guys have a fantastic league team, so I'm looking forward to seeing y'all play. Yeah,
I love watching them play. I always love following them to every LAN I could possibly go to. I mean, the funny part, I've never actually been a player for PNW. I have only been just broadcasting, and I've been watching these teams just kind of grow over time.
Absolutely.
And it's been honestly phenomenal. I love all the players. I love watching them play. I love they're what I relate PNW's Valorant team to is 2016 Cloud9 from Counter-Strike.
Wow. Yeah.
It's like their mentality, they're just so fun to watch.
Right.
You hear them playfully talking, playfully yelling.
Absolutely.
One of the players, Cheese, put his desk all the way up to the max limit and played a whole round like he was sitting at a table, a baby at a stroller.
We've had a good time with that as well in this arena. We have a running joke that a couple of our players on our league team actually prefer to play standing up because they think it helps with the mental. They prefer to be standing up. They think it helps keep their blood flowing. They can stand in place, walk a little bit if they need to. It helps really keep that.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, there's pictures before. I know. Ironically, our very own Cheese, who is on our league team, is also, he does that quite often, as does our coach and one of the players, Mans, does that quite frequently. So it's very something we see frequently. It happens in the arena from time to time as well, and it always makes for an interesting scene. Somebody walks in and they think gaming is this. We've kind of helped break it almost at this university, that the stereotype of gamers is these people that live in basements and eat pizza rolls and whatever it
light
is, but
from Death Note,
exactly.
all the way up perched in your chair.
Yeah, and instead we have players who, we've got some players on Ferris's Rocket League team. We've got a guy, he and I go play volleyball quite regularly. We've got these are normal.
Actually, you can see him right there on the bottom of the screen on the left there. That's one of our players, Sean, from the Rocket League team. He's one of those players who also loves playing volleyball and all the physical sports.
Absolutely, and I think sometimes that stereotype needs to be broken, and I think this is a great example of something like that. You get to see, instead of just gaming online, you get to see the community that's driven together of an athletic conference where normally, we would never have interactions between some of these people.
That's absolutely my favorite part about esports as a whole, is going to these events and being around like-minded individuals who all share the same passion and the same drive.
Everybody shares the same interest. We're all here for the same reason.
Speaking of drive, it looks like we're going into the first 50, which is going to go into the favor of Grand Valley, but Stewie is going to stop the ball from progressing to his side. He's taking control. Grand Valley, we have Cyber Sausage knocking the ball over. Grape is going to try to take control, but Alpha is sending it right back, and now they are in front of the goal, and it turns into MTU on defense.
The ball goes back to MTU's control. One thing here is that this is match point. If they can manage to seal this map for Grand Valley, they walk away with a 3-0 victory in map in this game.
Especially with such a strong start. That's exactly what we don't want to see right now.
Absolutely. And Michigan Tech hoping they can turn it around. This is the opportunity. The reverse sweep has to start now because there's no other opportunities after this map. Slonk able to make that pass. It goes up a little high into the hands of Cyber Sausage. Will deny it. Goes up to Grape. Grape's able to send it off the wall. Can't find the contact from Alpha. Ooh. And Grape gets the goal.
There we see it from MTU right now. They're starting to make what we can see as a comeback, and hopefully I do not cast or curse this because Grape just juiced to that goal so well.
I like that. That was a good one.
Yeah, I like Grapes. My grandparents used to bring them over like every single day whenever I was younger.
Have you ever had the cotton candy grapes?
No, I haven't.
Those are so good.
Dude, I've heard of them and I want them so bad.
When I was living on my own a little more, I used to indulge once in a while.
Oh, of course, of course.
Stewie sends the pass downfield, goes to Gorilla. The ball goes high, and Grape will able to grab control, but it goes back to Alpha. Alpha able to make a pass. It goes a little bounce, and they get the block!
Oh my gosh, that ball control.
Like a linebacker from football. Keeps him out from in front of the net. We see a beautiful block here. Slonk nearly able to save it, but the connection keeps him out from in front of the net, and that's the teamwork that we're seeing from Grand Valley. It's not just one person.
We're seeing a lot more bumps from Grand Valley and
Yes.
pushing players out of position, and that's what's allowing them to get a lot of these goals.
Yeah, I think sometimes there's people forget that
You can drive into the other cars. It's not going to hurt anybody.
Right, but you don't just have to demo them either. Simply putting them off where they're previously playing can easily screw up an entire play.
And make it more problematic even at that point.
Right.
As Alpha will go in for an opportunity, Stewie able to slow it down in front of the net and deny that shot, but Alpha tries to send it back down for an offensive play. Gorilla sent over his head. Going back to Cyber. Cyber may be the next one to be able to get a contact on it as it goes a little high. Grape with a shot. Can't quite find it. Slonk able to make a pass here. It's shot!
No.
No goal. Stewie out of left field.
Oh, he's such a good player. I love watching Stewie play. I think right now, what I've really enjoyed watching is the ball control of Gorilla and Stewie, and then the shots taken by Alpha and the team play between him and his teammates.
Grape will find the save. His pass misdirected by Gorilla a little bit. Alpha will be able to take control, and Slonk.
That was the most polite demolition I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, tipped his hat right after he did it as well.
Slonk's going to knock the ball off the side, and it looks like Grand Valley's going to be taking control. Gorilla gluing Grape to the wall.
Absolutely. We see a crazy play here as we see the pass go over the top. Cyber having to hit the reverse, but can't quite find it as Gorilla will stop in front of the net, misdirect the shot, send it to Alpha. Alpha sends it off, and Grape denies and interrupts the play, but Gorilla wants to desperately try and keep this one out of the way. Alpha will send it downfield. Cyber looking for the opportunity for a shot. Goes a little far. Stewie able to keep it out from in front of the net as Grand Valley wants to take their lead back. Just over 2 minutes remaining in this point.
It's getting close, and MTU really, really needs this if they want to continue to go on to the next match.
Stewie taking a shot. Grape looking to follow up on it, but Cyber able to keep it out from in front of the net. As he'll pinch it off the wall, it'll go into the hands of Grand Valley. Michigan Tech looks to keep it in their control, but Alpha wants to make a play and get that goal that Grand Valley needs as Grape will be demoed. Grand Valley with a demo to make the opportunity for a goal here. Cyber dribbling it through the air, downfield. Grape is there to meet him, as is Stewie, but Slonk will be the one to make the pass out as Alpha makes an opportunity in the shot. Stewie
just barely missing.
Stewie with an outstanding save, and Grape in position to do it again, even if they found that opportunity to shoot that one more time. Stewie sends it downfield, looking for the chance to shoot. Goes a little high for Cyber, and Cyber will be the one to pinch it off the wall.
I don't have any favorites, but I'm definitely in love with underdog stories, so I'm kind of rooting for MTU right now, and I really want to see them get this goal and move on to the next match.
I've got to say, I always enjoy somebody who can take their username and make it their whole kit, and Grape has done a phenomenal job of that, so I really, you're right, I'm with you on that I'd love to see a comeback here and see something happen.
Remaining though, and it's getting kind of rough. We might see what would be another OT for this best of 5.
50 seconds to go. Gorilla sends it in front of the net. Alpha can't quite take the shot, but he will.
We need an
an air
aggressive play
shot!
from MTU. Oh no, with the shot coming in from Alpha.
Alpha hit it like it was just any old day. Stops it, follows up, and a beautiful flip.
Can we just talk about that perfect read? He knew exactly where that ball was going to go. He was waiting for it, and it simply bounced off his car, giving him full control of it.
And that was, I mean, it was just gorgeous. And that's a lead to take with 40 seconds to go. Slonk getting demoed once again.
MTU needs a really aggressive play here in order to stay in this.
As Grand Valley nearly expands their lead to 2. Slonk looks to make a play here. The shot off the wall will go back to the team, but it won't quite make an opportunity for a goal yet. Grape won't make the contact they're looking for. Cyber will slow it down in front of the net. Alpha off the wall will go back to Grape. Grape sends it back to Gorilla. Gorilla's going to send it up in the air back to Slonk. Slonk's going to have control. Dribbled into the hands of Stewie, but the shot and pass!
Oh my God!
Like a slide tackle and a shot taken by Ronaldo himself. A beautiful steal. Slonk looking to dribble at Cyber with the pass to
Look
Gorilla.
at that.
And he even, it's like
Look at that.
He bicycle kicked it.
He knew.
In Rocket League.
He knew. He was set up in the perfect position. These angles, the Grand Valley's angles are perfect.
Bicycle kicks we don't get to see often enough.
Oh,
MTU
this is possible. This
wants
is possible.
to keep themselves in it. Slonk finds themselves a goal. And now,
Look at him
3-2
just slide out
lead.
from the left there, just count it out of left field, just barely making it into. They
Especially-
didn't have everybody in front of the goal either, so I mean, it was free. It was absolutely
Especially after that start, we saw a crazy, crazy gameplay in terms of now Grand Valley definitely has to take this very passive defense style to try and keep them from getting another early goal like that with 1 second to go. Cyber looking to find another goal off the top.
No!
Cyber! I'm going to break it out. This is Rocket League. That was insane. Dribbling through the whole of the
Bounced it
field off the top of Slonk. It's like watching the Harlem Globetrotters of Rocket League. That was outstanding.
Oh, that was a really, really good game.
And Grand Valley will storm away with a 3-0 victory over Michigan Tech for Game 1.
Wow.
Well, I think that's the best way to summarize that.
What
Wow.
a dominant performance from Alpha, especially. I mean, the goals that he made, the angles he took, and the team plays that he set up were just absolutely, like, brilliant.
Absolutely a incredible game to watch. Grand Valley, I genuinely just play after play after play of consistent beauty, and they take away a 3-0 victory over the Huskies. The Lakers will move on to the next round of the bracket.
I'm honestly really, really excited to continue to watch Grand Valley keep playing.
Absolutely.
Especially with that performance they put on. Well, it was like, even when, like, I think the reason why MTU had such a hard time, like, combating their play was they always had one player hitting the ball, but right after he was done, there was another player pummeling it the moment they tried to get it onto the other side. And then right as they thought that they might have been able to push it back, they had another player waiting in the midfield, just kept pummeling it back and forth, and they kept rotating
The
through
pressure
that
just-
same... Right.
It was
the
just
pressure.
constant pressure, like hit after hit, shot after shot, block after block, and it led to a victory for Grand Valley.
Oh, right. Well, and I mean, it was a little bit disheartening because I was kind of expecting a little bit more of a crazy match, especially since after that first game, we went into like 4 minutes of overtime.
Absolutely. Michigan Tech taking that early lead into keeping up with Grand Valley that whole time. Map 2 really kind of seemed like it was heavily in the favor of Grand Valley. And then leading into the map 3, we had a little bit closer where it came to that 1-1.
It was more so, I feel like, a mental game at that point. Right after they kind of lost that first initiation in the game 1, it seemed like MCU was just not as aggressive. They were always on defense. They were always holding the ball. And then they had Stewie, who was able to make and open up these plays and get the ball to the other side of the field, but he wasn't able to make plays off of it.
Absolutely. And I think that, and as somebody who's done some various esports before, and just in general, I think the only thing that's worse than losing by 4-0, 3-0, 5-0, just a stomp blowout feeling, is losing a game in 4 minutes of overtime. That's the only way your ego could be damaged worse, that you're fighting so long and hard and just can't get it. At least when you have an unfortunate game where maybe you do go 4-0 and lose the match, or in Valorant you go 0-7 kind of thing, you really do have to take into account that, you can sit back, take a deep breath, go, all right, I'm good to go now, and go back into playing like yourself.
You don't really get that in Rocket League, though.
No.
Like it's just constant action. It's kind of it's almost like next to Call of Duty with that aspect. And you really don't really have a lot of time to reset yourself, especially when, like, let's say you just come right back in from a demo. I watched this earlier from one of the matches, but there was one of the players, his name was Para. I don't know what team he was playing for, but he was just continually, like, demoing one player over and over and over again, and he was spawning back in, and he was demoing him as he spawned in. Like, it seemed like he was purposefully going for the tilt play.
And I think to some extent that is a tilt opportunity, as well as genuinely
I don't know how that strategy is developed for that school or how they're playing it, but I do know that when I first started learning the games with my friends and Rocket League, they basically said, okay, we're a higher rank than you, and we're in 3v3, so you go blow that guy up on cooldown, and we're going to score the goals. And I went, okay, that works, and we won games like that, so I've got to say it's a strategy that definitely can work and is very viable, as well as, like you said, it can get in the head. But in the meantime, we're going to have a chance to go chat with some of the players before they set up for the next game of Rocket League. Thank you for joining me. We'll be back shortly for another one.
For sure.
Hello and welcome back once again. I know moments ago I said that this was a single elimination, but I've been corrected since then. This is actually double elimination. So MTU is still kicking, and they'll be facing off against Saginaw Valley State University for the opportunity to keep going in the losers bracket. Grand Valley will move on to the winners bracket where they will proceed shortly, but Michigan Tech and Saginaw Valley State University. So you got your wish. We have more Michigan Tech games coming back up, and that should be what we're headed into just now.
Well, and I think Michigan Tech's Valorant team just took a win, too, if I saw that correctly.
Yes, I believe that secures them 3rd place for Valorant.
We have the final for that tomorrow. But right now, we have a 50 going off with, it looks like we actually, wait. That's not Michigan Tech.
Saginaw Valley State, and that is not Michigan Tech. You would be correct. Unless I've been mistaken. Nope, there it is.
It is them.
Michigan
They're back.
Tech.
They're back.
Slonk back at it again.
So we get to see more Stu.
More Stewie. Absolutely. And here he is. As you speak of the devil, the opportunity, the breakaway is there. Slonk looking for that play to be made.
So I haven't seen SVSU play yet.
I haven't either, and I'll be honest.
Got no intel?
I don't know much about their esports program as a whole. It's relatively new, kind of fresh off the ground.
Oh, then I kind of root for them then. I really
I would
hope
love to see them do well.
They get something out of this.
Right now, Grape, the one in control of the ball, gets it past one, slows it down to midfield. Stewie's the next one to follow up, but the bump will come from Grape. They won't be able to make the play quite yet.
This is pretty sloppy right now.
Ooh, Slonk able to find one. And that's a free goal, a minute in.
I was going to say, I mean, I'm not surprised that a goal came out of that. A lot of the interactions between all the players there was pretty sloppy. The ball was kind of like just idly sitting on the ground in multiple scenarios there.
Yeah, and as we get started with the second kickoff, a minute in, one goal has been found. J-May, the next one to go for the shot, clears it out, gets the save. Slonk's able to find the demo, but Stewie, the one to recover the ball, sending it back to the goal, going for the dribble. It bounces off the front of J-May. Stewie trying to misdirect the player. Slonk able to grab control, makes a pass, but IG-19 able to find that pass and clear it out of the way. As IG will make another hit, they'll fly downfield. Grape trying to keep it on a defensive, or out of the defensive position, but a pass into a shot.
No.
Saginaw can't quite find it.
Not even a single player touched that ball as it just gently glided down like Mary Poppins through the goal.
Slonk looking for an opportunity to take that shot. It goes soaring through the sky, but can't quite connect it as IG will be the next one to follow up for a hit, going to J-May, the shot in front of the net, the follow-up from Bobby. Can't quite find it, but they're looking close and they're getting there.
And there we have it again, MTU's impeccable defense as they manage to just grazingly get the ball away and out of the field. And Stewie's going to take control, and he's taking it towards the goal, but he gets stopped halfway there. Now Slonk is in control, putting the ball into position. The ball just kind of like, they just don't have anybody set up. There's nobody set up to take that hit. There's nobody set up to take the frag after that. But we do get a frag off the demolition on Stu there.
As Bobby will be the next one to make contact, goes into the hands of Stewie. Stewie's going to pass it off the corner, but it's going to interrupt it. Pass to J-May. J-May gets the demo, and now Stewie on an opportunity for a breakaway. Gets it over top one. Can't quite find another. J-May.
What a save. Okay, and so the ball is going to be making its way back, and it looks like IG-19 is getting into position. The ball kind of went a little bit far to the right, and they had two players blocking it already. J-May is getting ready with the ball, just gently tapping the corner and falling down. And now Stu's going to send the ball to the other side of the field, and they're going to get a goal right there with Slonk picking it up and scoring the goal for MT, going 2-0 to start this off in match one.
The breakaway from MTU, finding themselves an early lead, 2-0. With still 2 minutes to go, Saginaw Valley has an opportunity to really turn this around, but the Cardinals are going to have to make some big improvements if they're going to get this goal actually going.
That 50 went straight to Stu. That wasn't even a 50 at that point. He just absolutely took the ball. But it looks like it is going to be short-lived as SVSU is going to take the ball to the other side of the field. What is that? We have
Stewie left on defense, able to get it past two, going to grab himself some boost and look for an opportunity at a breakaway. Gets it high, and a shot is his.
What a shot by Stu, man.
He knows it too. Able to find the goal, beautifully played. Wonderful execution in terms of finding that goal as well. MTU expanding their lead to 3-0. Still a little under 2 minutes to go.
starting to see some more of those solo Stewie plays once again.
As Stewie takes control. Pinched off the ceiling. Into the corner off of Slonk. Can't quite find it as Stewie will grab control once again for MTU. Sending it off the wall, looking for the opportunity. Bumped into him and sent back to midfield at the very minimum. J-May looking for that chance. Slonk now in control, able to get it over top one. Goes to the hands of Stewie. Stewie trying to get control, but IG keeping good ball handling on this one. Denies it from getting in front of the net quite yet.
Saved that 100%. They almost got control of the ball, and MTU almost got another goal. And it looks like they're going to finally have the ball in their court, but Slonk and Stu are not going to let this happen. The ball is going to bounce off. It's in position.
In front of the net, slowed down and stopped, but MTU with that impeccable defense returning yet again from the Grand Valley game to prevent a goal, and the pass is there. Grape with the pass from Stewie finds the play. Stewie sends it over top, dropped into the hands of Grape, followed up, and just like that, fresh off the vine, Grape gets a goal for Michigan Tech. 4-0, a little under a minute to go.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a little bit hard for SVSU to make a comeback on. They're going to have to get a lot of really, really quick goals here. And I'm not sure if MTU is really going to let that happen. Their defense is kind of, how do you say, cracked at this point.
At this point, they are having a difficult time. 40 seconds with 4 goals to tie it up even. J-May getting demoed. Grape going for the shot. Just into the corner. Bobby able to keep it out from in front of that net. But 30 seconds to go. They still could find one more goal. Michigan Tech hoping to expand their lead by one more. Saginaw looking to tie this up if they could, but 4 goals in 20 seconds would be something short of a miracle.
Well, and I think one thing that I'm seeing that kind of was MTU's problem in the last match was it's kind of what I'm seeing from SVSU is they're just not really aggro. They're giving MTU way too much control of the ball, and they're not like taking it. They're just sitting back and waiting for the ball to come to them.
Yeah, the pressure feels relentless coming out from Michigan Tech here, and they'll clear it into backfield and attempt to force the next map. Michigan Tech grabs map number 1, and Saginaw Valley, unfortunately, just couldn't quite find what they were looking for. 4 shots from Stewie, 4 shots from Slonk, and 2 goals from Slonk. Grape with 1, as well as Stewie. Across the board, an execution. Across the board, they executed their game phenomenally to take away that point. And then the counterpart is that they just took themselves a comfortable lead here. And as we can see on the camera, it looks like Smash had a good breakaway. Saginaw Valley must have done something. I see red hair and I see red jerseys.
Is it Saginaw Valley that has a Luigi player?
On Smash?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Because I was seeing, I don't know who the player was, but I saw a Luigi player. He had 2 0-to-deaths in one of the matches against PNW earlier today. And like, so I'm a Luigi main when I play Smash, and seeing stuff like that just really gets me going, and I absolutely love to see it. And I love to see Luigi as a non-dominant character kind of like dominating the scene.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I know Ferris might also have a guy that plays Luigi, but I'm not totally certain.
He's like my favorite character in the game. He's just his kit is just like really funny. It's the plunger tech that really gets me.
I've been playing Ice Climbers since
Ice Climbers.
Melee. Those are my guys and gals.
I used to play them back in the good old Brawl days
when they were a little more broken. Now they're kind of
a lot more toned down. But speaking of toned down, it is not this match as Saginaw Valley decides to take control of the ball. Stewie is going to get the air control. He's bouncing it down. Oh, with almost sending that straight into the goal. The Saginaw Valley was able to recover it, and they're sending the ball back to the other side. But they're losing control as Slonk takes it. The pass is going to go back to Bobby, who sends it towards the midfield. It looks like everyone's going to be missing it there. Great putting it into the goal away, but it looks like Bobby's not going to let that happen. It's not going to be pretty with Slonk getting a nice shot on the goal right through the midfield.
An early
straight
goal.
Open.
A very early goal for Michigan Tech, taking the lead. 30 seconds in, Slonk and Stewie able to make a pass and play an 82-mile-per-hour shot. Saginaw Valley.
They actually like they gauge like the speed of like the shot.
Yeah, underneath the goals after the thing, it tells you how.
That's actually kind of cool. I never knew that.
Yeah, sometimes I think the fastest pinch I've ever seen was close to 100.
Whoa.
Slonk going for an opportunity here, gets it past 1, playing off the corner. Saginaw will get it back out of that corner for the time being.
Looks like J-May is going to be hovering in front of the goal. Bobby's going to keep it on the side of MTU because they need to get some goals here. They definitely don't want to go into a 2-0 loss at this point. Stu's got control of the ball, putting it onto their side. He's going to be sending it down to Grape, who does not quite have the angle correct as the ball bounces the other way. It looks like Slonk and JMay are going to be fighting for control of the ball on MTU's side of the field.
Absolutely. We're seeing a huge, huge gameplay change here in terms of what we saw from MTU last game and what we're seeing from them this game. We saw against Grand Valley that they were constantly in this defensive position. It feels like, like you said a minute ago, Saginaw Valley is doing exactly the role of Michigan Tech last game as JMay narrowly finds the save. Now with the opportunity for a breakaway, Stewie able to stop it from going in front of the net. The follow-up from IG, but can't quite find it.
Barely hovers above it, giving the ball a haircut there. Bobby's going to bounce it off the side. The ball moving very, very slowly right now.
IG will get that demo on Grape at midfield. MTU looking for the breakaway opportunity as Stewie will be the one to pass it back into midfield, interrupted by Bobby, but Slonk follows up, able to send it back downfield. JMay getting in the way, able to slow it down, but IG wants to get that opportunity for a goal. Sends it downfield off the corner. The ball is pinched. And can they get it? No! Stewie clears it out from in front of the net, now going for a breakaway of his own. Bobby able to get it out from in front of the net, assisted by his teammate, but demoed shortly afterwards. Now Saginaw Valley missing a player as the ball is sent downfield.
That's excellent control of the ball from Bobby there as he managed to get away from the goal. Oh, but that almost went straight to Stewie, and Stewie almost got another goal for his team, but it does not quite connect. Grape trying to, but just not quite getting what he needed out of that as the ball makes its way to the other side of the field. Slonk is going to continue to try to dribble this, and it looks like it's not really going to happen as SBSU is starting to get a little bit more traction here. Stewie with the air dribble, but just not quite where they need it to be. The ball's going to continue to hover in the middle right now. Oh, with SBSU finally getting their first goal with Bobby scoring the team their first point.
Saginaw Valley has been fighting ferociously trying to get a point on the board, and finally here we are 8 minutes in. Map number 2, Michigan Tech finally tied up. Saginaw Valley hoping to extend that lead, or that tie into a lead, but it's going to be difficult when IG is getting demoed right off the bat. What an aggressive play from Michigan Tech.
Right. Well, it looks like Stewie's taking control of the ball. IG-19 is going to humbly take it away from him. JMay sending the ball to Grape, who's going to take it.
Grape
and try to send it to the other side of the field, but we're in a game of chess right now where all the pieces are kind of colliding.
Grape going to get it over top once, but Stewie now in the follow-up. The follow-up is there! Doesn't need any help.
What did he do? I have to. I
Pinched it off the ceiling, I believe. It looks like he sent it off.
So he sent it up to himself.
And then was ready, ready for it to come back. Angled his car so it was went straight back in.
The Mario spike right there, right into the goal.
JMay acknowledging that it was a nice one. Stewie saying thanks.
Another demo off the rip.
Grape looking for that opportunity. I believe something I saw earlier is that one of these players, were they playing mouse and keyboard? I think I saw somebody was playing.
You're joking.
I think somebody was playing mouse and keyboard. I know that once in a while some players do just do that.
I have never seen a player play mouse and keyboard in Rocket League. Well, I heard it's like extremely frowned upon in the community.
I'll have to introduce you to one of our production people, Elo. That's how he plays the game.
Way.
That's how he plays the game.
No
and
way.
He has been made fun of for it thoroughly. So
Grape. Has he been successful with it?
With playing?
With playing.
Yeah, he's higher ranked than I am.
Okay.
Slonk!
Woo!
I was distracted by my own speech, I'm sorry, but he finds a beautiful goal, a minute remaining, and Slonk extends the lead 3-1. Michigan Tech looking to close this out comfortably.
Just walked in there, no stress. No stress, no nothing. He was able to easily get that ball into that corner right into the pocket. It looks like SBSU is going to be winning the 50 this time. Grape sending the ball to the other side of the field, going into it through the air. JMay being able to prevent that. And it looks like IG-19 is going to take the ball over. Stu's not going to let that happen, though, as he starts to take control. Grape trying to make it with the 50, but JMay wins it. And the ball is in front of Michigan Tech's goal, but that's not going to be the case for long as Stewie takes control, but it's back onto the dribble of switching in between both sides of the field once again.
Bobby looking for that opportunity to really make a play happen here as the ball gets punched out once downfield. Grape looking to find another goal, but interrupted before Slonk can grab control, and now it goes back to a member of Saginaw Valley, but cleared out from in front of the net by Stewie.
See, but all MTU has to do right now is stall time. With 15 seconds left, it's going to be really, really difficult for SBSU to be able to manage to get 2 goals off here. I was hoping to see something there, but it looks like the ball went a little bit too deep. Bobby's going to try to revive this and bring it back, but Grape is going to send it down the side of the field.
The interruption is there.
Still in the
J-May.
air.
The ball finally hits the ground, and Saginaw Valley will drop map number 2. Slonk, Stewie, and Grape putting on a performance here. 1 goal for Stewie, 2 for Slonk. And a phenomenal showcase
I feel like the
as a
stats
team.
say it all together right now that it's just MTU has been a lot more aggressive. They have way more shots with only 2 shots total coming from SVSU as a whole.
I feel like in pair with that, they're having a very hard time finding that offensive opportunity to really expand that and make a play off of it.
Right.
Without that offensive play, you can't really take shots unless you're downfield or you get that breakaway opportunity, but the breakaway opportunities just aren't happening often enough.
Well, hopefully we get to see a little bit more from the Cardinals here this time, because now it is match point, and if they don't win this one, then they're going to be sent to, well, actually, this is...
Michigan Tech winning will keep them in the bracket. Saginaw Valley, unfortunately,
whoever loses this will be booted, right?
if they lose, they'll be knocked out of the bracket for the weekend, which is unfortunate, but that is the way that brackets work.
It is. Definitely is.
Grape looking for a chance to make the play here. Saginaw Valley looking to grab control of it, but Grape sends it downfield. Goes to the hands of Stewie. Stewie able to make the pass off the ceiling. Can't quite follow up. Interrupted by Cardinals.
Stewie is such a ceiling warrior. I feel like whenever he's in play with the ball, it's always off of a wall or the ceiling.
Stewie is indeed a bird at this point.
Yeah.
I would, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's Stewie.
Quite ironic considering you're going up against the Cardinals here.
I would have to agree. It's thrown me for a loop every time I've seen Saginaw's mascot, because our Big Rapids local high school is also the Cardinals.
Oh, no way.
Which threw me for a loop when I saw a Cardinals jersey here today. But
Crazy coincidence.
glad to have them here as Grape takes
Absolutely.
a shot off the corner. It goes back to Stewie. Stewie's going to send it off the side, following up on his own pass. Can't quite make it, but Grape sitting in will grab boost and look to clear it out from in front of his own net.
Oh, whoa! What a save!
IG takes a shot, but Slug keeps it out from in front of the net, and now J-May.
I actually thought that we were going to see SVSU finally gain the lead here off of a point, but it looks like Slonk just came out of nowhere.
Beautifully executed plays so far, back to back to back. Stewie getting in the way here. Could cause a problem if they decide to try and take a shot. Stewie and Slonk working together here. Slonk gets it out of that corner. Stewie interrupted with his shot. J-May gets in the way.
It's like, it's hard to tell what's going on. It's the ball's continuing to stay in the same corner. It just continues to bounce up and down like a bouncy ball right now.
Absolutely, and we see IG-19 trying to make the play, but MTU with no points scored yet in 2 minutes. This game feels much slower than the last couple.
Well, I feel like SVSU is definitely learning from their past mistakes. What I've seen so far is they were playing a lot more aggressive than they were allowing themselves to play in the previous matches, and that's what's giving them a fighting chance against MTU right now.
Absolutely, without that much pressure coming onto them from Grand Valley, they've really been able to, well, for the situation of Stewie, spread their wings and fly to the top of this arena. Grape looking for that opportunity. Gets pinched by Slonk, back to the pass, passes it to Stewie, but it's missed. Goes into the corner, may not have been where they were hoping it would travel, as Bobby will try to interrupt it. Stewie will be the one to get it out from in front of the net. IG will make contact, but not quite enough to score. Grape sends it up into the air.
I'm seeing a lot of solo plays right now, and realistically, solo plays I'm not sure are really going to get them the point they need. It seems everyone continues to take a shot by themselves, but we're not seeing any fakes. We're not seeing any like layups. We're not seeing a lot of sets, and that's kind of what I believe is the reason why we haven't seen a goal in these first 2 minutes.
Absolutely, and J-May nearly found a goal there, but 2 of Michigan Tech's players were just sitting in goal waiting for it to be sent downfield.
Right. We got a demo coming in from J-May on Slonk, with Bobby taking control of the ball, and IG-19 sending it straight down the field, and it looks like Slonk's going to take that back and send it over to the other side, but it's going to be interrupted by J-May, who sends it closer to the goal. All the players are in position, but just the ball is not.
Stewie looking for an opportunity to make a play here. Slonk, the ball is passed up into the air. Bobby goes to Grape. Grape's going to interrupt it. Goes to the sky. Stewie looking for the chance to make a play as it's bounced off the wall, but Grape will follow up, sending it back downfield. No one can play in terms of stalling time here. They both are going to need a goal desperately.
We're not seeing a lot of player bumps.
A shot!
Oh, there we go!
The first lead of the day for Saginaw Valley. Michigan Tech is no longer going to only be able to get 1 goal to call it a day. They need 2.
There's only a like 1 minute and 44 1 minute and 14 seconds on the clock here, and SVSU finally has the lead. They might be able to pull this together and get another match.
Absolutely phenomenal execution there in terms of setting up and following up on that goal. Slonk now the one playing in front of the net. Goes down. Grape with a breakaway.
There's nobody
chance.
there.
And an open goal. The fist bump across the board for the team. Grape
Fist bumps on land.
able to find one. Fist bumps on land at Ferris. We do fist bumps always.
Oh, yeah?
It's just kind of our...
No, we don't do that. We're handshake people.
Oh.
Yeah.
Probably more professional.
No, it's just because we have hand sanitizer at every station.
Oh.
That's a joke.
I think our... Oh. We do have Clorox wipes. We wiped everything down before everyone came today. Made sure nobody's going to get sick, especially with flu season. But Slonk looks for the chance. Stewie has to send it back down into the corner, but it goes back to Grape. Grape's going to send it back to Stewie. Stewie's going to be able to make a play, but Grape has to deny the play. IG sending it downfield.
SVSU needs this to continue playing. They cannot let MTU get control here. There's only 37 seconds left on the clock, and if they want to play another match, instead of going straight to this match point, they're going to have to get another goal here.
And Michigan Tech is setting themselves up for another opportunity to score, and the shot is there. Slonk hitting him with the flex.
He flexed. He did.
Oh my goodness. Said all. And I think that's my favorite thing yet. One of my favorite things, adding the player cams this semester
adds so much more character.
It just creates so much. I know one of our league junglers, when he when he stole a Baron last year, he did a flex at the camera, and it's been his banner for quite some time since. It is indeed quite fun. It gives you a more personal touch behind just seeing a username, and it always makes it more fun. But a breakaway opportunity, Saginaw Valley, the ball's in front of the net. J-May looking for the chance. The ball's dropped. And IG won't be able to make the contact that they're looking for. Stewie has to force the ball onto the ground.
It's possible.
Saginaw Valley, the ball is up in the air. They could make it happen, but it touches the ground just in time. Slonk finds the goal that they needed to storm away with the lead. 2-1 for map 3, and Michigan Tech will make it quick. Taking a book out of Grand Valley's playbook. Outstanding.
Definitely a valiant effort from SVSU. I mean, each and every game, it seemed like they were learning from previous mistakes and adjusting their play style from it. It just didn't seem to line up the way they needed it to.
100%. Saginaw Valley putting forth a fantastic effort, nearly grabbing themselves that map 3 to take it on to another map. But unfortunately, Michigan Tech with a nice breakaway there, and then a second one afterwards. Just unfortunately for them, for Saginaw Valley, did lead to them getting knocked out of that bracket.
Right. It was definitely a pleasure having them, and it's sad to see them go. But they
100%.
definitely had a valiant effort, and we look forward to seeing them next year.
Right, and they'll still have League of Legends still to come.
Right.
More this evening, so they're not totally done yet. And then don't worry, Cardinals, we aren't going to forget about you that easily. But in the meantime, I'm not totally certain. I may get corrected on this, and if we come back to stream for more Rocket League, then I've been corrected. But I believe that is our last streamed Rocket League game of the day.
Is it?
I believe. I might be corrected. Mathematically, that might not make sense.
I think I might correct you already.
You may be able to.
I think PNW is actually urging to have a streamed match, which is why they haven't played their match yet.
Well, we will see. In the meantime, we're going to go chat with the players. I know they're going to have to move on to stage regardless if that happens. So,
good job, Cardinals, and great job, MTU. And we'll be back with you just after a little break.
Hello and welcome back. Once again, I'm Virgil, and this time I'm joined by my wonderful, good friend, and co-caster, Kunzi. We are here for no longer any Rocket League. Well, we have some more Rocket League coming, don't worry. For those of you car soccer fanatics, we got more coming in a bit. But
8 p.m.
for right now, we've got some League of Legends coming up. I know this is always a big centerpiece of the event. We've got some teams here that are very talented League of Legends teams, but I'm excited for this one. Do you know why I'm excited for this game, Kunzi?
Anchor Bone Classic.
Anchor Bone Classic. It's the Ferris State Bulldogs, our very own friends and teammates alike,
Oh, we're already in the pick band.
against the Grand Valley. Well, apparently against Ferris State as well. No, they'll be playing against the Grand Valley Lakers, and we are looking forward to how this match is going to go. Ferris State presumably is on the left, considering I'm seeing what the bans are.
Yeah.
We are currently seeing Varus, Ezreal, and
the
Smolder
bans.
bans. That also gives it away. But the Kled ban clearly making it always an obvious decision
Right.
What
and the
Ferris
Seraphine band, I guess.
for Cheese. They are very target banning our champs right now. I would definitely say that 2 of those bans are targeted towards our very own Cheese, Hank, Honk. You know him by many names.
You think the Trundle band is also targeting him?
1000%. He's a Trundle support enjoyer.
Okay, it's never going to make it through into a competitive setting, though.
Maybe not, but they look at his history. He plays Trundle. Even in top, he plays it.
That's fair.
Our
Our very
very
own
own-
annoying pick if they don't want to see.
Oh, that's a pick I'm not a huge fan of. Vayne, an early lock from Grand Valley. Not really sure. It might
Vayne
even
fresh.
be intentionally a flex pick, because you could take that top lane, especially into, we know that our very own top laner Corpse likes to play a lot of these kind of tankier top laners.
Yeah.
Thresh, most likely a support pick.
Oh, 100%.
There is
It's
the capability to flex, but it's not frequent enough that it's going to likely happen in a competitive setting. But the Ivern, and it's locked in. We've seen it hover before. He's always excited for an opportunity to play it.
He never gets to, though.
He does not ever get to, and for once, the ban doesn't go through. Maybe a friendly mutual agreement. Maybe that was allowed.
They did ban it at the Anchor Bone Classic, though.
They did ban it at the Anchorbone Classic, but we're looking forward to hard.
No.
Wow.
No, that's not real.
That is a
It's locked. It is cemented in history. Here at GLIAC, we are going to see Skarner versus Ivern in the jungle. Or it could be Skarner top. Actually, I think that's Skarner top. Me personally,
I think it's Skarner jungle.
I just don't see how.
I think right now we've got both teams have their bot lanes, potentially have their bot lanes and junglers picked.
I think it's a sneaky flex top play.
The Silas ban definitely targeted towards Sparkle Brownies there. Just we know he plays at mid lane. It's one of the AP picks he has. And right now with Ferris having 2 AD picks, they may be looking to intentionally deny an AP ban.
Yeah.
We are seeing Ferris go for that Malphite ban. Must be a comfort pick for the top. They must also be thinking that may be jungle.
Well, with the Silas band coming through, like the guest Silas band, you kind of have to get rid of Malphite. You don't let Malphite through Silas band.
Can't take the ultimate, and it's really an unmatchable ultimate in a team fight. Ornn ban coming out from Ferris State, and a Kinnan ban definitely targeted toward Corpse once again. Flexible towards mid lane though, should it become an option. Skarner, I think, still going to go confidently that that's going to be in the jungle, especially as we look to see
here.
what they're
Do
going to
they
pick.
a top here. I doubt they do. I doubt they pick their top laner. So mid's going to be picked as they pick Mordekaiser.
That's probably top.
Yeah, or jungle.
Well,
if it's mans, it's jungle. But like
his win rate in jungle this season has been particularly high. It's because of his early clear potential. You can clear very quickly, and the grubs clear is very fast.
Volibear.
That's probably well, Ferris State. We've seen it from Corpse a lot lately, and indeed there it is. Volibear. All that's likely remaining is the mid lane for Ferris State and the mid lane for Grand Valley.
So for first-time viewers, if you're a little bit confused here, so the order that you pick in is not the order that is going to be played. You can trade those around. So if you know League of Legends and you're kind of confused about what's going on, that's what's happening here.
Yes, top lane, they will adjust their picks appropriately momentarily.
So that is a Mord mid.
Or it's of
Urgot?
jungle?
No.
No.
They're trading, yeah, okay.
Urgot mid.
Urgot mid into Echo. Oh, Urgot
Oh.
top, board mid. Yeah, no,
that
makes
seems
a lot of
reasonable.
sense.
That seems reasonable.
So, I wasn't wrong.
That is
They
that is
weren't gonna
kind of
pick top
a
there.
that is relatively a triple flex pick. That
Top-
you
yeah,
really
yeah.
all three of those are viable in their 3 roles that they're stacked up. Mid lane being probably the least viable for any of the 3.
I mean, Urgot mid is like super high win rate this season, so like seeing Urgot mid.
Urgot has a very high win rate this season at all. I know
Right.
I've seen from a lot of very talented Urgot streamers and players that they've been playing him all over the place. Urgot support, Urgot jungle, Urgot ADC. I've seen
Well,
all of them within the
it's-
last week.
It's to do with the item changes again. So they moved away from the mythic system, which would really hurt Urgot. The only time Urgot had a high play rate with the mythic system is when Stridebreaker still had its dash. So Stridebreaker having its dash really is what allowed Urgot to stay relevant, and then after that dash was taken away, a lot of his relevance kind of fell off after that.
So for those of you just joining us as well, you may be able to see that our players here are indeed loaded into the game, but the difference is Riot has a 3-minute delay for players who are loading in versus the players who are actively, I'm sorry, for the spectator who, in order to keep a delay and keep the competitive integrity up, that is what they do. So currently we'll be able to see some of the gameplay, but don't worry, we'll get a much better 4K view of it here momentarily. Well, not 4K, but
Well,
a
I
much
mean,
better view
depends
of it.
Depends on what they have at home.
But in the meantime,
Getting a
we
little
are
early info here. Looking like a little bit of a bot invade from the side of GVSU.
I think the Skarner pick is just so
But they were
unique.
ready for it. Huge bot lane fight. Looks like a kill already going over.
There is definitely a fight breaking out, which means we've got a lot to look forward to here. But I'm intrigued
excited.
to hear your thoughts on the draft here. There was a lot of picks that went on that kind of caught me off guard almost.
Yeah, no. GVSU's draft was very flex reliant. And I think it's a little bit to do with lack of knowledge of the players. There was a lot of picks that could go really anywhere, like we were talking about. The Urgot could have went mid, Skarner top, more jungle, more top, Skarner, Urgot mid. Like that could have been kind of rotated a couple of different ways. And then from the side of Ferris, just kind of the very standard. We're gonna put cheese on Senna.
Yes.
We're gonna put jam on either Tristana or MF.
This is definitely a very centralized something I would expect from Ferris State composition. We've seen them week after week, though. We know what to expect. We know what their comfort picks are. I would have to assume some of these are picks that obviously Grand Valley is not taking picks that they think are troll or not good by any means. They're definitely taking things they're comfortable with. I think Skarner is just such a rare.
It's hard to play against something that you never see.
I mean, this is a weird game as a whole. It's got 2 of the lowest pick rate junglers in the game
Fighting each other,
against each other, which means this is going to be a handful.
I feel.
I know why Ivern wasn't banned. They're both Ivern players.
Oh, that's right.
Grand Valley has an Ivern jungle. I totally forgot that Grand Valley also has an Ivern player in their jungle.
Yeah,
so
I
they,
forgot
they
they're both Ivern
historically don't
one-tricks.
ban this against each other because
Whoever has first pick gets it.
so he's picked not so apparently according to Grand Valley at this rate, they've picked not 1 but 2 low pick rate junglers as his mains.
I mean, it might not even. Skarner might not even be his main. It might just be like one of Ivern's hardest counters. That would be really
Is it
funny.
actually?
I'm not sure. I'm just saying like
I think that I could see that being a potential thing. You'd go to engage and you can get the free stun and engage. Skarner's biggest problem is that sometimes it can be difficult to get on top of people.
Right.
And so you definitely could see that here. And indeed,
So we already
do
know what
see-
happens
We
here.
know that a fight breaks out, but we don't
Right.
know what happens. So
We did see a red side kill. I don't know who it went on, but
spoilers, hello. Goodness.
my bad. If you don't want spoilers, skip to 3 minutes. That doesn't work because it's live.
No, it doesn't work. This is live. We are live streaming. Indeed, we see this invade happening. Ferris State sitting in this bottom bush. This is a heavy invade comp as well. Thresh, Vayne. There's a lot of potential for damage here. First blood goes to
MF.
Ferris State. MF gets it. Jam able to pick up that gold. Cheese
2
gets one
kills.
as well. The Asian legend getting
3.
smacked.
2
and
on
Cheese
Senna.
getting 2 kills. 600 gold in the pocket of our scaling bot laner.
Right.
And the MF able to pick up another 400. So our
Wow.
bot lane already with a 1,000
lead.
gold lead.
Yeah.
That is a
Big,
pretty
big lead
ideal
there.
scenario as well.
especially seeing as we saw a huge start.
So,
But one thing to note, that picked up an early bounty for Orsina,
right, exactly.
which is going to heavily impact how they may play, especially with Urgot having teleport, or really anything else that happens here. So there could be some early plays bot lane to try and counteract this really strong lead that we already see.
We can see Skarner's turning top side as well. No leash, so they're not going to have any knowledge based on that, but he is going to be pathing bot side here. Looking to capitalize on that early.
Bit of a fight in mid lane. Mordekaiser and Echo, both very strong early games with their damage output potential on the CC that they have. Mordekaiser's passive obviously very strong. Echo just has very high damage numbers.
Right, Echo, speaking of passives being strong, we see Echoes there.
Yeah.
Movement speed, damage, whatever you want, really. Super high scaling passive as well, as we see Jam get caught here by the hook.
A fight already
Able to
breaking
flash
out.
out,
Vayne
not
able to
quite
grab
able to-
one. Cheese able to find some damage, but not quite a kill. As we see another turret shot onto the Vayne. But Thresh picking that they have Q, trying to inform the Vayne. They've got to be careful. Can't quite play that aggressive quite yet. They've got to figure it out.
We could see a re-engage here on the bot side. But a big fight coming out mid lane. Good trade there for Thompson. Able to pick up some damage again with that Echo passive. That's kind of how you have to play that lane. You're just looking for passive procs, a little bit of damage here and there, and then to all in once you hit that level 6 and can TP back.
Yeah, definitely very big play opportunities from Urgot. I know, especially in GLIAC, we've talked about this before. At last year's GLIAC, I know we had, I think, 4 or 5 of the best Urgot players in the North America at the GLIAC tournament. So I would only assume that this year may be relatively similar. There is going to be a lot of good Urgot players here today. So I think seeing Urgot banned and picked this weekend will be a common trait.
Right.
I do know that we are able to already see a little bit of a CS lead. Ivern, obviously. The one thing about playing Ivern into an Ivern main is the familiarity with...
He knows what's going to happen.
He knows the clear. It's such an identical clear every time to min-maximize it for yourself.
Thompson roaming here, though.
Thompson is going to roam because they're fighting over the scuttle. Ivern able to make a better play here, and the damage is there. Wants to smite it and steal.
Passive, so
this is true, but the damage, the kill potential is there, and Ivern grabs it away. Echo has to force ignite. Skarner pings both of those, but another kill for the Bulldogs already. Almost 1,500 gold lead for the Bulldogs. And the Lakers having a difficult time recovering from what seemed like a comfortable lead early on. Vayne a little bit ahead in CS in the bot lane, but aside from that, not a whole lot that can be done. You've already got an MF with 2 items, and MF scales extremely hard with these current item builds.
Right, and that's like the big thing they say about invades is you're 50-50 in the game.
A fight in the top lane, turns up, Ivern present and gets an auto off, not quite enough.
One more auto and he dies, unfortunately.
The red buff may be enough to do the tick. No, but very close as we saw a strong attempt.
Stun. Them.
Cheese CC'd, but not dead. Slowed by the Skarner, who made an appearance in the bot lane, but didn't quite kill him yet. Cheese has to play very carefully here. Does not want to be...
Has that bounty.
Might have to flash here in order to stay alive.
Not sure if...
He'll make it out okay, actually. And with Jam showing up to that fight, MF able to put some good damage out. Echo takes a little bit of damage in an attempt at a trade, but Mordekaiser definitely seeming to have a hard time pre-6 with fighting this Echo.
Right.
I'm intrigued. I don't think I've ever seen this matchup. It may be the first time I ever get to witness the interaction between a Mordekaiser ultimate and a Echo ultimate.
I'm pretty sure it just resets where your R leaves. So you don't like R back out of it. You just...
It'd be closest. It'd be the closest to the yeah. Which would be it'll be interesting to find out. Especially the counterpart. Maybe if you time it right, I'm sure you could dodge the Mordekaiser ultimate as well.
Right.
That untargetable is one of the few ways that you see that happen frequently. We see a gank happening, or at least the ping, as Echo is headed back to mid lane. Ivern was catching a little bit of CS in the meantime. Skarner taking advantage of that slow early game sometimes from Ivern,
right.
where he gets the early Drake.
That's the biggest downfall this season. A lot more early objectives make Ivern feel almost unplayable. You have to have a lot of roams from your laners being ahead to fight those grubs early, to get those dragons early.
Mordekaiser able to force the flash there, as Mans also noticed that Urgot has no flash, and now he'll be able to show up in the top lane, hit that root. Could be an opportunity to make something happen. Does get that slow off of that jump with the shield, but
Huge trade there.
huge trade in the favor of Corpseman, able to show up, alleviate some of that pressure that Urgot was putting on here, and it gives Corpse a chance to get some more free farm in the meantime.
Yeah, sadly, can't really see the summoner cooldowns, see if he has TP, but it doesn't look like he does as he walks back.
Definitely an unfortunate start there for Grand Valley. Seemingly having a difficult time really getting this ahead, but we've seen the Anchor Bone Classic before. We know that they're capable of turning these games around, and I think even the last time we played, Ferris State had an early lead over Grand Valley, and Grand Valley just scaled significantly better. And I think here, Skarner, Urgot, Vayne especially, the potential for scaling and 1v9ing from a lot of the champions on their team is very high. And so when you combine that together and put them on the same team, we're going to have a lethal fight going on whenever things happen.
Yeah. Most of the scaling from the side of Ferris coming from Senna, Echo.
Volley Bear trying to force the fight. The ultimate misses, but he's getting in a fight and forcing the Urgot to fight inside his own wave. Definitely playing to his advantage, but could be difficult here, as the ultimate from Urgot will be enough to find the kill. Thresh in a very low position here. Echo will jump over the wall, looks for the chance, flashes, gets the kill, and Thresh goes down.
Can't follow it up either. Vayne gonna just have to reset here.
And this Vayne trying to back right in lane could prove to be dangerous, as Echo and Ivern will show up in mid lane, getting in a fight. The Shadow Realm. The ultimate, you do appear to be correct, still in there, but keeps him alive long enough to live, makes it back. Sparkle Brownie's now going to have to run. The root will connect. Daisy no longer there to help. Unfortunate timing, but makes it out alive. Countering that Mordekaiser ult really is one of the best parts about laning into him. If you can live through that ultimate, you can live through a lot of laning into Mordekaiser.
Right. She's going to take a tower shot there for that trade onto Vayne. Not exactly what you want to see. Also, Grub's going down, or I guess only one Grub going to the side of GVSE there, leaving the rest of the Grubs up. Kind of a strat I've heard from some of my high elo jungle friends as well.
I wish
you take that first one to deny it, and you don't have to deal with the shields from killing them. You just walk away.
Mans has got a Hex Tech Alternator.
Yeah, no, he's going full AP Ivern.
Oh.
He does that.
That is, well, I know he does that, but I thought the better build for Ivern for a while was definitely still support Ivern.
Nope. Not for Mans. Not his playstyle, not how he likes to play Ivern. He is going to go full AP. He does not care.
Well, and I know right now I think full AP Ivern is actually the preferred build, but that is going to be dangerous, as Echo will be able to grab the Void Grubs alongside the jungler there. And now they'll both head up towards the top lane. We see a fight in the bot lane. Vayne has to flash, getting in a fight now. Jam getting in the fight back, able to do some damage, but the Asian Legend makes it out alive, gets the kill on Cheese. The Skarner suppressed underneath the turret. Jolber makes it out alive. Sparkle Brownies A-OK to continue on, makes it out while tanking the turret for the team. Corpseman will get some solo plate gold and a kill in the top lane. So 1 for 2 as a whole, but it works out. The shutdown for Cheese did go to the Vayne, which is terribly tragic. Not somebody you want that shutdown going to, but well executed as they try to flash in to make that play on the Vayne. Unfortunately, Tumble and that, or I'm sorry, is that the Q?
No, Tumble.
Tumble, yeah. Tumble definitely proving to be an issue there into that fight. Vayne, a little bit of CS up as well, but the KP in mid lane, the CS is even, and Mordekaiser has a death and no KP, and Echo is 1-0 and 5.
Showing 1,100 gold difference right now.
Indeed, those assists add up very quickly.
Gold difference in the bot lane for the side of GV, and then 600 in the top lane for the side of Ferris.
About even actually in the bot lane, as we see a lead for the supports from Ferris State.
Right.
Because that early kills Senna definitely, and that's good. Senna, the faster you can get your Senna ahead, the faster she'll scale, and the more of a problem she'll become. And that's one of Cheese's favorite things to do here. He's very good at letting his champ scale and being patient enough and never tilting.
Not even in solo queue. Like, a lot of people,
he'll joke about
level-headed. Yeah, like, a lot of people can be level-headed on stage, but in solo queue it's a different game. For Cheese, it's all the time. As we see him condemned trying to dodge.
A big fight going on. Mordekaiser pulls 2 back. Skarner able to find some damage. MF won't quite get the kill that she's looking for. Skarner going to be able to get 1. Vayne finds another. As Senna and MF both go down. Daisy trying to find the work that they can put out, but as Echo will fall as well, Ivern forced to retreat and back out of that fight. Didn't quite go as planned as Vayne. Now with a 200 gold bounty.
That suppression really hard to deal with there for Cheese.
Yeah,
Doesn't really do much.
Skarner, one of the only champs in the game with a suppression. And actually, I think 2 of the suppressions in the entire game are in this lobby. Urgot's ultimate.
There's 4 total.
Right, and 2 of them are right here. Skarner, Urgot, Malzahar, and
Skarner, Urgot, Miles, Warwick.
very true. I sometimes forget that he exists. I try to.
Me too.
But Urgot also with the suppression underneath their ultimate, definitely capable of making some plays here. That early fight we saw earlier in the favor of Ferris State definitely proved to work out for them as we see a little bit of a CS lead start to grow for Corpsemen, as well as that gold lead will continue to increase with time as well.
Yeah, looks like we're going to see
Lichbane Ivern, Storm Surge Echo, Lethality MF, and, well, Senna's just kind of throw whatever AD item fits for the day.
Right, yeah.
Umbral Glaive into
Umbral Glaive is
whatever you see.
Yeah, right.
Mordekaiser, Skarner, Urgot, Thresh. I would say we could see a Serpent's Fang.
Yeah.
From somebody.
Spear Sojin on the Skarner here.
Yeah, really strong item. AD Skarner is definitely one of those better builds that you see quite frequently. Spear Shojin obviously gives you ability haste on your items, which is on your abilities, which is extremely useful on Skarner. The AD, the health, it all just goes directly into the favor. Skarner, a lot of auto attacks built into his kit. Urgot baiting them into the fight, but it's a 2v3 as the fight breaks out. Echo trying to help Cheese, showing up so that they can get there. Julber narrowly makes out alive. Corpseman may pop the ultimate to get there. Flashes, gets the auto, and finds the kill. Unfortunately, in the process of Cheese going up there, Jam left alone in the bot lane. Thresh able to make the play. Echo showing up between the 2 turrets, fighting underneath the 2 turrets and able to find some damage. Can't quite find the kill. Will he be able to find it? Maybe able to find the hit and get the ultimate if he can. Has to be careful. Spamming it, makes it out alive. I know he's glad he got that. I could see his fingers jamming it, trying to make it out. And indeed he did. The Skarner ultimate nearly enough, but that's a very powerful pressure they just put on that Skarner. Not able to really match anything that just happened, and they'll be able to grab the Void Grubs relatively for free because of it. And as they do so, 4 souls. One of the nicest thing about Void Grubs is that they can drop a lot of souls because of the little Voidlings that also spawn in those fights, and they can drop souls. Whether that's an intended feature or not, it is bonus souls, and it's always worthwhile. It is a feature. It is a feature that Ferris State gets to use to their advantage here. Volibear 2, 1, and 3, a bounty accumulated. Ivern still 0 deaths.
Right.
I think the only thing I would have to say about, and actually, allow me to rephrase. I have confidence. I think the only thing I have to say about when Mans performs as well this game with full AP Ivern, the ego may be unbearable for a little while.
Yeah, no, for sure. Man's known to have the ego, but definitely
has the Ivern skills to back it up.
Right, I was gonna say he's definitely earned it, but known for his ego,
and
among other things.
And in this fight, this could be big as we see Ivern starting to really make some progress.
See a gank coming in mid lane here.
In these fights, has to go up to mid lane to help out. We see Thresh roaming as well as
bot lane as a whole. Vayne's there as well.
Bot lane showing up to mid lane. Skarner separating off a little bit as Ivern will appear to provide some pressure. Thresh still hanging out, clearing some vision while he's got the opportunity. And we see a lot of pressure from that bot lane where they have a little bit of an advantage here. Senna won't be able to connect that route quite yet, but nonetheless, still going to prove to be big.
I'm so unbelievably scared and confused.
Dead Man's Plate.
About Ivern's second item.
I'm confused.
Or not Ivern's second item, sorry, Skarner's. Because all I see is an Amp Tome.
Rageblade?
No, why? No, don't say that, because that's the only item I could think that would go there.
But, okay, so my thought process is Skarner is very good with attack speed. I know for a long time Triforce was the build on him because it gave him good stats and was incredibly useful. Just everything that you needed for him would continue scaling as you got more items.
But the main reason Triforce was so good is because of the Sheen procs.
Well,
you use your Q a lot, So those Sheen procs that the Triforce and the Frostfire.
So then perhaps it's Lich Bane.
No, but why would you go?
Because he has AP scalings. Vayne finds a kill on MF
Cheese.
in the meantime.
Having to flash the wall, getting flashed on by Asian Legend.
Cheese will show up, but as Cheese makes it out okay, Echo shows up, left to die actually. Makes it out alive. The peel actually keeps them alive, and Senna able to grab themselves another stack in the process.
Bork into Windsuits here for... he's gonna go
Echo
down
shows
here
back
to
up
Echo.
and gets the kill. Storm Surge cleans it up. Ivern
Looking
able to help
top
grab a
lane
turret
here.
in the
Man,
top
this
lane
is
as
so
Volibear goes flying after that root. We see Mans putting out some damage here. The AP is present. Volibear committed, pops the ultimate, and
a
gets
lot
the
of damage.
kill. Dead Man's Plate Volibear does a lot of damage.
Volibear in general does a lot of damage.
True.
But this patch,
But
really strong before that.
I think I'm just confused. I hear so often from so many people how, and I'm doing air quotes, bad Dead Man's Plate is as an item.
No.
It's very specific builds, like very specific champs that you build it on. I've never seen it on Volibear.
And I mean, Volibear has the same thing that all people that build him want. They want movement speed.
I suppose.
Darius. It's built on a lot of movement-based top laners.
Well, with
Like Darius and Singed, and then also supports as well. It's just a really easy way to get that gold. Don't want to be kited. Volibear's like that as well.
Yeah, and he's going very tanky. The team needs some front line, and that does appear to be what's getting built here. Plated steel caps and Dead Man's Plate for armor, but yes, that chain vest and Megatron cloak will turn into definitely a full item here. And that Doran's ring still providing a little bit of AP, not a lot, enough to really add damage, but enough for that mana to be sustained and really help Volibear get in fights.
Right.
Skarner
As we see a collapse in the bot lane.
showing up in the bot lane. Could see a fight here any minute now as Cheese and
Where's
Jam are in a
the
tough
hook in
spot.
the
But the TP is coming out from Volibear, showing up in the bot lane, and he shows up just in time for Ivern
This is
to
gonna be a
arrive
big
as
fight.
well. The suppression going on to Volibear, going to make it difficult to fight, but as soon as they get the Skarner, it's 2 for the Bulldogs. Ferris State grabs those. Echo gets a turret in the mid lane, and Ferris State picks up a kill. 2 kills. One for Skarner and one for MF, I believe, or Senna.
Senna, yep.
As we see
One
Rogue.
thing we do need to look at here, though, drags really stacked up here for Grand Valley. Have 3 dragons. So
0 Drakes is definitely going to prove to be a bit of a difficult thing to overcome. We were close, and actually this makes a lot of sense now that I think about it for Skarner. He's going Haunting Guises. For those of you unfamiliar with Haunting Guise and how it works, Haunting Guise is an item that used to be in the game before, was removed in Season 10?
Yep.
When they added Mythics.
Yep.
And in the process, Haunting Guise does something similar to what Riftmaker did and still does. The longer you're in combat, the more damage you do. However, it also allows you to stack them, which typically you're not supposed to be able to stack passives of multiple items, i.e., that's why they have different names when they have things. So 2 Kerchis shards, for example, would not stack on Energized. But when you have 2 different Energized items, Storm Razor and RFC, they will stack.
Right.
But the Haunting Guises allow you to stack. So on characters, especially champs like Teemo, Brand, you see it sometimes too, where you're really getting extra tick damage a lot. Poison, you're getting shrooms. Malzahar is common. People were just slamming double Haunting Guises and still are.
Right.
And so I think that's the thing. Skarner is able to ult them, keeping them in combat, and as soon as he pops out of that ult, he's going to have a lot of damage. And so I think Riftmaker, the Omnivamp will be there after the ultimate, the extra damage, the AP, it's all just good scaling. It's health for Skarner. It's not a bad build. Hybrid Skarner is unique, but I don't think I've seen more than one Skarner game ever to really question it.
We have a hybrid Skarner and full AP Ivern. This is a League game. This is a game of League of Legends.
Well, and for those of you who are unfamiliar, probably are, most of you, I'm very creative with the way I play League of Legends. It's just creative is a nice way to put it, but
loosely used.
As the fight breaks out, though, Skarner will ult the Ivern, able to get that kill as Julber will get that kill. MF able to get a big ultimate off and gets the shutdown for Cheese as Thresh will also find a kill onto the Thresh.
Thresh will also find Volibear on this.
And the bot lane, we're seeing a fight between Mordekaiser and Echo.
That Storm Surge Shadow Flame combination is just so much damage coming out from Echo. The one-shot potential is insane, and looks like we're seeing a Zanya start to get built as well.
Right.
Sparkle
For
Brownie's
this exact
caught
reason,
in the
actually.
ultimate. Good ultimate, makes it out alive.
Baiting him into
Drops the shield.
it. He's dead.
And Sparkle Brownies.
And Rando should be next.
Rando caught in a terrible position. An unfortunate collapse as Corpseman shows up from the top lane.
Maybe. He's
Rando
living.
he is pretty quick. He's got those lucidity boots. He is moving. But able to make it out alive for now.
Force would be proud.
Mordekaiser does go down. We see Cheese with that Umbral Glaive getting a little bit of vision, but still, remember, 3 Drakes.
Really close to getting that Drake up, is what I was about to say.
We do see a fight start to break out here momentarily, I'm sure, as we see Grand Valley start to move towards the Drakes. Fair Estate already on them. Bear in mind, Fair Estate is in the blue. The red names are Grand Valley.
Right, getting a reset
Funny,
off before
considering
right.
our colors.
Right. So the big thing here is no Volibear ult, no Echo ult, no MF ult, no Senna ult. As of right now. Drag spawning in now.
This
We
could
s-
prove
we
to
do
be a
have
very
Daisy.
difficult fight.
We are getting all of our ults back down though. The big thing is, does Mordekaiser have TP? He won't have ult though.
Now this is interesting.
Or does Urgot have TP?
Do you see Senna?
Yeah, she's on the very bottom.
She's got the AP support item.
Zazax. I'm guessing it's because they nerfed
I'm assuming it is. I still see a lot of Senna's build that the Sheen item that you get from
Right.
it. But Zax is very strong.
yeah.
And basically
Yo,
anytime he's going to hit that Q on somebody, it's going to proc it. And so that extra 7% health is going to proc it, and that will count.
It's also pretty good for his ultimate, which I'm
True.
pretty sure scales with
Yes.
AP.
If you do any damage to champions with an ability, you don't actually get AP from it anymore. You just get the effect.
Oh.
The support items no longer give you bonus stats aside from what you start off with. They basically stay the same. The only thing that changes is the passive that
Okay,
comes alongside them.
good.
Corpse showing up at the top lane, getting a fight with Rando. Rando trying to run away, but it's difficult with 4 of them
Jungler
there.
down.
All 5
again.
of the Bulldogs running around together in a pack,
Could be a
some would
Baron
say.
angle. Biggest thing you have to worry about here is a Vayne condemn, but it doesn't look like Vayne wants to walk up and find out. This is
Fair Estate has
very
a
heavily damaging Baron.
Fair Estate has a 5,000 gold lead.
Right.
Showing up to try and steal this is definitely risky. Thresh looking for the attempt, won't get it either. A little bit early, but I believe he was doing it. He was doing it blindly.
Okay.
The vision for Thresh, he could not see that on that side. One thing we are seeing is Riftmaker indeed on the Skarner. The cloth
So,
armor.
Do you think he stacks them, or do you think he's just
Haunting
going
guys?
that for?
I think Riftmaker could just be really good.
Yeah,
I don't think.
It's gonna be the Riftmaker.
I don't
think.
think.
He's gonna stack a second one.
No, I was just talking about haunting guys in general.
Right.
And right now how it is very strong. We are seeing in that top lane. Definitely looks like, is that building into?
That is Spirit Visage.
That is Spirit Visage, yeah.
The build for Rukern is
It's an extra cloak.
Null Magic as well.
Yes. The extra Negatron cloak does. That is what I think that goes alongside
yeah,
the
Negatron, not Null Magic. I'm sorry.
Spectre's cowl.
Yeah.
5 and 1 coming from the top lane. 5 and 2 coming from Ferris's bot lane. This is
2600 bleed in top lane gold wise. That's the difference between almost 3 items and an item and a half right now.
And
in top
Fair
lane.
Estate with all the Voidlings are able to do a lot of damage to these turrets
Sparkle
as well.
could be caught
Baron,
out here, but it looks like it's gonna be Rando.
Rando in a bad spot. The Lantern able to get it out. Fair Estate now going to
Ferris is gonna
collapse
take
on
this
the
tower bot side.
Yeah, moving as this unit, they're really able to just destroy any turret they want, and if they want to fight, they're forcing them. They're forcing Grand Valley to really get in whatever fight Fair Estate wants to.
Right.
As the Thresh hook will connect, Sparkle Brownies the ultimate to
Gonna
make it
go
out
down
alive.
here.
Mordekaiser pops the ultimate, trying to make a fight and get something for himself under the turret. Corpseman pops the ultimate onto the turret. Rogue Foul just will not go down, but they finally
And this
kill
is
it.
gonna be a
The
big
turret
fight after,
gone. He'll
too.
make it out alive. MF able to make the fight exactly what they want. Skarner's able to get the kill on Echo, but MF is able to find one on Skarner, and the assists are piling up
You
from Fair
just
Estate.
can't kill him.
Thresh, unstoppable. Corpseman can't take any damage. Jack Show, steel caps, it's all there. He never stops
Another hook
taking
landed.
any damage.
Hey,
Thresh keeps hitting the hooks, but it's not enough. The hooks are landing. The team is able to fight, but Ferris State has such an item lead, they just can't be stopped. The teleport coming in immediately. Urgot trying to find any kill he can under the turret. The ultimate connects, but
Will
as
it be enough
he
to stop
finds
the
a
end,
kill,
though?
Cheese, Jam, able to
The
find
Rook
the
gonna
damage,
end the game.
and Ferris State grabs himself map 1.
Wow.
That escalated. I mean, the fight just escalated so quickly. Grand Valley just kept coming in staggered, fight after fight after fight. And eventually Ferris was just like, well, we'll take turret, and then, oh, we'll take inhib, and, oh, we'll grab another turret. You're going to give us this one too?
Right.
And they just kept going time after time, and Ferris State takes away the first game.
That was probably one of the best games I've seen so far this season from Ferris State.
That was probably the best game I've seen from Ferris State so far this season. They played,
together, they played
and
amazing.
the gold lead in bot lane off this bat was enormous. We had no idea. We went into it thinking that it was a red side or in the scenario of, oh, I'm sorry, yes. We went into it not knowing who was going to get the kills exactly, but that, what might happen here.
Cheese. Absolutely amazing.
15,000 damage.
Echo again, also with 15,000. And then Tank, by the way, as they like to say, doing third most on the side of Ferris.
Corpseman with a outstanding game. Corpseman has been a standout player since he showed up to Ferris.
Right.
Last semester, he transferred in. He's part of our DHD program here at Ferris, and he's been a really nice guy. And then he shows up and he goes, I like playing League. And we're like, all right, well, he came to tryouts, and then, well, I mean, Yulane doing, he's got his stuff figured out. And sure enough, those teleports have time and time again been the biggest strength of Corpse in a lot of these games. But
his map knowledge is really good.
Yes.
How to play those team fights also really well. Target acquisition, phenomenal.
Absolutely.
Very great player.
Beautifully played. And the team as a whole, I mean, I don't want to say flawless because there's a couple deaths involved, but it was about as close as I've ever seen Ferris get to a flawless victory on terms of execution and how well they played it. Despite the Drakes being a big problem, Ferris State was able to turn it back into their favor and just, nuke turrets.
Right, well, that was expected, though. Like I said, Ivern, the biggest drawback is you don't get those early dragons, grubs, everything. And with adding grubs, just being that early game focused objective really did hurt Ivern, in the sense of that.
Absolutely. In the meantime, we're going to go take a minute, chat with the players, see how they're feeling after map number 1. I know the Bulldogs have got to be feeling good, so we'll go see how they're feeling and see if we can get any insider information for the next map, maybe. But in the meantime, we'll be back shortly. Get comfortable. This is going to be a good matchup.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome back. A little bit of technical difficulties there, but we're here.
Right.
And Ferris State has won a league game. I'm going to be honest. I am a student here, and I am still amazed.
I think we're all students here. I think that's kind of the point.
Well, yes. But headed into map number 2, we see Ferris State on the right side. Ferris State on the right side this time.
Again, focusing those AD bands.
An
Ivern band away,
and a Cinna ban.
and a Kled band.
Production giving us their input on the bans. These may be a little bit targeted.
Nah.
They're definitely not banning 3 one-tricks away from 3 of our players. Nautilus, I think for those of you familiar with Ferris State League of Legends, know what it means when Ferris State locks in Nautilus. Ooh, I really hope we get that other pick. That was almost a really cool pick. No.
Does it?
Oh.
You know, we were just talking about
All right,
this.
well, I'll
we
go ahead
just literally said this less
So,
than 5 minutes ago.
I will make my opinion very honest here and known. Banning away the Cinna is banning away the Cinna is a smart decision. If you've seen Cheese play, if you've watched VODs, if you've done really any research on Ferris, Cheese is like one of his most confident picks is Cinna. And it's good because he can scale no matter what happens. That opportunity is there. He's able to poke. He's just comfortable.
Right.
Nautilus, he doesn't enjoy it. And I think inherently that makes it play not to his strengths.
Right.
Because when you're not having fun, you're not having fun. Now,
Ash Janna.
Rengar is something we also don't see often from men's. The last time we saw Rengar, it was into an Ivern. And he went fleet footwork with bruiser items. And he's still really not thrilled to talk about that game to this day. Tristana, very normal pick. That is a comfort pick for Jam. She's got more than one hero in her pool by all means. Take away the ADCs you feel good on. No MF ban, just thinking it's going to be better here with the Nautilus. That hook and jump potential is very strong in the bot lane. Not to discount that Ferris State still can play this very well. Going for the Skarner ban. That Skarner was playing that very Skarner was playing very well. Wukong could already be the jungler. I know Wukong is very strong right now. Going for that Trundle ban once again. That's telling me it may not be targeted towards Cheese.
Yeah. Maybe.
Poppy!
Want me to wait while you go get them?
I mean, that's pretty valid, actually. Ferris State running Rengar, Tristana, Nautilus, banning Poppy. While that may not be a targeted ban, that's just a smart draft.
That's ban. It's just a comp ban.
Playing Rengar into Poppy as a Poppy player, well, I like it, but Rengar doesn't.
Right.
So that's a fair decision to make.
Could even see a Talia come out here in the mid lane if they really want to cancel like dashes.
I think so. It would kind of depend on what they're comfortable with. After seeing a Mordekaiser mid, I have to wonder if this is another team similar to ourselves, where a top laner may be playing mid lane here.
And we said you don't get Mordekaiser this game. We will take that actually.
Ferris State's going to take the Mordekaiser away. We know it's a confident pick for Corpse. It's a good pick for. I mean, we have 3 players who enjoy Mordekaiser. I don't think so.
Rengar top.
I don't think so.
Rengar support.
Warwick jungle, most likely. Probably more likely at Wukong top. Wukong mid is also an option. And Swain. So I'll be honest, I don't really know where anyone's going.
It's Swain mid.
There's about 3 flex picks on
actually
Grand Valley side.
I think the only thing that can be really flexed here is Wukong Warwick. Warwick could be top. I think Swain's pretty locked in into the mid lane role. Akshan coming out for the side of Ferris.
That's a mid lane pick, and I like it. Akshan has recently become one of my favorite champs. He's just very fun. His kit is unique. He's enjoyable. The grapple.
Wukong jungle, Warwick top.
Wow.
I don't know if you've ever played against it. It's is
annoying.
one of the hardest things to master, Warwick in lane, but also one of the most oppressive things to ever lane into.
Well, and I would imagine that suppression could be used into Mordekaiser here.
Pop
the Mordekaiser ultimate, pop the Warwick ultimate. I'll tell you what I do when I'm playing Poppy in the Mordekaiser. Oh, you take me to Brazil? I'm going to send you 8 million miles in the air and burn most of your ultimate time.
Right.
And that's really, that is, I think, one of the best ways you can counter Mordekaiser ultimate is not by trying to fight him in it. That's where he's got bonus stats. It's his death realm.
Right.
So just don't. And that may be what they're going for here.
You know, you never want to fight in a domain expansion.
Pretty much. Mordekaiser's ultimate is basically just a domain expansion. Yeah.
Unless you're Silas, whose domain expands his. Yeah. But that's
now, Akshan,
completely
I'm
different.
just so excited.
I enjoy watching Akshan.
This is like the second or third time we've gotten to see him on there.
Sparkle is a very comfortable Akshan player, and so I'm really looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do here going into this match. What do you think the biggest issue is going to be heading in, though, looking at these two compositions?
Again, very even scalings. The biggest issues I see right now for Ferris to deal with are going to be the Warwick top lane.
Yep.
Is going to be a really, really hard lane if he knows how to play it. The other thing is I'm not really sure how the Wukong matchup goes in the jungle for Ivern. I'm assuming that after a certain point, or not Ivern, Rengar, sorry.
Right.
I'm not sure how much Rengar gets to play that late game.
Into Wukong?
Yeah, because Wukong just kind of presses R.
I have to agree. I know right now Rengar specifically is in a very strong spot.
Yeah, but so is Wukong. Like, Wukong can go full lethality and
there's a
one
lot
shot
of
you with Q.
There's a lot of very strong champs picked in this champ select. Akshan is in a very good spot right now as well. Mordekaiser obviously very powerful. Wukong's in a great spot. Warwick especially right now is very strong. There is a lot
down to bot lane.
I think this is going to come down to if Ferris State. I don't even think Ferris State has to win bot lane.
Right, they just have to go even.
I think they have to go even, and Rengar will be able to help get a pick here, there, maybe let him sit under turret, and then pounce at level 6 and get a kill. Because it's Janna, it's Janna and it's Ashe.
Well, Janna is one of like the hardest Ivern counters as well. They have Janna and Wukong, two of the hardest Rengar counters.
Yes. It is difficult because Janna can immediately throw that tornado and interrupt basically anything in any path.
Tornado or R.
Yes.
She just blows you away.
And Ashe has her ultimate as well, which can be used in a split second. Especially diving could be very risky here into this team. Janna ultimate, Ashe ultimate could prove to be very dangerous as we proceed here.
Right.
Nautilus ultimate is definitely very strong here, and we saw with how well Ferris was playing together as a team, it could definitely play into how they're going to perform this game. If they can play like that uniform once again, where they get a couple kills in all their lanes, or they do their part in their lane, and then they show up to team fights together, we're going to see a much stronger matchup, I think, from Ferris State than we might expect.
I'm curious to see if Ferris decides to invade this game with Nautilus.
I think with Rengar, it would be a good decision to invade.
Right. Again, the biggest thing about invading is you are 50-50ing the game.
Well, and the biggest problem is Ashe.
Right.
One of the best champions for invades level 1.
Ashe Warwick are really, really strong level 1.
Swain's not particularly bad because of the scaling potential as well. Akshan is not awful. Definitely a lot of damage potential.
Ferris definitely has the stronger level 1 over...
Yeah, Ferris State currently in the top lane this time. And it looks like no setup for an invade coming from Grand Valley this time.
We are looking to invade the top side.
Right. But Grand Valley not looking to also
They're just 5-pointing, normal start. Ooh. If they can get a timing on this Wukong recall, it could just be a free Warwick kill.
Yeah, Wukong looking to back, and Cheese will flash for the hook.
Flash for flash, and that Wukong back.
The Wukong backs.
So no follow-up there.
Ashe does. And Nautilus, the thing is, Nautilus brings Hex Tech Flash, or Hex Flash, sorry.
Yep. It's fine.
Which is essentially the replacement for when you have
no flash. Instead of having no flash, you get a charged flash.
Right, you have to sit and you have to channel it, but you'll see it from bushes a lot. And where are you flashing from more often when you're setting things up as Nautilus? Then from behind a bush. Out of sight, out of mind. Right, just making yourself a difficult target. You can flash over minions, and that's one of the biggest things. Nautilus Hook will hit minions because its hitbox is enormous.
Right. Another big thing that we see here is Grand Valley was able to get a ward on the blue buff, so they know where Rengar started.
But I think they may have already known that, especially considering I think Rengar is definitely favored on that red buff to start.
Right.
Just going to be the better pick all around. The one thing I am curious about, I've joked about it with Mans before, I doubt he would pick it in a competitive game, but he and I do regularly joke that AP Rengar is a very viable option. Because especially with Storm Surge, there's a lot of potential for these items.
Storm Surge, Shadow Flame.
Storm Surge, there's Shadow Flame, there is Lich Bane, you get Nashor's Tooth, you have all sorts of AP damage potential coming out from...
something like a Storm Surge, Lich Bane, Death Cap into Shadow Flame last.
Very strong potential, but I'd say it's much more likely he goes that lethality build.
The only reason I would say otherwise, Mordekaiser is the solo AP of Ferris State.
Yeah. Again, though, I don't see it really working out. So I think the biggest thing here is going to be how well Rengar can get a lead. You know, not really a champion that can play from behind that well.
Right.
So probably gonna go with the Lethality Hydra or Profane Hydra. It's the Lethality Hydra item into. I think they go Hubris and.
Yeah. And the other thing is, Rengar is just very strong right now, which we've already been over. But
I love that interaction. I don't know if you saw that or not.
Which one?
The Warwick interaction with the E. So if you Q the minion, if you hold Q on the minion, you don't get pulled by Mordekaiser.
Oh, because you technically go unstoppable. Yes.
Right. Even though it's stated nowhere in his Q, you do go unstoppable in Warwick Q if you hold it.
And a hook from Cheese from downtown. The Tristana jump is there. The exhaust comes out. The exhaust from both sides, but the Tristana bomb is there. The potential for a kill is available. Janna low on health, but definitely not going to be able to take the fight that they're hoping for. Ash turns the fight. All of a sudden, Corpseman stuck in a bad spot as well as Rando will show up in the top lane. And Corpseman goes down. Cheese also stuck in a tough spot, goes down to the Ash and bot lane. And a tough fight from Ferris State, loses 2. Jam does make it out alive, but only narrowly. Sparkle Brownie's low on health here as well. Swain can definitely be a difficult matchup for Akshan as we see that Ignite come out as well. Not quite going the way that he seemed like he was hoping it would, but Akshan definitely could be a big pick here, especially Swain needs that time to really scale. And if you take that chance away, you're definitely going to really see that early game potential from Akshan, who can punish people early.
Right, exactly. Akshan known more now, though, for being a scaler than when he was on release. On release, he was really a lane bully. Now more turned into that scaling champion where they changed some of his base stats.
Another option for an ADC for your team as well. Akshan, obviously, with his revive in a team setting, can be extremely important.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Another thing viewers may or may not have noticed from Ferris, if we get to go back to their point of view here in a second, the whole team is standing.
Yes. This is something that we've joked about in the past, and honestly, they actually, I know
Hank loves it.
Cheese and Mans do this unironically because I know Cheese says that he thinks it helps his mental. He plays better while standing up because
you can't be mad while standing because you have to focus on standing.
Correct.
And I quote.
That is that is his exact logic on that. Mans, I think, just prefers playing standing up. Maybe it's similar logic. I'm not entirely certain, but regardless, and so the whole team is standing. And I know that this was joked about earlier today. They should all play standing up as an intimidation factor. What happens if you look over after a kill and they're all standing? It's very difficult to either A, take it seriously, or B, stay fully focused knowing that their whole team is standing. You can see here, Corpse is indeed standing up. And they're really just, at the end of the day, they're still having fun. That's the fun part.
Right.
I know in the past our league team has had some struggles in terms of really performing super well. And so Mordekaiser with the E in the
Very
ultimate.
good R there. Knows Rando coming up. Rando only level 4 though. Warwick also not level 5. So has a level lead.
The bone plating is procced as Rando is in his lane as Julber walks back up. We see Corpseman getting in a fight. Sparkle Brownies silently making an appearance. Finally makes his health known. Gets in the fight and could make a play here. Ringar also showing up at the bot lane, hoping to soak some XP perhaps.
He's trying to hold the wave, just taking so much damage though.
And as we see the hook, Cheese in a bad spot. Ash able to find the kill. And we don't see a play coming out from Mans the way that they were hoping. Jam, a tough spot. Corpse still underneath that turret. Fighting against Rando. Didn't end up finding that kill on Warwick, who had to run back halfway to lane and back from there. Action did help apply some of that pressure and force the jungler not able to really grab those Void Grubs the way that they were hoping.
Right, not able to ease that pressure. Warwick also sharing XP, so not able to hit level 6 there like he wanted to.
And we see right now Action getting caught by that Swain ultimate, so problematic. Forced the flash, the Ignite comes out, still could be in trouble. And Swain able to hit the root, pull him under turret, and Action will go down as well. Ferris State currently down 4 kills to 0.
Of what happened last game. Not able to get that early game started here for the side of Ferris. Falling behind about Just over 2,400 gold.
And it could rapidly turn to be detrimental
Right.
for the Bulldogs.
Well, and I was talking earlier with some of the players. I know they were all prepared for this game. We do see that Tiamat coming out from Rengar, which means we will likely see that very important item.
Oh, I forgot. No, they buffed. That's not the Hydra item. That is going to be.
Warwick forced to flash. The Ashe ultimate did not connect either. I
The
know what you're
Healing
talking about.
Hydra,
They
I
added.
think.
It's one of the items that Tiamat builds
Not
into. That's not
not
Hydra.
Stridebreaker.
It's correct. It's not Stridebreaker.
That
That Tiamat is building into the lethality item.
no, it's not going to be Profane. Because Profane is
Incredibly strong on Rengar, and I'm almost 100%
it
certain.
builds out of a pickaxe, not two long swords.
Um,
Because it's the brutalizer.
one of the items builds out of a pickaxe. It still has a sword and a brutalizer, which needs a pickaxe and a sword. I'm nearly 100% certain that will be.
I thought so too, but I'm pretty sure it's Rav, because Rav is Coalfields, which is two long swords.
We will see what he's doing momentarily.
Right. As he's taking Grubs and Grand Valley is taking Dragon.
Grand Valley will get that Drake, and that's going to prove to be a little bit obnoxious. Hextech Drake, definitely a very strong dragon.
Strong soul, but not really a strong solo dragon.
I would have said the opposite.
Really?
I think the attack speed and ability haste you gain for your entire team is really just, I mean, think of it. I think of that as, you know, anytime you can give your team base stats that are better, it's just big.
Yeah. Second dragon looks to be a cloud dragon. Again, one of those base stats dragons.
Yep. That out of combat move speed and slow resistance could prove to be enormous, especially playing into some of these comps. Warwick with some slows, Swain, his W able to slow, and probably going to build Rylai's. We could expect a similar thing from Janna, has some slows built into her kit, as does Ashe, most definitely.
Right. And looking for the side of GV, obviously Mordekaiser slow, Rengar E.
We did get a chance to talk with Corpse. We were saying, you know, what happened? You know, he's a good player. We expect those kind of performances from him, but you know, what happened to really give you this one? And he goes, well, you know, I think he didn't know the matchup. Might have been the scenario that it can be difficult to play. And Urgot very reliant on knowing your matchups correctly. Rando able to get the kill, but Nautilus able to find the kill on Rando in return. Akshan will go down to Swain, but as Rengar will continue the fight, he'll get the kill.
Yeah, able to keep the vision there. I think with his E, his Bolo gives true vision.
The Bolo was able to give some information long enough to jump over and make that jump. Could have also just not dropped vision quite yet, maybe pressed it before he actually flashes over. Nonetheless, Mans, 1 kill. Nautilus also with 1, but Fair State definitely having a harder time getting ahead as they did last time. Ashe 3-0, and Ashe is one of those champions that you do not want to get ahead. They are difficult to punish with how much kiting you can do. The slow and everything else built into her kit is very strong. The one thing is, my friends and myself, I believe he often tells me Ashe is one of the hardest ADCs in the game.
She's very focused on mechanics.
Yes.
You have to be able to kite, which is one of the hardest mechanics in League of Legends.
As well as, on top of having to be able to kite, we see a Mordekaiser ultimate. We'll come back to that in a minute. The Mordekaiser ult goes out.
Level lead here.
Warwick in a tough spot. There it is. The Warwick ultimate in return to suppress Corpseman as Wukong will show up in the top lane, making it difficult. Corpseman forced to flash Mans.
We've seen the barrier come out there, so no barrier for the side of Warwick.
Sparkle Brownies and Mans both showing up to this fight. We see Akshan getting in the fight, able to get the Wukong. A little bit of a bait, but not quite enough to get the actual fight going, as looks like Fair State may decide to go for a dive here, pushing this wave very
less
quickly.
of a dive and more just helping Corpse out, making sure the wave gets pushed under so he can reset.
Reset and definitely reset. 91 CS to 47.
Yeah, and
Corpse is
lead.
putting the hurt on them. In the bot lane, we're seeing a similar display from Grand Valley. 105 CS to 61 from Jam. Definitely going to prove to be difficult, especially we're seeing in that bot lane, Nautilus can't really seem to get in this fight because Janna is just able to constantly slow and CC them.
Could look for a hook here, not going to though.
Doesn't want to take that chance.
Right. A lot of poke. That's what I'm noticing from this lane. We're finally going to get our question answered as Rengar finally takes his back here.
Rengar will be backing. We'll get to see what the item is of choice. You are correct. It is Ravenous.
Yeah, because Brutalizer is pickaxe and
Longsword.
it's the glowing moat. Glowing moat.
Oh, the ability haste thing?
Mhm.
Huh.
So, yep,
Yeah.
Ravenous recently buffed. Gives him a little bit of sustain as well.
I still think I'd go to the lethality one.
I think it's just because it got nerfed and Rav got buffed. So.
I think the reasoning behind going lifesteal here is that you're not gonna one-shot anybody on their team. You're not gonna be able to get close, like you said earlier. You're not gonna be able to get close to the Ashe or the Janna.
Corpse is just absolutely putting the hurt on Warwick, but Warwick just doing the thing where he's like, what if I didn't take that damage and pressed Q instead?
Pretty much. Warwick has a lot of built-in sustain. It is very obnoxious to lane into. And after last game, I imagine there could have been a decision made
Coming
about
out from Warwick.
Yeah, Warwick does have to flash away there. Mordekaiser seemingly very dangerous.
Right.
95,
40
up
CS
40
lead.
CS, has Rylai's. That's the big thing.
Yeah,
you can no longer
the biggest
run away
thing
from
that he
him.
needs now is just that anti-heal. That's the only thing he really needs. Warwick, Swain.
Get yourself an Oblivion
Bork
Orb
on
to go
Ashe.
alongside that.
Right.
It could be very good. We may see Thornmail instead. The biggest thing I've learned over time is that going Thornmail into champions that don't have auto attack, you have to kind of be careful. I know on Poppy this is a trick I learned as well. There is if you're playing into champs like Aatrox, for example, you don't build Thornmail. You build
XU.
Yes, you build Executioner's Calling, but there'll be a fight in the top lane again. Corpse with the ultimate, but once again ulted by the Warwick, making it difficult to turn this how he wants. The Q connects. Will Corpse be able to find the kill? Not quite. Rando shows up, pops the ultimate, and gets a pick in the top lane as
Dragon.
Rengar will get the Cloud Drake.
To the side of Ferris. Getting that slow resistance. Going to be really good here.
But in the champions where your auto attacks may not be required to still
Yeah.
heal, they suggest building it into your kit instead of building it into relying on them auto attacking you.
Right, but this game, really good game for the...
I would say Thornmail could be very good here. Warwick and
Wukong,
Ashe both being
and
very
Ashe.
strong. Swain really being the only exception.
Right.
And surely somebody else may be able to build that here. As we proceed with more of this, Tristana.
Morello not bad either.
Tristana has their Kraken. That's a
Right.
big scaling point for Tristana. No matter what, they can now stand in the back of the fight and just.
Rando not going to be able to see Mans here. Mans not going to be able to get the jump though.
Mans couldn't quite find the
Losing
jump.
his whole top side there. Probably pretty upset. Wants to fight for this.
Corpse looking to show up to the fight.
Has nothing else to do. Might as well
Running
fight
into
him,
a
right?
bush against a Rengar seems like an interesting decision.
Not able to predict the movement there, but may be able to predict the movement on Swain.
Swain
as the
gets
E
the
goes
root
past
onto Mordekaiser.
5v4.
Mordekaiser caught in a tough spot. We're seeing a 5-man fight. The fight breaks out. Corpse is going to be the first one to go down to Ashe, but shortly after, Swain traded out by the Tristana, the first blood that we can get on Jam. Nautilus will fall as well. Janna able to pick one up. Rengar will fall to Ashe as well. That Bork item is starting to put out so much damage. Janna picks up a kill as well. A second one as Tristana will go down, and that's 4 dead from Ferris State. Akshan not going to be able to find those kills. Normally, a big thing there, as you could build that you could get those picks, and those kills could be enormous for Ferris State if Action could get those revives up. But with how full health they are and how behind Action currently just is compared to that Ashe and the rest of the team, it's going to prove to be a very bad decision if he goes back in. As we see also, you were correct, the Oblivion Orb built into Mordekaiser now. Going for that anti-heal, that's going to be such an issue in these fights. I think there's been a number of fights where if that anti-heal had already been part of his kit, he may have been able to secure that kill on Warwick at least once, if not twice, maybe 3 times.
Right, exactly.
Because of that fight, Grand Valley State able to grab the Rift Herald. This time, Grand Valley State is in the blue, Ferris State is in the red. More fitting, I'd say.
Really ironic, me talking about how you can just kind of go full lethality on the...
Is he building Collector on Action first? That's what the components are.
Yeah.
I think no. There's another item that builds out of similar components. I think no. There's no other crit lethality items.
Nope.
That being said, the Dirk could also.
It could just be an early Dirk into
Yes.
Navori, but I don't think you would go Navori on.
I don't think Navori. There's a couple other items you could go with pickaxe. I don't remember what they are. Corpseman popping the ultimate this time. Now with the Wukong instead of the Warwick. Doesn't want to allow the opportunity. Gets a shutdown. now wants to see if he
I
can
mean,
force
he
this
can
fight
fight
with the
Juber
Warwick.
here.
The Warwick trying to run away, but the Mordekaiser just has such a slow with that Rylai's the anti-heal, making it impossible to take the fight. The E connects. Can he get the
Gonna have to
class
arc here.
Q that he's going to need, and he gets it. Corpse with a double kill in the top lane. Finds
I love
two
Cupcake showing up.
back to back.
He wants to fight,
Janna shows up,
but not
has that
knowing that there's an Akshan behind him.
that Zax does connect. I think something really interesting to note here is that this Janna is not just building support Janna. They did go Mandate, but they're building a Lost Chapter, and that's a full AP item.
It's gonna be there's a tier there too, so that's gonna end up turning into Seraph's Embrace.
Yes, you are correct. Actually, that is what I forgot. That's how that works now.
Yeah, no, Seraph's being really weird. It now requires Lost Chapter and tier.
But you get a lot of mana. You do get a lot of mana. Rise. I'm surprised. I feel like the one thing about this new season that's
would be
really
good.
surprised me is that I haven't seen nearly as much Rise as I thought I would.
Well, all 4 of them tank the champion's win rate so that he doesn't get played or buffed or nerfed.
The
They
Rise
just-
main, you mean the Rise mains?
Yeah, all 4
Oh,
of them. Yeah.
Similar to the 2 Ivern mains we have here.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And all 3 Skarner mains while we're at it. If we're just going to throw shade, well, we're just going to go for all of you.
Right.
Skarner.
Teemo players.
Whoa. That's just slander.
As I'm sitting next to a Teemo Poppy main. I don't know, Yordle Enjoyer or whatever.
They're cool.
They're cool.
But definitely a very enjoyable composition here. Action kind of taking over this bot lane here.
Yeah.
Did go Collector.
But
Really?
Jam also?
Oh, that makes so much sense. Why? Of course you would go Collector for Revive. That's
Yeah.
enormous. Okay, I don't know why I questioned that in the slightest.
Also, you have a lot of output damage from Mordekaiser and...
Your autos, you want crit, you want the opportunity for extra lethality. It really is just a good item.
Yeah.
I'll have to remember this next time I play Action. I do try to play him a lot. I wish I was better at him than I am. You know, and maybe Thompson coached me a little bit on Kled and a little bit on Aatrox. Maybe he'll coach me on
Akshan. I don't know if he really knows how to play it in the support role though.
That was like twice. Corpseman getting in a fight in the jungle, has to flash over the wall, but
Ashar
able to
misses.
provide enough room for the team to potentially get the Drake here, as Mans will smite it away and hold on to it. Rando
just
shows up at the
Rando
last
here.
minute. Corpseman able to get himself in that fight. Sparkle Brown, he's getting himself in a fight right now, and Rogue is able to find the first kill as Akshan will go down early, and that's not ideal when your Revive champion goes down. They couldn't find the kill on Rando with Mordekaiser either. He's building
my
so much AP, but
goodness.
Swain, 4-2-4, the Leandries, he just never stops burning, never stops dealing damage, and the Steel Caps prevent half the team from doing damage. Remember, when Steel Caps got changed, it added a whole bunch of passives that it affected and reduced the damage of as well, and I'm fairly certain Mordekaiser passive is one of them.
Oh.
Because it's procced by auto attacks.
Well, it's procced by...
Abilities as well, but I believe that there is a good number of... It's Teemo Poison does reduce damage to people with Steel Caps, all sorts of things that really... It makes...
Isn't it just attack-based passives?
Anything that is based on an attack, yes, pretty much.
So I don't think Mordekaiser's true passive would count for that. Because it's the E of Teemo that gets reduced, because it's based on his auto attack itself.
I'm not totally certain, to be honest, but
which makes sense.
Regardless, Steel Cap's very big here as Ferris is 4 AD champs, and Tristana, Akshan, Rengar is definitely still good value.
Rengar having to ult away there, I think.
Zax does connect with Mans. Looks like he wants to try and turn this if he can, but nobody wants to walk deeper into the jungle against a Rengar.
They do. They actually really want to walk into this jungle
We do
as they take vision control of Man's topside jungle.
We do see that Sheen build on Rengar going to be really important, as this is more of a bruiser build we're probably going to expect coming up here from Mans. Could be Essence Reaver, but could build into a lot of different items.
I'm assuming it's going to be Essence.
Probably.
It's gonna be Essence into...
Akshan looking for a chance to fight here, wants to see if they can scare them off of Baron. 4,000 health and counting. Are they going to commit? No. Looks like they'll bail off of it. A fight's going to break out. Sparkle Brownies almost makes it out alive. Can't quite as Mordekaiser. Action. Both fall. Swain able to pick up the kill. Wukong gets another as Nautilus will fall. Rengar goes down to Nautilus. I'm sorry. Rengar goes down to Wukong. And as we see the fight break out, Jam, the only one to make it out alive. A triple kill for Rando. 6-2 and 7. 18-5 in terms of kills. Ferris State is really struggling.
I
trying to hold on to this game.
Build on Wukong before, not like in this order anyways. Kind of something new from...
You can use the passive of
Cleaver.
profane while you are spinning with his ultimate. So, very strong.
Right.
And obviously for the, I think the
Sundered
obvious
Sky
reason,
is
Sundered Sky is
heals.
anybody with an auto attack built into your kit is
So all
probably
of
worth
them. So all of them.
But I mean like, as part of, like, for example,
Right.
Echo dashes and, well, not a good example of who should build Sundered Sky, but
Sundered Sky Echo incoming.
no.
Virgil solo queue games.
You
This
don't
is
wanna-
what we mean.
You
by
don't want to
he's,
look at the match history, I promise. It's really bad.
This is what we mean. He's a thinker for sure.
Look, all I'm saying is Ferris State's colors and my match history have something in common.
Gold? Oh wait.
No, red.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Ferris State looking for an opportunity to turn this in their favor if they can, but Jam constantly just being pressured in this mid lane, and this seems like it's just a flip of what we watched last game. Ferris State struggling to hold on to some of these fights, and they just can't catch up after this lead that Grand Valley was able to develop. 18-5, Ferris State struggling to grab one here. We see Bork Terminus finally getting to see that in the bot lane. It looks like the Ashe is going to go Wit's End.
You know, this isn't a bad build on Ashe. But usually there's still that Triforce second item. Usually it's Bork Triforce into Terminus. Normally you don't see the Terminus second item. You know, Ashe wants that movement speed, attack speed, and Sheen procs aren't bad on anybody, to be fair.
We see a bit of a fight breaking out here. Julber gets in the fight with Mordekaiser. Once again, the ultimate up and online.
Don't get to see what's going on here. Warwick almost dying.
Cheese
going
will go down. Mordekaiser actually goes down to Warwick in the top lane. That Bork Tiamat is going to do enough damage.
That might be game if they are able to get a group going here.
Definitely going to prove to be
situation the last game where
definitely going to prove to be difficult. Ferris State needs to be able to put a stop to this, but they're just so spread out. It just may not be an option. Sparkle Brownie's backing up.
at least two
to the
inhibs here.
If not two inhibs, potentially the game, as those will collapse as well. Ferris State may not have the time or resources to respond.
They're not going to
this
fight
fight.
it. They're just gonna take the two inhibs and back here. Don't want to overstay and
Cheese
lose the gold
hooks
lead.
in. Could be a fight for the Bulldogs. Cheese very low on health here. Action interrupted by the Jana Tornado. Fighting inside there. Julber able to find a kill. Cheese goes down. Julber finds a second and man's slowed down. Could be a fight that's unfightable. Mordekaiser goes back in. Can't seem to get a kill. Falls over. And
Jam's
Jam
gonna go
will
down,
fall as
and
well.
that
And what
will
looked
be
like
game.
the game could have been prolonged. We're just seeing with Ferris State fumbling a fight, unfortunately, and Grand Valley will close out map number 2. We're 1-1, headed to game 3.
You know, this is what we want. We want a 3-game series. We want this.
We want a good,
exciting, tension-filled game.
we want it exciting. We want it fun. And when do we want it? We want it now.
Now.
But we don't get it right now.
5-minute break.
We are going to go chat with the players, see how they're feeling after map 2. I know there's got to be some different energy in there now that Ferris State dropped that map. That first map, Ferris State's side of the room felt
confident going into game 2, and
it felt electric over there. But definitely phenomenal job there from Ferris State in terms of trying to keep up. Grand Valley managed to take over just barely there at the end and really just stomp their way through that game. So Ferris State gonna have to change up there.
moment. Ferris stayed in there. They tried their best.
Gonna have to be one of those. Gotta change the strategy up for game 3. But in the meantime, I'm intrigued to see if we can get any more insider information. We got a little bit before this game. I was told what a couple things I could expect, but I then got none of them. So
you really love your insider information, that's for sure.
It's helpful to know what I might be able to expect, and then it's really surprising when they tell me what I can expect,
and then do the opposite
and pick something different. Yes. So going into map number 3, I'm intrigued, but in the meantime, we'll be right back. Get comfortable. We'll be back shortly. And welcome back once again. We are back for map 3 of the Anchor Bone Classic, Grand Valley State University versus Ferris State University. Trying to figure out exactly what's going to be going on here.
You know just as much as I do, and that is not very much.
That sounds like a Ferris
Bars
ban to me.
ban.
It is.
Hey, we're actually early on draft. Let's go. I don't get to like join in 3 guys behind. Kled band coming out. Smolder band. No, our mics are out.
Yes. Oh, we're back. A little bit of technical difficulties there. No worries. Kled, Sita, both banned from Grand Valley on the Ferris State. Ferris State's still going with ADC bans. They really don't want to put up with an ADC.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't want to either.
Smolder and Ezreal, both Marks mages.
They
Ferris,
finally
not
did it.
too difficult from a Marks mage.
They banned the Ivern.
Ferris State banning the Ivern this time.
No.
Oh, no, you're right. I'm sorry. They banned it last map, too.
Oh, did they?
Yes.
Oh, my bad.
Seraphine, that's the one clue I was given this time, and there it is. Cheese. Yes, the Ivern ban is particular and happens frequently. Seraphine is a normal pick for Corpseman. Not for Corpseman, I'm sorry, for Cheese.
I think production is trying to tell us Mans X.
Seraphine is a normal pick for Ferris State.
Right.
That is something that I know Cheese feels super comfortable on. And it is something that he said he doesn't want to play Nautilus. I don't know if anybody was in the arena noticed as well. Cheese had his PC set to a rainy day because of the last map and also because he was put in Nautilus jail. Cheese is not a particularly large fan.
Nautilus jail.
Yeah, he's not a particularly large fan. Most people aren't. It gets very old very quickly. That's not a pick I like. That's a little better-ish.
Same bot lane.
Same bot lane coming out from Grand Valley. It worked once. We'll see if they can do it again. Brand. That's probably a jungle
Elise
pick.
Hover?
That's a jungle pick.
Yeah, but...
Elise Hover? Yeah. That's an AP jungler that he plays. Draven.
Wait, what?
Okay, so...
No way he plays Draven jungle.
No, he wouldn't play Draven jungle. I think...
No way Thompson plays Draven mid.
No, I think it would be more likely that they swapped roles. No, MF. Actually, I don't know. Jam may play Draven. I haven't seen it yet. I know Tristana and MF are kind of like her two go-tos.
That's what I've known too so far.
But maybe she's diversified.
Fair.
The Draven could be an intimidation factor. Draven. If you're talking characters that somebody locks and I go, ugh, Draven's pretty up there.
Right.
Aatrox, Nocturne, all hovers, Nocturne. Probably a jungle pick for Mans. Bot lane and jungle, probably locked for Ferris State. Bot lane locked for Grand Valley. Let's see what they're looking at maybe next.
Could be a flex to the mid lane. Thompson on some Nocturne duty. You know, trying to throw that little bit of deception out there. Again, we're just giving Grand Valley the comp they just played.
Yeah, Ferris State allowing a couple too many picks for me to be comfortable with. The Silas ban coming out once again. Ferris State likely will ban the Malphite in return again. As you were saying moments ago, it is kind of just a rule of thumb.
No Silas equals no Malphite. You don't want that,
Well,
especially with Swain.
It's not entirely. They haven't decided yet.
Yeah, I think they might just be trying to think about a Warwick ban coming through.
That Warwick did turn out very even throughout the whole game. Didn't really die. Didn't really get many kills, and then at the end of the game was able to find a triple kill.
Yeah, like I said.
And that is pretty much the Warwick life story.
Yeah, like I said, it's one of those picks where it's just kind of like...
Trundle ban once again could see the Malphite ban, but we could also see Ferris State snipe away the Malphite. I believe...
We're blue side, so they get pick here at 4. So if they want it, they just take it here.
You are correct.
Yeah,
there it is. The Malphite ban indeed. Now, to see what they're looking at, Swain is a flex pick. Definitely can be top or mid.
Yeah,
More
less
common
likely
mid.
to be top, but if anything, you would have picked your jungler and forced it to be a flex bot mid.
Right.
But showing that support, most likely they're just saying, hey, this is our mid laner.
Ew. That's a champ I don't like.
But Corpse very familiar with that champion.
Yes,
probably
Corpse
knows a counter to it.
Corpse has played a fair amount of Jax in his time. It is pretty normal.
That's most likely going to be Aatrox mid,
Yes.
unironically.
Sparkle Brownies,
very
traditionally a top laner. That's probably top lane.
Yeah, that's top. that matchup is so bad for Jax, it's actually unplayable.
Is it really?
Oh, yeah.
Huh. I don't know my Jax or Volibear very well, so all I know is that into Volibear, I don't like playing Teemo, and into Jax, I don't like playing Teemo. And the Aatrox!
Yeah, there it is.
Wow. Maybe won't be tank Volibear this time. That would be a lot of AD. They have just locked 4 AD.
Seraphine, depending on the
Counts?
build. Depending on the build, you
Cheese
go,
will likely build it at full AP, but
It's the Seraphine main build right now, anyways, is Seraphs into. Usually, if you're playing support, you go Seraphs into support items, either staff or it's most likely to be Roa and the staff, or not Roa.
it's Jax jungle. Swain top.
Janna top.
No way. There's no way.
Well, it's not
Rakan,
Swain.
AP Rakan mid.
Oh, that was probably a misclick by the side of GVSU.
And with a disconnect, we may be coming back in. We were sitting here speculating all sorts of things. But
Darn it! I was actually really excited for Janna top.
I was hoping it was AP Rakan mid. I'm not going to lie to you.
Wow, I mean, it could have been both.
They're-
Swain support.
That's true, actually. Definitely a lot of...
I say we make them play the draft.
I know sometimes there is some rules set in place about that, but
No.
if that was genuinely a misclick, it may have
Yeah.
just been something that went wrong or a miscommunication. I know everyone
our
is,
character was trying to get picked. Right?
everyone is very lenient in terms of understanding
I
that
just want him
sometimes
to play because I want to see it.
see smite the what John atop? What you want smite John atop like it's season 11?
No, I just want to see that team comp. I want to see how that works.
I would
wanna-
be,
I
there's a
wanna-
lot. That's a lot of team fight potential.
That is a lot of team fight.
You have an
potential.
you have an ADC, you have Jax, and then you have 3 supports,
Yep.
and one
Protect the
of them is
president.
Swain.
Protect the president. Top there. Probably gonna go into a blind pick here,
This is going to be
so they don't have to go through bans again. Or
no,
we
they're going to go
go-
through it again, but they're just going to match the exact same bands. It's just going to go through very quickly, most likely. Ezreal, back and forth. So this will give us another minute to talk about the composition there. What do you think that?
More enemies.
What did I do?
What do you think is going to be like a potential pick? That last pick. What do you think it was supposed to be? Because in my mind, I'm trying to think about what's right next to Rakan, and I have a theory.
Gwen. The last
That's
pick
what
was
you
gonna be
think?
Gwen.
I think it's Rammus.
I think it's Gwen.
I think we had 4 AD, and you're right. Yeah, okay, it's Gwen.
I was watching it happen when you asked. I was like, oh, I don't know how they mistake Gwen for Rakan. So it just got to 0 and they were hovering their mouse over something, and that's how it locked in Rakan there.
Yeah.
So this matchup, on the other hand, unplayable for the Volibear.
Yeah, Jax is a flex pick. It's very good in the jungle right now, and it's going to be a problem for Ferris State. Nocturne and Nocturne will have a hard time playing into Jax as a jungler. Gwyn will make Volibear's life relatively difficult. Aatrox into a ranged matchup just sounds unfun.
Aatrox is actually one of the better champions at abusing ranged with his Q, his dash, and his W to... Because most ranged champions have very low mobility, so if you hit them with your W and then your second Q, you will almost guarantee your third Q. Swain, on the other hand, with a pull, can knock you out of it. He has his own slows. It's very hard. This is one of the harder matchups, although Aatrox is one of the best into ranged matchups. melee into
Absolutely.
ranged. The other good one is Echo. Those two very good in melee into ranged, very high mobility, high CC champions.
Gwyn, Jax, Swain, Ashe, Janna. That's a pretty terrifying composition. Ferris State, Volibear, Nocturne, Aatrox, Misfortune, and Seraphine. Little less intimidating.
It's very... I mean, Ferris's team comp is very... We will jump on you with Nocturne, Volibear, and then we will also, at the same time, you will not be able to run with Seraphine and MF. Like, we have a very just dive
If Ferris
team
State,
fight heavy comp.
Ferris State has to win the fight in the first 6 seconds or so, and I think anything longer than that, the Jax and the Swain are going to have time to beat them up.
Right.
And
Essentially, yes.
the Ashe to build up her passive.
But here's the thing: what do you consider winning the fight? Because if Ferris can get 4 very fast, or even 3 very fast.
I think the team fight potential from Grand Valley here is just going to be too strong for Ferris State to turn over and overcome. Gwyn, obviously very powerful at doing everything. Gwyn can split push and get value. Gwyn can solo fight and get value. Gwyn can match laners and get value. Gwyn can just dodge abilities and bait things nonstop. Gwyn can fight in the team. The damage is
Gwyn is
there.
immune.
Gwyn is immune.
One of the best memes to come out of League, Gwen is immune.
I don't know. I don't think it's that particularly crazy, but I do think that I am worried about this jungle matchup. Jax able to dodge autos. Nocturne's whole kit is autos.
Right.
You can't really ult the Jax. You can't really ult the Gwyn. You can't really ult the Swain.
You're not really looking to ult those though. You're really looking to ult the Ashe, but Ashe
We've already
Janna,
yeah. I think the big issue
it's the
here
same concept.
It's
as
the
that
same
Rengar.
concept as with Rengar. It's going to be
Except he has a
really
spell shield or 2 if he builds
Edge of Night. Man, playing into a Nocturne that built Edge of Night
and then has a spell shield. You have to into some comps. Playing into some comps, you just have to do that.
It's always just not fun. And this is I'm saying this from a team mode perspective. So to be fair, I only have one thing aside from Shrooms that can really knock a spell shield off. So it's kind of just like I can't blind him, and he's auto attack based. It's just annoying. But I've had to burn ignites before just to flame spell shields. I'm not gonna lie.
Honestly, smart enough to do that. Cookie to you.
But I think the biggest issue here is going to be similar to last time. Ferris State has to play safe enough bot lane, but they no longer have hooks. Now they have MF Seraphine. It's a different bot lane for Ferris. We know Jam was doing well on MF earlier, and I think MF, no matter how well or badly you do in lane, Tristana, there's still some problems in terms of getting the value out of some of these fights. But I think MF, you can be 4 items behind, only have Youmu's, pop an ultimate, you're getting your value in the fight.
Right.
And it's going to hurt.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be the biggest thing here is that MF can hit big ultimates alongside the team.
Bam
if
really
they can
known for
organize
that
the team.
too. Bam, Jam.
Yes,
really
Jam.
known for that.
Yeah.
Hit some incredible ultimates game 1.
Yeah.
Hit some great ultimates earlier in the season. Really, really comfortable on both of those picks, but damage output wise, I feel her MF is unmatched.
Yeah, I think, and I think right now MF is just in a very strong spot. Especially, I'm gonna be honest, this is definitely a skill issue directly, but I played Ashe the other day into MF, and it felt like a nightmare because every trade I took with her, she just auto queued and then E'd behind me, so I have to take it. So there's not really a whole lot that can be done if you take these fights correctly. I think Ashe, like I was saying, can be one of the hardest ones, and the reason that my friends often say that Ashe is one of the hardest ADCs, there's no mobility. You have the slow from your autos, but
that's why most do like to take.
That's why Jhin builds Gale Force. Zaya has her ultimate.
Gale Force in the game.
You're right, actually. That's wow.
Way to date yourself, old man.
30 seconds until minions.
Yeah. Okay. I don't really know what to say to that.
No, I'm just kidding.
Jhin.
Stormers
Jhin
are
is
kind of
also
taking over that item though for Jhin.
Gives you some mobility. Ashe, you're really not building anything but your own slow, but you have no movement. Zaya, you have your ultimate. Varus, you can root them. Ashe, the closest thing you have is really your ult, but it's not quite the same. Lucian, you have dashes, yes. There's a lot of ADCs that have mobilities. Kalista, yeah, wow, talk about mobility on an ADC.
Right, exactly. But that's kind of her whole thing, is being a mobile
Martial
ADC.
Poise. One of the coolest names, I think, for an ability. That's the passive name that she
Oh,
can
is
jump
it?
with. It's
Yeah.
called Martial Poise. Which I remember I read one time and I was like, that's such a, that's, somebody got hired to name that and they went unnecessarily hard with that name.
Gonna see a Bush tactic here from the side of GVSU. Is Ferris able to pick up on it, or will they take a lot of poke here at the start of the right?
Ashe thinking about possibly taking an early fight here, committing to fighting the MF. Swain, the Janna. Could be difficult here. And we see that early pressure coming out already.
Start from Cheese there. Gonna lose some of that level 1 pressure, but also able to keep Jam relatively healthy.
Oh, nearly could find the ward. Couldn't quite get the break on it. That extra XP could have been useful here, especially with that W start.
Yeah, especially because they got forced off the wave.
Yep. But we are seeing Gwyn already doing that really annoying thing she does. So the other thing I'll say is Sparkle Brownies is incredibly good at Aatrox.
Right, no, he's very well.
As far as somebody's pocket picks go, that's pretty up there.
Yeah, no.
And
his Echo is very dirty as well.
Yes. Oh no. I mean, as a whole, Sparkle Brownies is definitely just a very good player.
Right.
But specifically, Aatrox being one of his like at-home comfort picks. I get what I want in a game, and if it's not Kled, it's Aatrox. Jam.
Very similar play styles, though. I'm going to go in,
Kled
and I have
Aatrox?
no way out.
Yeah, that's a Bruisers. That's it. And when he coached me, that's the one thing he drilled into my head again and again. He said, "Look, you're gonna fight, and you're gonna fight, and then guess what you're gonna do if you start losing the fight? You're gonna keep fighting, because on Kled you're gonna get your Scarl back, and on Aatrox you'll just heal." Gwyn getting so much pressure early on Corpse. He's low. The Conqueror procced. Gets the grasp stack without a trade actually as well. That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
But definitely a difficult fight. We see Jax already going top lane that early is so much pressure. Gwyn may need to be matched here by Nocturne. Very healthy, and Volley already able to get some of his health back up as well. Gwyn could be definitely punished from this game.
Cheese cam. Love me some cheese cam.
Some of the players, looks like, are they still standing?
Cheese, Jam, Thompson's sitting down.
Thompson is sitting again, and Corpse is sitting again, I believe.
So 3 of the 5, you know.
I just couldn't tell. Mans was standing and the rest were sitting, and it looked about the same. Sparkle Brownies in the mid lane. FSU Mans looking for an opportunity to maybe gank a little bit, just show some pressure. As he's passing towards that Scuttle Crab, he's going to run into the Jax. We're going to see a fight potentially break out there. Nocturne, Jax getting in a fight.
Able to get that E. Jam having
fight
to
in the river.
away.
We're seeing Nocturne smack each other a little bit. Cheese getting stuck in a tough spot. The heal is popped. He's going to have to pop
flash.
W if he's going to be able to make it out alive. The flash, they both flash, and Janna with the first blood. Ferris State will go down. And Grand Valley gets that first blood. Julber in a tough spot here. Volibear gets the pick in the top lane. Gwyn goes down, and what is supposed to be a nightmare of a matchup for Volibear rapidly became very functional.
It's very bad after 6. You kind of like, I mean, level 3 and level 6, but like in between them, like level 4, level 5, you kind of lose some of that pressure.
Jam having to play very safely here underneath this turret, especially missing her support like that could prove to be very dangerous here. May try to use that E to deny both backs. She does. That extra time is going to be useful, even if they do decide to continue backing. Ferris State now has some extra time to work with at really no cost, as Jam will continue to farm and hopefully catch up a little bit in terms of what they missed while they were being pressured out, and Jam was having to hide underneath turret. Cheese, I looked at him after last game and I said, "I know you don't want to go in Nautilus jail, and we know they're going to ban Senna again." I said, "What can you expect?" And he thought for a second, and he went, "Seraphine." And I went, "That's a pretty normal cheese pick."
I love how like the bot lane meta is just Hank's champions. He was a very good MF player, a very confident Senna and Seraphine player. So.
And even plays Tristana from time to time, I think, too.
Right.
Fight breaking out in the mid lane. Cheese, ooh, evades the root with the moves. Sparkle Brownies in a tough spot, though. Jax able to jump in. Sparkle Brownies has to jump, flash, as Jax will pop that stun. Nocturne getting some grubs. That has been very defining of the meta recently. Oh, a nice play, and Aatrox finds the kill.
Good look to turn this.
Pops the ultimate to run away. Looks like it's not going to be the right fight for him, and I can respect that. He is so low on health. Jam stuck in a tough spot. Only one turret shot on the Ashe, and they'll get another kill bot lane. Nocturne able to grab the grubs. Definitely going to prove to be big. That has been very decisive in terms of what junglers are good right now, is who can clear the grubs fast early.
Yeah, and most of them receiving a nerf.
Except Lilia.
Well, but here's the thing. Everyone that had shield break in their kit can no longer shield break grubs. So no shield break on Empowered Renekton W, or...
I think it would have been cool if they brought back similar to what Scuttle used to have, where it had a shield that could be broken by CC.
Right.
Sparkle in a tough spot here. Rogue
just have to outwalk it, and is able to dodge this time. Missed the control word in the bush, so has to reward.
Unfortunate as well, but
right.
the pink ward will still get the job done.
Right.
It will still serve the same purpose. Cheese soaking some XP in the mid lane, hoping for an opportunity to roam and make a difference here. Julber already down 1 life. Corpseman wants to find the damage that they can. Aatrox
Could be pretty
trying to
good
find the
to
best
eat
trade they
here.
can. The pull, the Aatrox combo, and the root to follow up is going to result in another kill.
Nice.
As Cheese snipes it away, but
It's fine, like,
the kill wouldn't have happened without him.
right, exactly.
It's
So
not
what
a
do you
kill.
guys think about?
It's KS doesn't stand for kill steal. It stands for kill secured.
Of course, the support main says that. To the other support main.
Okay, there we go. I was gonna wait to see how long you were gonna let that one linger. We do currently
Hey.
see a bit of a CS gap in the mid lane developing, also one developing in the bot lane. Otherwise, they're pretty even. Nocturne definitely able to outfarm Jax here as well, just with a better clear, I think.
A lot more time spent though. Jax hovering mid lane a few times, got that gank off bot lane.
MF gets
He's been
hit that
hovering
slow.
lanes a lot more than Nocturne has. Nocturne's been kind of power farming what you do until 6, and then you look to make your ganks happen.
Will definitely prove to be difficult to get some of the ganks off that they're hoping for.
Right.
Ashe definitely going to prove to be a problem once again. Already 1-0. Janna the same category, and we see that Bork once again. Just such a strong item.
Is this a Cloud Soul or a Hextech Soul? I can't really tell.
Well, with a Drake?
Yeah.
It's a,
Not a Soul, but just the Drake
it's just
itself,
a Hextech
sorry.
Drake. I was going to say, we don't know what soul is coming up quite yet. Volibear with a stun. The ultimate comes out, and that's the one time you'll be able to ult a Gwyn as Nocturne is after you see her burn. The Gwyn is immune.
Right.
A big ultimate by Cheese in the
Double
bot
ults coming
lane.
out. Cheese gonna just get walked down here though. This is it's just so
A tough
slow.
spot. Janna backs
Could
up
see a
and
solo kill here in the mid lane. Not quite. Not able to hit the sweet spot.
Rogue fighting from in the mid lane.
Jenna could look to stop this back or just kill Cheese outright. Could see a Jenna R just to knock him around, but doesn't need it.
2 tower shots on the Ashe. Nearly
Ooh.
enough. Not quite enough, unfortunately. Nocturne, no ultimate to follow up on. Jax getting that bot lane dragon, using that prio that they had down there for such good. Able to grab themselves a Hextech Drake. But Sparkle Brownies is, just like you said, harassing that range champion.
Yeah.
All Swain has is a Haunting, guys. And, well, yeah. That's a 500 gold lead. Pretty comfortable advantage to have.
Something you're happy to see here from the side of Ferris is that little bit of a gold lead in the mid lane.
Ferris definitely, last game, the difficulty was, just like for Grand Valley the first game, nobody was really winning their lane. And so, from Grand Valley at least on game 1, and it made it difficult to turn a game around when you have no win condition necessarily to play around. And Ferris State was the same way last game, so I think seeing at least a couple of Ferris State's laners doing well enough to
Very
keep
even
up.
game so far. As Thompson just starts Grubs on his own. Gonna get collapsed on here by Jenna and Jax. Nocturne showing up to kind of stop that as much as he can. Gonna at least get 2 here. So, or 1, sorry. I thought 1 was already taken. Jeez,
root-
getting jumped on.
Ashe ultimate
Ashe
comes out,
arrow
connects with Corpseman.
misses.
Gwyn considering on showing up to this next coming fight, but the
Jeez.
Grubs, Ferris State wants to fight for these Grubs.
Not
Cheese
able
stuck
to
in a
walk
tough
away.
spot. Jax gonna be the next one to go on in a fight. Corpseman getting in a fight, able to grab himself one of the Grubs for the team, but Jax
think
able
that
to
was
grab one of
sniped away
them
by
as
Jax.
well. You're right, it was. Ashe able to grab one of these as well as Ferris State's gonna turn back on the Grubs.
So 5-1 Grubs is very good for the side of Ferris here.
Ferris State able to grab at least, like you said, 5 of them, and that is going to prove to be enormous. At 5 Grubs is when you start getting little voidlings, and or as my friends like to call it, 5 and 6 is what we call Grubhub Premium.
Grubhub Premium is a crazy shout,
I love
but
it.
I respect it.
I love it.
I like it. It's
Grubhub,
very-
and then without them, you get Grubhub normal.
yeah.
Ashe stuck in a terrifying position if I'm that Ashe. There's really
right.
no
There's nothing,
response to that.
and that's a really big bounty.
Especially to
have
collect
this early
on
into
your
the game.
and to collect onto your MF is going to prove to be big.
Right. Oh, did that go to MF? I thought that went to.
Mhm.
Ooh.
MF was able to pick up a 250 gold shutdown. Poking out the support now.
Now we
Cheese
just
trying
need
to
to
just
pick
put
the-
pressure onto their Janna. By
Right.
the time this Ashe makes it back to lane, this Janna could be well under half health.
Kind of need to clear some of that vision up in the bot side jungle. Give our Nocturne a chance to look for a dive here.
Gwyn.
Well, Not right now, obviously, but
Bit of a fight in the top lane as well. Gwyn and Volibear are going to just consistently be
Arrow,
taking
Cheese
trades.
has
The
the
Ash
flash.
Arrow won't connect.
W doesn't
Cheese.
connect with Jam. Jam gonna be able to walk away. Really big there.
Spirit Visage, first item for Volibear, makes sense as well. That passive from the Spectre's Cowl will not only be big, but also a lot of damage there. As Ash, just with so much move speed, the heal, the Bork, the Berserkers, it's so much damage that adds up so quickly, and you just can't run away. The slow, the speed is all there, and bot lane both go down. The Ash now with 4 kills, proving once again to be an enormous issue for Ferris State. 5 to 7 though in terms of kills. Ferris State holding on much better than they were last map.
Kills being on your top side here, not a very bad thing to have, especially with Ash being the one that's fed. You know, Aatrox going to be able to kind of do a lot of damage there. Nocturne able to jump on her, kind of make her.
Nocturne, we are seeing that new core item to his build, Experimental Hexplate. After popping your ultimate, you get an additional bit of, I believe it's AD and attack speed. If not, maybe it's move speed and attack speed.
It's movement speed and attack speed.
But that is terrifying on
I think
Nocturne.
20% of each.
Enough to make it scary.
Yeah,
and Nocturne is already a phantom, so it really is just terrifying.
Merc shreds this game as well.
Yeah, an early slam from Volibear on that Spirit Visage, but there's no mythics. It's not like there's nobody saying that you have to do a certain thing. And there it is. The Jax uses the dodge, but Flash still able to get on top of him and finds the kill. Nocturne with the shutdown. Gwyn popped the immunity. But now Janna, Ash in the top lane could turn this fight very quickly. It's a 3v3. Corpse, Cheese, Mans all there fighting alongside Cupcake.
Big
Legend. Oh, Volibear able to get in there. Janna goes down quickly. Corpse will fall quickly afterwards. Gwyn able to take the fight and turn it in their favor, though. Gwyn able to find one. Nocturne will fall to Ash. Aatrox shows up the fight just in time. Julber in a terrible position. May not be able to fight this fight. And Aatrox looks like he may want to take this one and fight it. Now backing away, trying to bait them perhaps. Hits the Q, hits the second.
And then just shut down.
Cheese able to find one. Finds the kill. A 1-for-2 trade there as Gwyn's able to pick up some kills. Now 3, 2, and 1 in terms of the KDA. And that is indeed the countdown that may begin to the end of this game. Gwyn getting ahead is not something you like to see. Gwyn is a 1v9 kind of champion, very difficult to kill.
I'm not sure how far, well, I mean, obviously pretty far ahead here if he has a bounty like that. But that's also a team-based bounty. I'm not sure how far ahead of Volibear she actually is.
He just picked up 2 kills.
Right.
That's terrifying. Gwyn is going to scale really hard with those. As soon as Gwyn starts getting 1, 2, even 3 items, she becomes dangerous. That's a Cosmic Drive.
Is that first item normal? It's normally Nash's, is it not?
I think in organized play, what may be normally built first is not anything close to normal games, or ladder play at least, because of the counter potential that you need to play alongside your team.
But also, Corpse has 300 or so gold advantage right now still in the matchup. So,
Misfortune already has Yomu's, but Bork and then some in hand already for Ash. Looks like they'll be going Terminus second as well. We saw this earlier. Could happen again. Now, Cupcake stuck in a tough spot. CC'd. Glacial will get procced. But it's not quite enough. Makes it out alive for the time being. Seraphine still in the mid lane hovering alongside the Aatrox. Gwyn in the top lane fighting against Volibear.
Cheese looking
Cupcakes half on health. The ultimate from Mans comes in. Ash able to buy some time and space, kiting out Mans. Not quite able to find the fight. They're looking for the flash from Jax. Gets a stun as Mans will go down. Janna traded out and the turret goes to Jam, but Ash able to find yet another one as Cheese goes down and Ferris State in a tough spot here. Sparkle Brownies jumped on by the Jax, stunned.
This is a very bad
idea.
idea
The fight will continue and he gets it. Jax with the Trinity Force able to pop that Q and find that Trinity Force Sheen proc, getting themselves another kill. Mans 2-2 with 106 farm. Jax 96 farm with a 4-1 and 1.
500 gold or so lead there for the Jax in the jungle. 400 gold lead for Thompson mid lane. Bot lane down around 300 gold.
Julber And a bit of a fight in that top lane with Janna showing up there could prove to be a problem here for Corpse any moment now. Ashe pinging that they should wait to fight in the top lane until they have their ultimate. Swain now pushing towards bot side, gonna go match Aatrox, who is also pushing bot side now. We do see that Sundered Sky on Aatrox. A big healing, as well as, for those of you who don't understand Aatrox's kit, his passive, well, I'd say his passive works pretty much identically to the Sundered Sky.
Yeah, yeah, essentially, yes. Deathbringer stance. He auto attacks and gains, I think it's % missing HP.
Yep. 3, 2, and 1 still for the Gwyn. Cosmic Drive in hand. Plated steel caps completed. Mans, tough spot here. Needs to fear them away. Hasn't quite found it yet. Mans will go down 9 to 15 in the favor of Grand Valley. Sparkle Ronnie's missing a little over half his health. We do see a fight breaking out. Ashe able to show up. Cheese could be in a tough spot here. May go down.
Yeah, that Seraph's not going to quite save
That
him
ultimate
there.
could be enough to help set up, but it's not quite enough, as they'll make it out alive. They'll be able to shove this wave in, and Ashe is going to be incredibly far ahead. 7 and 2 with 2 items already. Unfortunately, they're just all on hit, it feels like.
Yeah. Minus Gwen, because she doesn't really have the items for it yet.
Janna ults to push them away. Doesn't want to allow for that engage. Nocturne chasing him down now. Hits his E. Going to continue running. Corpseman in a tough spot, taking a lot of damage. Could turn ult if the opportunity arrives. Can't quite find it. Minions able to bring down the turret as well in the process.
As we see Rogue on the Swain trying to all-in Sparkles here. Not going to turn out. Looks like there could be a Baron call here. Baron up in 50 seconds. Yeah, as we see Jax pinging it. He wants to do it.
Baron is going to be big here.
Vision,
They've already got an open turret in Inhib. Or a turret before Inhib.
Tier 2 tower?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the Asian Legend playing in the top lane going to help get one of these turrets.
Yeah, looking to just set up like the paths, trying to cut off paths into their topside jungle, into that Baron pit area.
Absolutely.
The further you can get away pushed, the more vision you get on the map. That's the biggest thing. You're cutting off jungle entrances, you get vision on movement in the top side, and then as well as you get a slow push back into you, which means a stacked wave.
Right now we see a gap in CS happening in the jungle. Fair State losing in CS in the bot lane a little bit.
Yeah.
Janna causing an issue.
This is a very oppressive bot lane, very slow-oriented, very just kind of not fun to play against.
It can definitely be difficult, especially this Baron could be detrimental for Fair State, could result in at least one turret getting taken, if not significantly more.
It looks like they're not even going to recall. They recalled before the Baron, so they don't need to recall. Going to look to bully down mid lane and just kind of fight.
Yeah, going to make this difficult. Cheese the big ultimate, but it's not enough.
Oh, they have Herald too still.
Oh.
That Herald pop, they're going to fight mid lane instead of walking Herald down.
They're going to maybe
Could actually look very bad.
The ultimate is big. Rando able to find some damage. MF will go down. Volley will also fall to Ashe as Jax will pick up
They're
one.
going to take the dragon and just let Herald push the mid lane for him.
Ferris State missing 4.
Aced. Top side. There's tower down mid. Herald's next. I don't know, man. I feel like Rando can just push down mid and end the game here. I don't know what they're doing here.
Yeah, this is definitely interesting. We're still seeing tanky Volibear with not a lot of AP on Ferris State's team. The only AP still coming from Cheese.
Not really like a hard tanky front line though, so don't really necessarily need the distribution of damage as much as you would if there was like an Ornn or a Malphite or something like that. But yeah, it never hurts to have damage distribution, but not necessary in a game like this as much.
Cheese looking for an opportunity to make it out alive. He does, but as the inhib will fall, another inhib.
Too.
Yeah, Ferris State is having a difficult time.
Let's see if we try to cancel backs here.
Ferris State does, and maybe their downfall. 4 of them being there means that GB is going to want to
Huge
fight.
knock up and damage from Janna there.
Gem able to find a lot of value. Misfortune wants to have that ultimate online. Man's in the same boat. Nobody really having their ultimates online and ready to go for Ferris State is going to prove to be a problem here as they make their way to the Nexus turrets. Ferris State needs to be able to find the kills here, but it's going to be proved to be very difficult as they're just going to nuke the turrets. Janna forcing Mans out of the middle of that fight. Volibear quickly falls over to Swain. Ash able to find another kill on Nocturne, but as the fight keeps on, they're able to pop the ultimate. MF ult comes out. Aatrox falls quickly to Swain. Jam will go down. Seraphine able to find a kill onto Janna, but is it going to be enough? No, it's a 1v3, a 1v4. And Gwyn will get the final blow onto Seraphine, and that will end the game.
And the series.
And the series.
GV wins 2-1 in the series. I'm not sure what's coming up next for stream-wise.
I believe we're going to have a little bit of a break, because if I'm correct, the next match will be at 8.
And that'll be Rocket
And that will
League
be
again.
Rocket League coming
Purdue
back in.
Northwest against MTU?
Possibly. Yeah, I will. You will see. You will see. No.
No,
Purdue
it's
Northwest.
us. It's
Purdue
us.
Northwest and Ferris State will
Yeah.
be facing off. So you'll get to see your very own Bulldogs if you are a Ferris State member, or maybe you're not and you're just here supporting us. And either way, we appreciate that. But in the meantime, that's about all we've got for League right now. We may be back with some more tonight,
I think so. I think
and there
there's
will
another
be
round.
some League tomorrow. Don't you worry. But in the meantime, we're going to take a break. We have some time. Make sure we get all comfortable and cozy for some Rocket League, some car soccer. We'll be right back.
Hey.
Hello and welcome back to another portion of the GLIAC Intercollegiate Athletic Conference Esports Tournament. We have more Rocket League ahead. This is the winners finals. Neither of these teams have lost quite yet. Davenport and Grand Valley, you saw it there yourself. This is going to be a good match. This is the #1 and the #2 seed, I believe.
It is.
Oh, we are already in the game. Grand Valley in the orange. Davenport will be in the blue. Grand Valley, no goals yet. Nothing that we've missed quite yet, so that's exciting. As Para able to find some value here, going up for the shot. Won't quite be able to find it as Bolty tries to connect, and Alpha will make the connection. Para passes it down the field. Cyber is able to interrupt it and stall it, at least temporarily, but Para sets it up into the air, gets it over top, and it's almost in, but can't quite follow up. Alpha able to deny and deflect it initially as he goes back down to midfield, and Bolty will pass it into the corner, getting some boost and resetting for a rotation for his team.
Davenport definitely supposed to be the better team. I believe they're the 1 seed, but they did not play particularly well against Purdue Northwest. We'll see if they can turn that around against Grand Valley.
Well, if I remember correctly, last GLIAC, we had Purdue Northwest was underseeded, it felt like, as well. They almost upset a couple teams last season. I know Purdue Northwest is somewhat of a powerhouse for esports all around, so definitely looking forward to seeing what can happen here as Grand Valley and Davenport are fighting for it. And a minute and a half in, no goals yet. This is like the counterpoint to everything we've seen earlier today, which all felt like high-scoring games in some direction or the other as Gorilla goes to get contact, gets it over top of Byra, but Byra is interrupted by Para. Para takes it on, sends it down the field, pinched across the field and into the corner where it looks like it'll be taken over by another member of Davenport's team. Sent into the corner and the shot taken, but can't quite be found. Cyber Sausage brought down. Gorilla, a double demo coming out from Davenport, and now Bolty the one to follow up, but it's going to go a little too high. Para will be the one to make contact, and Byra will have to follow up on the stop as he'll be the next one to go for the pinch. It'll hit the wall, go flying up. Para going for the pass is going to send it to the midfield where Bolty will meet it. A great shot, but it's saved. Cyber waiting on the outside, able to follow up, and then the demo quickly after from Bolty to try and reset some of this rotation, really throw them out of their rhythm. That can be really one of the most important parts of making those demos.
I think we're going to see a little bit of a slow start here by both teams. We're getting right off the dinner break, and you know when they get out of the arena and get a little bit of food in them, they might be thinking they're a little sleepy. So I predict a slow start to this series.
I think at least game 1 probably won't go much over 2 or 3 points combined. But Gorilla looking at the opportunity, trying to send it to the outside of the field. Para, a little bit of collapsing on that ball there. It'll bounce back towards the midfield. Cyber looking for an opportunity. It gets denied in the midfield, sent back. Grand Valley desperately trying to get an offensive hold on this field, but Davenport keeping it up in the air, and the shot taken. Gorilla keeps it out of the net once again. Is that a real Gorilla in front of the net? Nothing's going in, but a shot taken again. Bolty a little wide, won't go in. The side of the crossbar won't be enough as Cyber will clear it out from in front of the net, but Bolty keeping this offensive pressure up, flying through the air, going for a shot. Can't quite make it. 2 goalies is enough to keep it out of the net when Davenport's shooting. And they'll have to reset to try and keep this offensive pressure up.
We're seeing opportunities by Davenport. They just cannot get it past that last man. But definitely seeing some good shots, some good air dribbles, as we see now potentially another opportunity here.
Yeah, a little bit of collisions, definitely going back and forth. The game's starting to get a little more physical, as you said. People are starting to get a little more into it, a little more familiar with the game again after they broke off for a little while and got to have some food. I know some people said they went and got Ruby Tuesday, but a shot taken, but Alpha manages to sneak it in, gets one for the team. And it's a fantastic goal. Alpha gets it in, initially denied. Bolty gets contact, but not wide enough to keep it out of the net. A goal for Alpha, assisted by Cyber. And Grand Valley takes the first lead of the game, 1-0 with a minute to go.
Grand Valley definitely needs to take care and take advantage of those opportunities that they get, because they will be few and far between against this very strong Davenport squad.
Absolutely, and Grand Valley indeed taking advantage of that. Para going for another flying shot already. Won't make contact there as Alpha, but the shot taken. There's nobody in front of the net. Byra flying out of left field, keeps it out from in front of the goal as Alpha looks to pinch it in the floor, denied by Bolty. We see a shot and a save, but Cyber Sausage, the one waiting in front of the net now, as we see a shot from Byra a little wide and followed up by Para. Byra into the shot from Para, and the goal for Davenport, 1-1 with 30 seconds to go. I'd say it's safe to say we might see overtime here.
We might. I mean, really, it's going to come down to if Davenport can really grab a hold of this momentum and run with it. That's what I would be fearful of if I'm a Grand Valley fan.
Absolutely. But fortunately here at Ferris State, we're not often Grand Valley
This
fans.
is true. Very true.
And especially you have some
I
family
feel
allegiances
like
to
I'm a
Davenport.
little biased. My brother is the director of esports over there, and Shane, who is their Rocket League coach, was a coach at Aquinas when I was the director there. So yeah, I'm a little biased.
And I, you know, as a Ferris student, have to say that Grand Valley's not particularly my cup of tea. So as Alpha takes it off the corner there, Bolty goes for a shot down main, but it's denied. Gorilla keeps it out from in front of the net as it's centered back downfield. Davenport may have another opportunity to go for a goal. Bolty sends it into the corner off the shot, but it goes back up. Gorilla keeps it out from in front of the net once again and forcing it to ground. We hit overtime, and now it's sudden death. Any goal takes the map. Bolty going for an early shot. Gorilla able to slow it down, but Para sends it off the corner, setting it up for Byra. Another shot taken, but a little bit wide. Won't quite count as a shot. Even Alpha sending it downfield, but Para will keep it out from in their control, sending it off the corner once again, trying to set his team up for an opportunity to score, as Bolty will be the one to make contact. It's a clear shot, but Gorilla able to read it, will keep it out from in front of the net, denies that goal, and Alpha now clears it out for Grand Valley. A little bit of an unfortunate contact there, almost an open net for a moment, but wasn't quite enough as Davenport didn't get it centered the way they were hoping for. Byra making contact here, goes to Bolty. Bolty's gonna take it downfield as he's flying through the air looking for the shot. A little high, pinches it off, but it won't be enough as Para won't be able to make contact to follow up, but Byra is able to keep this offensive pressure up for Davenport as it's pinched into midfield, but it's not gonna be enough. Para is facing the other direction, able to slow it down. A little bit of teamwork there maybe, or unintentional teamwork some would say, but nonetheless, able to rotate back and get control of it. Para won't make contact there. Alpha pulling a toe mater, trying to hit that ball backwards. Won't be enough as Bolty will be the first one to grab control for Davenport again. Pinch to midfield, but no one there to follow up on that centered shot, and it goes back up into midfield. An opportunity for Bolty. He'll send it off the corner, and Cyber will keep it out from in front of the net. They don't want to allow that centered shot because those are the most dangerous. As we see it go off into the corner, Davenport now on the defense again. Especially as they demo Byra, that'll be increasingly more difficult to make a play here. Bolty sends it downfield, but into the hands of Cyber. Cyber's gonna try and get control of it here. Send it over, Byra won't allow it. Keeps it on offense, playing defense on the wrong side of the field, but I guess it's working out. A minute 42 into overtime, and it doesn't seem like either team is planning on letting up.
No, we keep going, and I cannot overstate how important overtimes are in an overtime victory, especially game one of a series, just because of how much momentum a team can take if they come out on top.
Grand Valley feeling good. Gorilla able to take the shot, but it's a little low and denied by Davenport. The initial shot by Cyber will also be denied. Byra able to get it downfield, still keeping themselves on that offensive hold, but Gorilla takes back hold for Grand Valley, sends it over top into Byra, but it won't be enough. Denied by Davenport as Byra will take it back to midfield, looking to get some boost and reset for a good rotation. A goal could be on the horizon here. 2.5 minutes into overtime. This could make or break a team's mental on map 1. As we see the shot go a little wide, it'll be knocked to the side. Grand Valley just desperately trying to keep this out from in front of the net. Gorilla stuck to the side of the wall like Gorilla Glue, but manages to get two of them through, and an open net could be the goal. Not quite. A little wide from Cyber, saved by nothing other than fate itself, really, as Bolty will be the one to make contact for Davenport. It goes into the corner. Byra looking to make contact, centers the ball, but Alpha won't make contact with it quite yet, as Bolty will be the one to meet him for the 50, but it goes up in the air. Alpha looking for an opportunity to score, and Para will deny it. The name checks out. He is in the air.
Nice. This Grand Valley defense is so strong. I don't know if they've missed a ball off the back wall on their defensive end yet.
This is insane. Like, we saw a 4-minute overtime between Michigan Tech and Grand Valley earlier.
We did.
And it was insane watching the defense from both teams go back and forth like ping pong in modern day. But it's not quite enough for either team to be able to make the breakaway that they need. The lockdown defense and the powerhouse offense coming from both of these teams is proving to be increasingly difficult, but the demo is enough. Gorilla demoed, Bolty with the goal, and Byra with the assist. Beautifully done as Byra passes it off like a pick and roll, but in Rocket League.
That is going to be the key to Davenport's victory if they want to win this match. They have to interrupt the defense of Grand Valley, and they did it just there with that demo.
And we saw that earlier. Michigan Tech even found a goal earlier in the night by doing the exact same thing. They went straight flying through to find a block, even if they don't get the demo. Just the contact, the disruption that you cause on that goalie. I mean, it's like a linebacker. They're playing Ray Lewis over here.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, game 2, this is where Grand Valley needs to bounce back. You do not want to go down 2-0 against a Davenport team.
Absolutely, and we see here Cyber, probably the first one to fly towards the ball. No, I misread that, my apologies. Cyber sending it up, playing from midfield. Not a lot of boost to work with, and it goes back to the possession of Bolty. Bolty gets it past one, but contact from Alpha will interrupt that flying shot. Para sends it back for a quick goal. Para seemingly may be a little hot after that last point, and manages to grab one. Para, 13 seconds in is all you need to find a goal. Bolty with the pass and the follow-up. That early game can be dangerous in Rocket League before everyone has boost to really make it where they need, and sure enough, Grand Valley, an early demo. Byra goes down, but Gorilla won't be able to make the contact he's looking for. Cyber with a demo as well, and this is exactly what you were saying. That physical contact that's going to disrupt Davenport as Byra, unfazed by the demo, returns for another one. And he's got Baby Yoda.
That was pretty. That was pretty. I mean, I don't even know how you defend that. At that point, I mean...
There is some shots that just feel like there's no coming back from that one.
Yeah.
2-0, 30 seconds in, already a much different game than that first map. We saw almost a 4-minute overtime, which resulted in a 2-1 game, I believe, or 1-0. And now we're seeing 2-0 less than 30 seconds in. Bolty makes contact, goes back to Byra. Byra's going to send it into the air, looking for an opportunity to dribble it up. Alpha looking to make contact with the ball. The fake works, but not quite for all of them. The second contact, the follow-up is there, and they get it! The 1-2-3. All of Davenport follows up and finds the goal. The first block, not enough. The second block, not enough. And Bolty cleans it up for Davenport, giving this lead 3-0, less than a minute in.
Here it is. This is the momentum we talked about at the end of the first game. You take that overtime win and you capitalize. You continue that momentum all the way through. Grand Valley just hasn't been able to establish its defense like they had in game 1.
And an early demo nearly leaves the goal open for Davenport. Once again, Para trying to get it pinched into the middle of the net, but won't quite be enough as it's sent back towards the center of the field. There could be an opportunity here. Not quite, as Cyber and Gorilla both set up in front of that net, acting as a double goalie, making it near impossible to get it past this iron wall of a goal. But Davenport still finding a few goals past here and there. Cyber grabbing first control of the ball for Grand Valley in quite some time. Bolty looking for an opportunity to make a play here. Cyber, the first one to take a shot for Grand Valley, but denied by Byra. Waiting patiently on that defense for anybody to drop back, and now Alpha looking for another opportunity. Gorilla won't be able to make the contact they're looking for. Cyber able to deny the initial contact, but it goes back to midfield. It's neither team's ball right now as Gorilla will grab control, but it goes back. A demo to follow up. Para may be able to make a pass off the wall here for a setup as Alpha finds a demo onto Bolty. Gorilla now dribbling down the field, denied by Para. Doesn't want to let him wear that one like a hat. Alpha holding on to it, goes downfield into the corner. Bolty could make a pass here, but the centered shot goes a little wide off of Para into the midfield again. And it's like a toss-up in the middle of a game. A demo from Grand Valley could disrupt Davenport enough to find an opportunity to score. Cyber now the one to take it. Goes past Gorilla, off the wall, could be the pass to the middle. And it goes a little bit wide, won't be towards the center. Not quite a centered shot, but Byra to follow up, and there's no goalie waiting. Grand Valley tried to make the breakaway. And on what felt like almost a power play opportunity for Grand Valley, we see Davenport break away and find an open net.
It's unfortunate. I mean, when we see the Grand Valley attacks in the last minute or so, every time they were about to have a goal, they were out of boost. Their boost management just wasn't there. Their synergy just seems off. Hopefully they can turn this around.
I think since last map, it felt like there was not that many demos very early in the rounds.
True.
But right now, we've seen demo after demo after demo. At the very start of all these, 2 goalies from Grand Valley keeps it out from in front of the net again.
You're right. We're seeing a lot of physical play. I wonder if they've been listening to the broadcast.
I have no idea. As Alpha sends it downfield, looking to make contact, but Bolty demoed on the process. Alpha passed it to Gorilla. Gorilla's going to send it off the wall. The opportunity to make a play. Holds on to control. It'll be back passed a little, not quite where he wanted it, but Cyber still able to grab control of it for Grand Valley, at least for the time being. Bolty won't quite make the contact they're looking for. Para won't either, but finally denies it from in front of that net. Now wearing it like a topper from the game itself. Denied by Alpha down midfield. Cyber looking for an opportunity to find this goal, but just haven't found it quite yet. Alpha keeps it out from in front of the net. Cyber looking for the chance to make a breakaway here, as he seems like he may have lost a little control of his vehicle there, maybe bumped, and momentum was not in his favor, as Para will keep it off the offensive opportunity for Grand Valley, and the ball goes back downfield. Byra trying desperately to make a play here as Cyber will be the one to try and reset. Needs to be in front of that net, realizes that he needs some boost, needs to reset, needs to be on defense for his team at the time. Byra, the one to reset for Davenport, clears it out and gets it downfield, denied. Sent straight to Alpha, but it's back to Para. Para's gonna get it off the wall, off the flight. A fitting name for a man named Para, but Gorilla will deny it and send it back downfield. Cyber with the opportunity for a shot. Bolty keeps it out from in front of the net, goes back to Para. Para sends it midfield, Byra sends it downfield. And now, Davenport in control once again, off the wall. This could be a beautiful shot, and it is!
So pretty.
Clip it, send it on TikTok. That was gorgeous. Flying all the way up, the feathering and control the whole way through was fantastic. Davenport extending their lead to 5-0 at 55 seconds. Davenport making it known that map 1 may have just been a fluke for them, and they are here to win.
He is saving that replay just for that clip. At
Definitely.
least, I mean, shoot. Same, true.
I don't blame him.
Now, as a player on Grand Valley or as a coach, your hope right now is to start mentally resetting.
Yep.
5 is too many to claw back. What you really want to do is mentally reset, maybe gain back a little bit of momentum going into Game 3. But the worst thing you can do is mentally give up.
It's just boom.
Yeah,
you can't let yourself
exactly.
boom here. And I think the best thing Grand Valley could do is indeed find a goal. There's nothing quite like setting your team's mental like getting a goal. Even if it's not going to win you the map, it's an opportunity for you all to, you get the bumps between rounds, you get to high five between your point, and you get to celebrate, and that's a good way to start off a point. Bolty looking for an opportunity here, but Para may just look to pass it onto the ground. They're just going to force it onto the ground. The shot taken, but won't be able to keep it in the air, and Davenport takes map 2 comfortably.
They do. And this Grand Valley is not a team to be losing 0-5 to Davenport every game.
No,
this is a fluke. This is momentum. Really how important it is to mentally reset here and go into Game 3. I expect bounce back here by Grand Valley. I think they're going to be having a serious conversation. Take a couple minutes, mentally reset, and get ready for this Game 3.
Absolutely. And one thing we saw a lot of there is definitely going to be a minute for the players to kind of just really think about what's going on and figure out what's going to make them feel the best going into this next point, because there has been some really tough plays here. Grand Valley, like you said, not a team to really lose 5-0 to anybody.
Right.
Davenport, very talented roster, and definitely one of the best ones here. That's why they're seated first. But Grand Valley is not somebody to scoff at, and they've been ranked top 20 in the nation, I think, this year even.
I mean, they're both strong teams. I would foresee both of these teams ending up back in the grand finals when we talk about tomorrow, but obviously you want to win this one today.
Right, this is the easy path. You've got the easy path and the hard path. And if it was teaching me a life lesson, maybe I'd look in hindsight and go, I want the hard path when I'm feeling mature. But this is Rocket League. We don't want the hard path.
Right.
We want the easy bracket through, and it's comfortable.
It's true, although you will be sitting and waiting for that grand finals match to kind of formulate to tomorrow, whereas you might have another match tonight if you lose this one. I don't remember.
Maybe not tonight. I believe Losers Finals is also tomorrow.
Okay.
Before Grand Finals, they can decide it. Winners Finals will decide one of the members of Grand Finals. Then tonight we have one more match of Losers Bracket, I believe, between Purdue Northwest and Ferris State.
We do. I'll be coaching that one. Be sure to tune in if it's on the main stage. I don't know if it is or not.
I know it was supposed to be. I believe by timeline.
It keeps switching. I never know. But it should be a good one. Both teams took losses earlier in the day. Purdue Northwest actually went to Game 5 with Davenport. That's crazy to me.
Yes.
And most of their wins were 1-0. Or most of their losses were 1-0. It's a really close series in this Davenport team. I don't know if they were just off, maybe still warming up at the time, or is this Purdue team way better than they were seeded? Could be.
I think it's a combination of both. I think Purdue Northwest is just one of the best teams all around that's here. They definitely are one of the contenders to be able to win the whole tournament because of how talented so many of their rosters are. Right. Grand Valley is a good contender for that as well, but as is Davenport, as they have so many talented teams. Their Valorant roster proving today why they deserve a shot at so many different tournaments, and we're seeing exactly that as we see these teams proceed with more and more of these matches. Cyber in the 50, Alpha going for an early shot. Won't quite be enough, but definitely beautiful flight. Keeps control of the ball and only fell short at the last second. Byra. Now Bolty the one to go for a pass. Goes to the sky. Off the wall could be an opportunity as the ball gets a little bit centered for Davenport. Cyber will take control of it. Byra interrupts the pass. Gorilla follows up, but another Davenport play will interrupt that pass once again. And now Gorilla takes control once again. Grand Valley in control of the ball significantly more so far this round than they were these last couple maps.
Yeah, we saw a double commit just a second ago from Davenport, and I definitely hope that doesn't become a regular thing as we see going into later into this game 3.
Absolutely, and Byra able to find one of the opportunities there. Nearly keeps it out from the net. Byra following up now for a shot after a good save. Alpha playing in the net will keep it out. I think at this point, every English teacher I've ever had would be disappointed with how much I'm saying because of everybody's name here. We've got Byra, Para, and not to forget Gorilla. Definitely a nice team here as Para will send it off the wall. Gorilla takes control of it. Bolty able to make contact.
Another double commit there by Davenport.
Definitely, and that's so risky. You run such a risk with that, and it's not even going to pay off more often than not. You have no real U50ing yourself, essentially.
No, I think it's just an evidence of some miscommunication, miscues, not being on quite the same page as they have been earlier in the series. And off of both of those, they've had Grand Valley's gotten some shot opportunities, including right there.
And we're seeing them over and over again. Para trying to keep it on this side of the field, but the follow-up is there. Para taking advantage. The one thing I've noticed about Grand Valley between Michigan Tech and this game now is that they overcommit to these offensive plays. They go so far downfield, and all three of them are there. And by the time they realize that Davenport is on a breakaway down the court, down the field, there's no recovering, and they can't make it back in time. And that's resulted in almost all of the goals that we've seen from Davenport today, aside from a couple very stylish ones.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw it on that play. We saw 3 of their players all going towards the net to try to make a play on the offensive end and just got caught off guard.
Absolutely. Byra now flying through the air, flicks it off the back of the net. Won't quite be enough. As Cyber will be the next one to take over. Goes to Gorilla. Gorilla's going to send it off the wall. Can't quite find it. Goes back to Byra. Byra's going to be the one to grab control now. Gets it past Alpha, but not past Gorilla. He does. Para, the next one to follow up. It's a little high over the top of the net, but Bolty will likely be the one to send it back for a centered pass. Gets it past 1, gets it past 2, passes it to Byra, and the shot is taken. It's a little bit high. Para won't be able to find it, but if it's a crossbar challenge, he's a winner. Para going for the follow-up, and it's there! Can't quite save it. It's being pinched so down like that. And actually, I say pinched. That shot seems like it almost only worked because how slow it traveled into there.
That was a nice shot.
It was.
Geometry, I believe, is what we say in those instances there.
Yes, and absolutely here we see an opportunity. Gorilla, the ball goes down. Grand Valley now on defense already right off the bat, but Alpha takes early control, trying to grab an opportunity, but Byra sends it back downfield. Davenport desperately looking for an opportunity to try and create something here, but a huge demo there as Gorilla will go down. Now an opportunity definitely for Davenport to make a play as they'll reset, grab some boost, and decide to remake their rotations. We'll see Cyber gets it pinched out from under him. Bolty now making the breakaway opportunity. Gorilla will try to interfere, but it's denied by Bolty. Sent back off the wall and followed up by Byra to Para. Ooh, that was just clean.
This Davenport team is looking better and better every game this tournament goes on. I mean, the angles, the passing, the shots are just starting to look so good.
And they're having fun with it, too. That's the really important thing, I think, is that we're seeing, Grand Valley seems focused. They are focused and locked in for this game, but Davenport's, they get a goal, and they're smiling about it. They're having a great time, and that's important here. Mentality is going to be a huge role here. So when you're up 2 maps, you're up 3 points, and you've got a minute and a half to go, you're feeling good as Byra makes another shot. Won't quite be straight into the net, but denied as Para will deny the centered shot. Bolty with the follow-up, gets it past 2. Gorilla, the only one remaining to get it past. They get it around him, but a goalie will be set up now. Gorilla able to get control of the ball long enough to clear it out as it goes to Cyber and downfield as Davenport will have to clear it. We see a demo coming out from Gorilla, but Byra happy to avenge his teammate as Grand Valley will get vengeance as well. I'm like watching Valorant with these 2-for-1s. Byra with the opportunity goes to Para. Para's going to send it down the field. Alpha tries to interrupt it, but Para able to maintain control. Gets it past. Bumped, but not quite into contact. as Grand Valley will look to gain control of the ball here. Cyber will interrupt that play, but Byra is able to make the next contact, looking to follow up on it now. Won't quite be enough as Gorilla will be the next one to contact. Grand Valley looking to make contact again as Bolty tries to get it downfield, closer to that net, and Byra finally gets it, the goal. Davenport hitting us with a flex at range. Executed wonderfully.
He can. I mean, they're playing fantastic right now.
Yes.
I mean, they're
If
up
there's a
4-0
time-
game 3.
Yeah, if there's a time that you get to hit the flex on Cam, it's when combined your team has gone 10-0 in terms of points this game.
And how many clips have they created from these 3 games at this point? I
Right.
mean, the number just keeps growing.
And Byra, early goal! That's the biggest opportunities you may see from teams here sometimes, is no matter what rank you're in, and if you're in bronze, if you're in gold, if you're in diamond, if you're in grand champion, sometimes you just, nobody's just in front of the net.
That's true. It's a nice feeling to have, I will say.
30 seconds to go, and Grand Valley would need nothing short of a miracle to theoretically turn this one around. A goal every 4 seconds may even be mathematically impossible in Rocket League. Grand Valley trying desperately, though, to make sure they can hang on in this one a little bit longer. Unfortunately, doesn't quite go as planned. Grand Valley won't make contact. Gorilla trying to keep it out from in front of the net. Don't want to allow that one extra goal. They've already dropped 11 points today. They don't want to drop any more. DU will try to get it out and let it hit the ground. Davenport, they want to keep it swift. They want us to stream the Ferris match.
They do.
They
and
won.
I appreciate that from them.
Grand Valley, a strong contender in Rocket League here, but just not quite enough as Davenport will take that one 3-0. And in the meantime, we're going to actually shoot to a quick break, so you have time to go coach your team, and I have time to go chat with the players about how they're feeling. So get comfortable. We will be back shortly with another match to cast. Hello and welcome back for yet another game of Rocket League. I know earlier some of you were disappointed. We only got a couple games in, but don't worry, we've got a few more coming. Ferris State is facing off against Purdue Northwest, some of our very own Bulldogs here. As again, I'm Virgil. This time I'm joined by Broken.
Hello.
And I am very excited for how this is going to go. This is going to be a really exciting match coming up here shortly. Ferris State did lose their first game earlier today to Michigan Tech, who is actually in that second round of the losers bracket. So the winner of this game will face off against Michigan Tech afterwards. And then don't worry, if you guys are still hanging in for more action after this long, long, long day, we might have some more league coming up after that if we're feeling good. Barber. Our very own Barber. It's nice to see some familiar names here for a change. Ferris State. The ball bounces a little high. Ferris State will be in the blue. Purdue Northwest in the orange, as Sean will be the one to take an early shot. Denied by Barber. And Cato. We'll go with Cato. Cato will send it back downfield where Fusion finds an early goal for Purdue Northwest. Less than 30 seconds in. And he's excited. You can see it there. The excitement on his face. He got a goal. It's a good day. And I'm excited to see Purdue Northwest. I didn't get to see much of their game earlier today, but I heard they gave Davenport a bit of a run for their money, which is saying something considering Davenport just knocked the number 2 seed to the losers bracket 3-0 and shut them out as Cato finds another goal for Purdue Northwest. This is proving to rapidly become a very difficult game for the Bulldogs. I know Ferris State definitely is supposed to have their work cut out for them with this match. Definitely meant to be difficult, but it is really and truly good to see some familiar names after a long day of Michigan Tech, Saginaw, and all these other schools. So definitely a lot going on here. As the ball goes back downfield, Fusion once again. Ooh, right now we're 40 seconds in, and it's a 3-0 lead. If you're Ferris State, what's your mental doing right now?
I think you just have to take that mental reset.
I think you do.
Yeah. It's take those 3 goals, wash it off, get back into that game.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot that has to be that has to go into it, and I think that's the problem with Rocket League sometimes is there's not a whole lot of downtime. There's not really much time to really just go and take that deep breath that you sometimes need. I know in Valorant you've got that time between rounds. In League of Legends you've got the gray screen timer. You've got all these things going on between it. You don't really have that in Rocket League. You've got this. This is your most time you'll get to really take a deep breath, but usually this is when you're focusing on what just happened. And Fusion able to score yet another goal for Purdue Northwest, 4-0, expanding their lead rapidly. Is that the timer or the score up there? Both. It's both, yeah. As the ball goes up, Sean looking for an opportunity that will go back downfield. Now, ball going to Fusion. Fusion's going to send it to midfield. Midfield goes to Cato. Won't quite have the follow-up for it quite yet, but Barber looking to make the next contact as Fusion will pinch it to midfield, but pinch back door toward the favor of Ferris here as Tyler will send it to a centered shot, but not quite enough. Sean looking for a chance. Dribbling through, but won't quite have the boost to follow through. Will just let it fall to his teammate instead. Lewan will send it, but not quite far enough as Fusion will meet it halfway through the field. Sean sends it back to the centered shot, and Cato shoots a little high, hits the crossbar, and Fusion's there to follow up, but Ferris State trying to desperately give themselves an offensive opportunity here. 2 minutes in now, and Cato has 0 saves because Ferris State really has yet to be able to get this offensive opportunity. As Lewan finds a save, Tyler, or more accurately not Tyler, I suppose, gets demoed in the process. Ferris State nearly finds himself a shot, one of the first ones of the game. Barber gets it downfield. Tyler looking for an opportunity. He's trying to get it past Sean. Sean denies it, gets it off the wall, and tries to send it downfield here. Could be an opportunity for yet another goal for Purdue Northwest. Well,
those passes from Purdue were great.
When I hadn't seen the game that happened earlier where Purdue played Davenport, and I heard that it was pretty close.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing why.
Yeah.
Purdue Northwest, very capable, very talented, and we're definitely seeing some of these skills being executed here as Tyler nearly finds himself an opportunity to take a shot, but this game is rapidly becoming more and more difficult for Ferris State to try and make a recovery from. 2.5 minutes to go, which means every 30 seconds Ferris is going to have to score a goal just to tie it up without allowing any in. Cato gets a save. LeOne does get a shot off. Fair State seeming to finally find themselves with some offensive prowess here, but not quite enough. Barber gets some contact, but not enough to get it downfield as Fusion will find the next play. LeOne gets the clear downfield. Kato will make contact directly into Sean. Sean sends it back to Fusion. Fusion sends it to Kato. Kato sends it back to Sean. Sean back to Kato. And not quite enough. I feel like I'm watching like real soccer.
Yeah.
The only time you see this much passing is from that, and nearly it's a crossbar challenge and a goal all in one. That's what I just watched.
Yeah.
One shot, and he's got the sunglasses to go with it. That's stylish.
Ooh. And in the upper 90 almost.
That's not a whole lot you can do there. If I'm Ferris State, this is definitely one where you kind of have to look at this point and go, all right, let's get some momentum under our feet. It's like we were saying with Davenport and Grand Valley. If they're going to win this or win any of these rounds, they've got to just turn it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tyler with a shot! Nearly finds it. Fusion able to get in front of it just in time. Fusion now going on the follow-up return. Tyler and LeOne able to keep it out from in front of the net. Barber on the follow-up contact. Passed it to Sean. Sean sends it back to Kato. Kato can't quite make the contact he's looking for, and it'll go to Barber. Barber sends it off the side. Goes to Fusion. Fusion goes to Kato. Kato demoed. As LeOne will make the next play. Goes over to Sean. Sean sends it over to Fusion. And Fusion will slowly get some momentum going for himself. Barber demoed in the process. Now LeOne taking over for Ferris State, able to make contact, gets it bumped up in the air, but Fusion quick to meet it and slow it down. Barber makes the next contact, but it's punched out of the way by Purdue Northwest once again. As Kato will send it downfield. Ferris State with no goalie directly in hand. Sean is there, but the follow-up off the sidewall. Barber keeping it out from in front of the net just narrowly, as Purdue Northwest will miss a shot once again. But Ferris State, I don't know if we can physically make 7 goals even in 45 seconds. I don't know that mathematically it's possible.
It would be absolutely insane if it happened.
I would lose it.
Yes.
There's a likelihood I run in the arena screaming if that happens.
Yes, absolutely.
But Ferris State, unfortunately, just having a tough time getting this momentum under their feet on this first game. I know one thing we heard about a lot of these teams is that they just came back from dinner break. It's 8 o'clock. Yeah. Everybody just had their dinner. I know somebody went to Ruby Tuesday, and that sounds good right now. I'm not gonna lie, a nice fat burger. Oh. And they went and got Ruby Tuesday. I'd be a little sleepy and kind of out of it too. So Ferris State may also be doing that recovery a little bit right now, as Purdue Northwest got a little bit of warm-up time already as well. So we're hoping to see that maybe something could change here going into map 2, but it definitely looks like this is going to seal the deal for map number 1. Ferris State 0, Purdue Northwest 6, as Barber and Tyler trying to force it on there, and this is good. If they can get a goal here, even though it won't be enough to keep them in the game, the momentum you could get from a goal,
that would have been
but the spirit is there.
Yes.
Tyler is smiling. The fist bumps are there. Ferris State has got the mental in the bag right now. That's exactly what you like to see. They nearly had it. They kept fighting, and that kind of attitude is going to be the mentality they need to keep on going.
Yeah, because you saw, like, in that 3-minute mark, you saw Ferris really starting to then get that footing, get more ball control, and the landslide from Purdue started slowing down.
Absolutely, and I think as well, one thing in Rocket League is that sometimes it's very easy to forget that you have to be able to read their rotations, counter what they're doing, and so Ferris State kind of had to take a minute to adjust. Okay, they're doing this, and then they're doing, okay, if they rotate here, all right, and they've kind of got the hang of it now. So the rhythm may be a little more even, and we've seen that a lot today. These first games are very high scoring as both teams kind of figure out the other team's footing on the gameplay, as Kato will make a pass off the wall, goes back to Fusion, but not quite enough. LeOne able to clear it out, and this is what we're already seeing. Not allowing these easy shots to necessarily be taken, but Tyler can't quite get in front of it. Kato able to score another goal, an early one, 13 seconds. Is that 2 games back-to-back of 13 seconds in?
I think so.
That's insane. Yeah. Purdue Northwest is going to be a force to be reckoned with as this game carries on. I think Grand Valley, who just got knocked in the loser's bracket, may have somebody to keep an eye out for. But first, Purdue Northwest is going to have to make it past Michigan Tech.
Yeah, that'll definitely be a good test for them.
Tyler, able to make contact, pinches it up into the air. I guess that happens when you throw a soccer ball off of a metal object like the hood of a car. Barber with an opportunity for a breakaway, but the demo. Kato demoed in the process. Barber makes it out unscathed, technically. Barber gets it past 1, gets it past 2. Kato will be the one to finally stop it as the ball's passed to Sean. No, Fusion. Tyler will get it over top. Looking for an opportunity here. Kato wants to find the goal. Tyler resetting to be in front of the net. Has to be there for the team. They're going to need that. Kato finds the shot. Not quite, a little high, bounces off that back pass, and it goes back straight into Ferris' hands, but Ferris just trying to get a handle on the ball and keep control long enough to maybe make an offensive play as we see a shot taken. Kato with a beautiful shot, finds another one. And Purdue Northwest seemingly having a lot of fun with this game. I know Purdue Northwest has been one of the most vocal teams to be here today.
Yeah.
It seems like every time we see Purdue Northwest and Saginaw are both in this boat where they're vocal and they're having fun and they're supporting their teammates.
Yeah.
I've seen the league players, Valorant players, and more watching their teammates' games, and every time something happens, it's like a crowd erupts live in the stadium. It's like you're live in the Rocket League arena practically. And they have been doing a phenomenal job of that and keeping the energy high. Because what's the one thing that you use in home field advantage in traditional sports? It's the crowd.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing a little bit here with Purdue Northwest. Sean won't quite make the pass he's looking for. Tyler sends it off the wall, goes back to Kato. Kato's able to send it off the top. LeOne makes contact, but Fusion able to slow it down for the time being. Able to bump it into LeOne. LeOne able to make the pass off the corner, sends it off the back wall. Could be an opportunity here, and they'll deny it. Sean with the save on the credits. Tyler looking for an opportunity to maybe take this shot, deny it. Barber tries to get in front of it, can't quite find it, and Fusion will get yet another goal, 3-0, with a little over 3 minutes to go. Purdue Northwest clearly showing that they should not have been in the loser's bracket this early. Getting put up against Davenport in Game 1 is really just not a fair matchup. Davenport really is a dominant team here in a lot of our games that we have here this weekend, but especially Rocket League, we got to just see they are very, very powerful. As Kato able to make contact, Kato sends it over. Goes back to LeOne. Ferris State able to grab control, at least briefly. Gets it over top, two of them. Sends it over to Tyler, and Kato able to keep it out from in front of the net, but Barber slows down the contact enough to get it up in the air. The air is not quite where they want it. LeOne able to get it out from in front of the net, and Fusion now the next one to make contact. Barber instead slows it down, interrupting Fusion's play, but Fusion here on the follow-up sends it over top. Double committed with Sean. Tyler looking for the contact now. Haven't quite found it yet. Kato's the next one to make contact. Pinched a little bit too wide. Won't be enough as Barber and LeOne make double contact. Tyler able to keep it out from in front of the net for a little bit longer, but now LeOne going to be the next one to make contact, trying to contest that shot. He does. It forces Kato off that ball, and they're able to get the clear a little bit further. Not full control for Ferris State, but definitely able to keep it out from in front of the net a little longer. These saves are getting better and better by the minute. Ferris State, even if they're not winning this match or this map, they are doing a great job of progressing closer and closer to a map that by the time we get to map 3 here, we could very comfortably be able to take a map off of Purdue Northwest.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like what you said earlier with saying that Purdue's play is like actual soccer. It's the passing back and forth that's supreme.
It really is, and we're seeing that a lot. It's almost like, and I say this all the time with Rocket League, I had a basketball coach when I was younger who drilled it into your head that if you pass, oh, Sean! He's got the degree sign next to his name because he's cold. Ugh, that was gross. Pinched off the crossbar? Ew.
Ooh.
That's a good shot, Sean.
That was insane.
Makes it in. Ferris State down 5-0, 2 minutes to go. The first map went to Purdue Northwest. Ferris State looking like this is going to be a tough game for them, but like I said, this is kind of an unfortunate matchup for Ferris. Purdue Northwest is very clearly a little bit underseeded here at this event, as well as getting faced off against the #1 seed can be really daunting in that first round.
Yeah.
So getting knocked into that loser bracket could be a problem. Couldn't quite find the goal. Just narrowly. Looks like it might have even been partially in, but it has to go all the way in. Couldn't quite find it. Fusion on the follow-up. Sean looking to make some contact. You guys are on the same team there, guys. You know what? They're line leader and caboose. That's what they were going for. They said, we'll make a line, we'll do it together. As Tyler makes a demo, gets some value there. LeOne able to make some contact here. Sean looking for a play. Barber able to slow it down, but Sean gets it over top. Another one of Ferris's players. Back pass again off the wall. Not quite enough. I think the one thing I've learned is that the next time I play Rocket League, I'm no longer passing off the corner or the side walls. I'm going off that wall right above the net. Ferris State nearly able to find themselves a goal there. Looking for an opportunity to get one on the board. That's the goal here if you're Ferris State. You want that momentum opportunity to get a goal. We saw them nearly get it with no time left last time. So let's see if they can do it again. 45 seconds to go. Kato tries to make contact with the ball. It goes back to Fusion. Fusion's going to send it off the corner. Tyler, the one to punch it instead, sends it back downfield where Kato's going to be the next one to bump it. It goes up. LeOne going to be in a 50. It's more like a 30-30-30 at that point, but Tyler gets it out from in front of the net once again. Goes from Sean. Sean to Fusion. Fusion back to Kato. Kato back to the midfield. Tyler may be the next one able to interrupt this one. Won't quite make the contact. Sean gonna be the next one to hit him, but Barber punches it out of the way, gets it downfield, and out of the way enough that it may not be a threat to a goal for quite yet. Fusion, next one to bump it, but LeOne gets in the way, slows it down. Ferris State trying desperately to get a goal on the board here. Nobody likes the feeling of being shut out. You just want to get one. The mental that you can get back from just one goal is huge, but Purdue Northwest trying to keep it swift, trying to keep it quick. 5-0. Ferris State will drop map number 2, which means there's one more. Ferris State has one more opportunity to really turn this one around. Having a very difficult time with this game, though. You really can see just somewhat of a differential in the two teams. It is just so hard to make a comeback when there's this much of a gap between the two teams.
Yeah.
And you get that 5-0 lead, and it kind of does get in your head a little bit. Even if you think so hard that you don't care, I'm fine, we're just going to move on to the next point. I've played goalie before in sports. You can say that you're fine, but sometimes you're just not.
Yeah.
And that mental thing can be hard to get over in this situation. And Barber genuinely just trying so hard for the team to be able to get a goal here. LeOne, Barber able to make some contact. I have to wonder, some of these points do feel like Purdue is almost playing with their food. Ferris State definitely having a very hard time with this game. I would say not only was Purdue potentially underseeded and or the seeds may have been a little bit just like off a little bit for this in terms of that. I think the top 3 seeds are comfortably the top 3 seeds. Yeah. And the next couple seeds down are not quite as close. But Purdue Northwest definitely putting forth a strong foot today, putting up a showcase against Davenport, and now trying to shut out the Bulldogs. Definitely would make them quite the Cinderella story to carry on through the losers bracket, and it's not impossible because after this game, they've still got a ways to go, but we will only know with more games to come. Purdue Northwest, definitely one of the top contenders for all of GLIAC this weekend to also win the whole thing. Tyler looking for an opportunity to maybe make some contact. No goals quite yet. Sean holding on to control of it. Barber clears it out from the front of the field. Goes back to Kato. Kato's going to send it to the corner. Goes to LeOne. LeOne's able to clear it downfield. Back to Fusion. Fusion's going to make an opportunity for a goal. Pinched, and they get it. The pass from Fusion to himself. I mean, he assisted. Wow. Assisting yourself is... Wow. I thought it might have bounced off his teammate there, but not quite. Fusion just said, don't worry, I got it. I'll handle this.
Positives for Ferris. That was after over a minute of play.
It was well over a minute of play as well. It was comfortably over a minute. I think at this point, last map, it was 3-0 almost. Okay, well, we may have cast or cursed this. That may be on us. Ferris, we got that. We'll take the blame for that one. That's on us. You got this next one. Really hoping that the Bulldogs can turn this one around. Not that we're biased here or anything of that sort, but does that ghost dab at the end of his... Wait, I have to get a good look at this. That was crazy. Sean gets that first touch, but goes back to Tyler. Pinched off Kato. Kato's going to send it to Sean. Sean sends it back down to Fusion. Fusion sends it off the wall. Goes to Sean again. I almost said Fusion passes it to Fusion. He's done that a few times today, and as he sets up another pass to the shot, Fusion goes to Kato. Kato goes back off the wall to Sean. Sean to Kato, and Tyler interrupts the pattern, making it a little more difficult to set up that goal, and the shot. It's pinched. Not quite enough. A little bit wide, but Ferris State with a good attempt at a goal. At this time last game, I believe they were down 5-0, so Ferris State definitely doing what they can to hold on. We can see improvements. If only it was best of 7, maybe we'd know what happened.
Yeah. It really is holding up. They're improving, but it might be
too little too late.
Yeah, it might be.
LeOne with an opportunity for a goal, bounces it off that wall, but Sean there to interrupt it, sends it off to the side of the field. Barber with an attempt at a shot, goes off the side, a little bit wide. Won't quite be enough as Barber will have to reset now. Sean trying to pinch it. Fusion gets demoed. I heard that earlier today there was a player who became designated demo-y.
Oh, really?
Apparently he, or demolitionist, I guess. I didn't see the game, but supposedly he just drove around spawn camping a guy, essentially.
Yeah.
Which I'm not going to lie, I think that's hilarious. It's
a
a funny way to play the game, and I like funny ways to play games. Fusion looking for an opportunity to find another goal here, passes it to his teammate off the back of the wall, not quite enough, and Tyler gets it out from front of the net. LeOne sends it back downfield, looking for an opportunity to set up Ferris State for a goal. LeOne demoed in the process. Now looking at Kato. Kato looking like he's going to try and set up a pass. Sends it to Fusion. Fusion drops it back to Kato, and they find a goal. I mean, the passes are just crisp, pristine.
The Ghost does that.
He does that.
He does.
That's a
Can't
dabbing
confirm.
Ghost. That's pretty neat. Huh.
Huh. Yeah. There it is. There it is.
That's a cold way to go. A minute 45 to go. Ferris State down 3. I would say by all 3 maps so far, this is definitely the most recoverable one for Ferris State. They've gotten close to the net a few times. The lead is not nearly as large, and there's the most time remaining of any of them. And we see an opportunity. The shot taken. LeOne just can't quite get it in the net. And Kato will take advantage of the offensive play from Ferris State, punishing the attempt at a breakaway, and yet another dabbing Ghost to set up a goal for Purdue Northwest.
Yeah, and I think those are the risks you have to take if you're Ferris there.
Right now, you're looking for an in. You're looking for that chance to just break the ice, unsettle them a little bit, really kind of just catch them off guard.
Yep.
Now Sean, the next one to make contact, sends it back downfield. Sends his own pass off the corner. It's up into the air, almost to the ceiling. Kato makes the next contact. It goes to Fusion. Fusion sends it back up. It goes to Barber. Did I just watch a hockey puck drop? Isn't that what they? I don't know enough about hockey. I'm from the South.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never watched hockey in my life.
Gamers.
Yep.
Traditional sports combined with gamers. Sometimes they don't overlap. Kato, the next one to make contact. Barber looking for an opportunity to set a goal up here. It's a rough one, though. Sean gets it over top. Sean sends it to Kato. Kato sends it back to himself. And Barber doesn't want that to happen. He said, no. Close shave from Barber, but he's able to keep it out from in front of the net. Another one, dropped back in front of the net. Barber keeps it out from in front of the net once again. Tyler able to make contact, wins the 50. It goes back up. Sean can't quite find it, but Fusion able to get it up in the air. Won't quite contact with Kato there, but we will see LeOne make contact, punches it downfield. Now to follow up. Barber there, won't be the first one to hit it. Goes to Kato, but the demo to follow up. Sean now looking to dribble it and keep control here. Resetting with the rest of his team, hoping to get some boost and make sure that Ferris won't be able to score here. 4-0 with 7 seconds remaining. Ferris State desperately looking for an opportunity to get a goal, and Purdue Northwest really just trying to get themselves a handle on what could be a comfortable lead. Ferris State sending the GGs afterwards. An unfortunate loss for the Bulldogs, knocking them out of that bracket, but fighting hard. The Bulldogs were not expected to win that match by any means. Purdue Northwest is definitely a bit of a Cinderella opportunity here in this lower bracket. So I'm looking forward to seeing where they might head next. But in the meantime, I think we're going to go wait for them to set up the next map. We should be heading in relatively shortly. I know they're trying to kind of roll through some of these maps so they can get them done. Rocket League, they can be quick. You can get a couple games done within an hour. So hopefully we'll get to see that soon. Broken, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
I appreciate it so much. And we will see you all shortly when we're headed back in for the next game.
Hello and welcome